Hello and welcome to the 7th round of the EERC Endurance Championship. This is as we said, round 7, Suzuka, in line effectively with the Formula 1 this weekend. And joining me today is Thomas Raschek as well. Hello, Thomas.
Hello there, thank you for having me.
And coming into the second to last round of the weekend of the championship with Suzuka, a very tough circuit. What are your thoughts at the moment coming into this round?
Well, it's a very difficult circuit for those kind of cars, extremely on edge. The curbs are very deadly in this round for some reason. I'm in the LMP2, I can only talk in that perspective. And as you just saw on the stream as well, it's extremely difficult to get on the limit with those cars and to extract the most amount of lap time without just overdriving the car in general.
Indeed, and we come into this round in the LMH category with Racing Zone way ahead in the championship for LMH. However, LMP2 is still very close with EFA Racing on 89 points, with URT Esports on 78 points. So that's going to be a battle to look out for this race. And then obviously in the GT3, you've got both EP Lab cars first and second in the championship. So race to look out for at the moment is for LMP2, but it'll be interesting to see what happens as we go into qualifying.
Well, in this point of the season, it's basically for most of the teams the championship is already over, so they can try different stuff, they can be more risky with their strategies and with their drivers to try to get a win or a podium or generally a good result that pushes them up higher into the championship. But the championship fight is basically the main protagonist, as said.
Indeed, and obviously drivers to look out for is, I think as before, it's Zoltan Toth, whose pace was ridiculously quick in Mugello last time out. So it'd be interesting. It seems during the free practice, at least, it seems close, but obviously we'll have to wait and see what happens in qualifying. I don't know, I haven't checked on the weather, but I think I'm hoping for a dry race.
It looks pretty dry on the radar so far, but that can change very quickly. As we know from watching Formula 1 in the last couple of years, the weather is a bit unpredictable in this area of the country, so no matter what happens, we'll be in for quite a treat.
Indeed, and as you said, when it rains, it doesn't just sprinkle. It usually is a monsoon. So I'm thinking the drivers will probably be hoping we don't see any of that today, but still a very, very tricky circuit to navigate for the duration. It's 6 hours, isn't it?
6 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Suzuka is definitely one of my favourite circuits. Obviously, practice is over as we go into qualifying, so qualifying has started. 45 minutes on the clock.
It will start with 20 minutes of GT3 qualifying, then a 5-minute break, and then 20 minutes of prototype qualifying to end it, which makes it quite a lot easier on these drivers in terms of traffic, because they don't have to, like the prototypes don't have to deal with the GT cars, which on this track especially are difficult to lap.
Indeed, especially with that sector 1 with the S's, where there's only really one line to follow through there. So it's going to be interesting when it comes to the race for lapping traffic.
It gives the slow guys a bit of a break to be able to keep up with some quicker guys, maybe, because they just have to stay behind the GT car through the SS. So it kind of, on the one hand, it brings a lot of field depth together. so they can race together. But on the other hand, if you're quicker, it takes away your advantage you have. So it should be very interesting for the prototypes in this race. And also another thing to look out for, the hypercars are slower through the S's than the LMP2 and in corners in general, so lapping the LMP2 will also be quite a thing for the hypercars. As we now see the GT cars, the BMW are going through the spoon corner, Elisa Netto on the wheel of this M4. Very difficult to navigate with the Ferrari very close behind there. Well, let's see what they will do. How will they handle it? Coming
Indeed.
to the qualifying runs.
You can see there's definitely slipstream down that back straight does make a bit of a difference. The Ferrari closed up a bit there until we got to 130R.
Oh, but it is a huge disadvantage for the first sector, the dirty air you have there. So either the Ferrari knows something that we don't, or it genuinely was a bad decision.
Yeah, I was going to get onto that because with that first sector being really one line, the dirty air off the car ahead must be not the most enjoyable of experiences for the car following.
For sure not. Especially when you're in dirty, you lose so much downforce. So it's you go through the corner and you want to go on the throttle and you just can't. You have to wait till you can go on the throttle, and it feels like forever that you're then driving through this sector. Just have to be patient and not
Also,
spin the car.
At the same time, it would be heating up the tyres a bit more by following
Oh yes.
the car ahead. Obviously less downforce, the car starts sliding around more.
Oh, that's a very good point. Didn't even think about that yet. The 241 they're still being able to keep up with the BMW there
Yeah.
quite well for some reason.
Yeah,
So maybe it's not as big of a disadvantage as I thought.
We did see a few nervous twitches from the Ferrari.
Now we can see the slipstream going down to 130R. Will it make a difference? Not so sure.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how much time is lost by following.
Oh, Elisa Netto just disappeared?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Interesting. Ah, he's out of the pits again. .159.7, the quickest time so far. By the 241.
Yeah. Zagornev, followed by the 444 of Schoenman, who has.
See how much they can drop those times for the pole. Still 15 minutes left to go till the end of the qualifying session. Let's keep an eye out on this.
They've done just over 5 minutes, so they've got further 15, haven't they, for the GTs?
The 78 Race Club Germany Ferrari. Going for Degner 1. Braking for Degner 2. Very twitchy the car there, bottoming out.
Oh!
And around. Oh, he saved it!
That's a great save there.
Damn. Acknowledging the save by flashing there. Did he just hear us?
Must have known.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, I think that would probably call for a trip to the pits and a change of underwear. But
Not just underwear. Maybe even the seat. Depends on how much pressure was on there.
through spoon, I mean, the Ferraris seem. Although we haven't really followed, we followed the BMW for a bit, but the Ferraris do seem a little bit nervous at times.
We're not down to the setup with these GT cars. For example, our car, the Hunterbird Simulation 485 Aston Martin, driven by Tom Dillon. It's kind of a boat. But the problem is, it's a boat that it understeers and oversteers, like, it feels like all at the same time. They're just four-wheel sliding everywhere, so it can go both directions. You can have an understeery car, you can have an oversteery car, and you can have a Aston Martin boat car. Notoriously witchy.
If I'm correct, are you
Whoa.
sideways again through the first corner? The first corner at Suzuka for sim racing, it's one of my favourites because you obviously trail braking into that first section and then obviously getting stopped into the second section. It's just when you get it right, it feels really rewarding corner.
That's true. You driving today?
No, I'm not.
I
don't. I haven't taken part in this sort of thing before. Most of my sort of sim racing experience is iRacing. However, prior to me doing iRacing, I did take part in a few sim racing events on R Factor 2, one of which was actually a 24-hour at this circuit.
Oh. So then you know that this circuit has a very weird curves at some places.
Yes, I don't know if it's still there, but if I remember correctly, coming out of the final corner, if you go slightly offline, there was a bump that would really upset the car.
Yes.
So I don't know if we'll be seeing some drama from that at some point in the race.
Meanwhile, Eliseo Neto driving a 158.5, going on to provisional pole position there by a second over the 241 there. Very quick. Eliseo Neto drove the Aston Martin brilliantly earlier in the season, the Hunter Birch Aston Martin, and now with the other team, extremely quick as well. With XRL in the BMW M4. What do we have here? The 163 E-Lab Ferrari. Aren't those the championship leaders?
Yeah, both EP Lab cars are first and second in the GT3 category.
With the 162 leading the 163.
Yes.
There we have the 162. Driven by Fuentes. Studemann up into P3 in that McLaren of theirs.
And,
1 second lap.
Yeah, and obviously Neto's put in a fairly decent lap for the time being almost a second lap quicker than Gordon in second.
That's what Eliseo Neto does to one. He knows how to drive those cars and he's extremely quick with it. .162 going around the track once again. Turn 1, turn 2. Going rather slow and a bit off track there, so just an outlet, I guess.
Yeah, we just saw them coming out of pit lane. How is it in terms of the tyre warm up on the first lap? On cold tyres, what is the car like compared to when it's warm? Is it like on ice?
It's with the GT cars. When I drove them earlier in the season, when you drive out of the pits, you basically just need 2 or 3 corners at race speed and then the tires are warm. For qualifying, you obviously do this a bit slower and try to heat up the tires better, because in R Factor 2 it's extremely important to not overuse the tires in the first laps, just like in real life. And this game simulates that very well. So it's very important to go slower on the outlap, to get the tires up to temperature slowly and not overuse them. That's when you have the best performance out of these tires. For the prototypes, it's pretty much the same, but it's not as important to look out after these tires, because you don't drive them for as long as the GT3 cars are driving them.
And yeah, some real big gaps now appearing in the along the field. You got the top three covered by a second, but then from fifth onwards, it really has nearly 2 seconds or 2 seconds off the pace at the moment.
That's what a track like this, a very technical track, is like that. That's how it's doing it. It's with the different drivers, with the different skill levels of these drivers, you get such big gaps on a technical circuit like that. That's rather normal, I would say.
I do find with this circuit there are a few. There's a few corners that you can't rush. You can't rush to them. You feel like you can go quicker through them, but the next lap round you go quicker through them and you just go completely offline. Or you, like this corner here, it just seems to continue. It just goes on and on and on forever. And you think, oh, I can put on a bit more throttle, but then all of a sudden you apply the throttle, the car starts to walk offline, and then you start hemorrhaging lap time.
It's very interesting to watch Tom Dillon go through the S's there with that Aston Martin. Extremely twitchy. So I think there's something done with the setup on this car that's not really to the liking of the drivers. As we now saw the blue lights on the dash for the traction control out of the hairpin. Seems to be quite a difficult car to drive. Third gear, spoon corner.
No use of the ABS either through spin, by the looks of things.
Interesting.
I remember. I can't remember. I think it was the. I want to say it was the Merc, or there was one of the cars that we were watching last time out. Oh, as we saw the BMW going straight on at 130R.
Keep going.
Yeah, we saw it was either the Ferrari or the Mercedes. You could absolutely abuse the ABS into the braking sections, and yet still get the car, brake late and get the car stopped through corners. And obviously, from my experience, ABS is not your friend. From previous experiences that I've had, as soon as the ABS kicks in, that's you going deep into the corner. But apparently not with some of these cars.
Well, I don't quite know, because I'm used to the prototype, and the LMP2 car doesn't have any ABS, so when you go deep into a corner, it's because the driver is not braking right. Very stable.
Yeah.
With the S's there. Very interesting.
And is this the only Aston in the field now? Yeah.
Yes. There were at some races there we have two Hunterbird cars, but for this race we had only the amount of drivers to have one car, and one of those drivers being Tom Dillon, who usually is in the LMP2 car with me and Jordi. 72 reading game car.
That Aston Martin, it may not necessarily always be the fastest car, but it's definitely one of the best looking cars.
For sure. But it doesn't win you any races. It might look good, but it's still a boat.
Flying the flag for Britain, though.
In British racing green, obviously.
Yeah.
With a British driver. But now let's see what he can do in terms of lap times. Coming to the last chicane. Taking quite a lot of curb there. Let's hope it's not invalidated this lap. Going through the last corner up to the line. And we can't see it.
Well, I'm assuming either it was a slow lap or it was invalidated.
What's the last time you got that?
Obviously, our not being able to use race view is making things a bit difficult in seeing what's going on where. It definitely seems very slidey now. Oh, and off track it goes.
Really gross. Oh, what is he doing? Oh, yeah.
He managed to keep it in a straight line whilst pinned. So.
And now he's in the pits. Why not before? But I think it's not enough time for another qualifying run for him. Well, 2.5 minutes to go.
I mean, it's a long race ahead. In reality, the qualifying position, as long as you've got a decent peddler, the qualifying position after a while doesn't really matter too much, does it?
It's at the start it's important, but once they are racing, once they are driving, after those 6 hours, if you compare the race results with the quali results, you get a whole different page.
2 minutes left, GT qualifying.
Indeed, and I mean, if I'm perfectly honest, from my point of view, I'd either want to be at the front of the pack or at the back of the pack at the race start, not necessarily in the middle, because that's usually where all the chaos and the melee ensues.
That's true. But some people have to be in the middle.
Yeah.
So we 162 going into the pit. So I think if there's no big lap coming from no one, that's Elisa Neto on pole in the XRL.
And quite conveniently as well.
That's Elisa Neto. How can you argue with that? Oh, going out again to 162. I can't go around quickly to do another lap, so maybe now on race fuel or something to get a feel for the car for the first lap. Is this 242?
Yeah, 10th position at the moment.
Wait, do you have a lifetime?
No, I can just about make out the position number on the
Ah.
card.
Okay. Confused for a second. What's this? The 163?
Yeah.
Second place in GT3 Championship.
Yep, 4th at the moment on the grid.
In front of the championship leaders. Interesting.
At the moment, looking like a Road 2 start in the GT3.
Okay, checkered flag, finish your laps in GTs.
Oh, GT qualifying over. They can finish their lap still. There we have the stealth Porsche again. Quickly on the screen. That doesn't have a livery.
Yeah, it was so stealth I didn't see it coming. Had a few issues in the last race. I remember. Did the stealth Porsche.
No comment. So I think that's pretty much all we can expect from this qualifying. Elysian, Neto on pole. Followed by the 241 and the 444.
Yeah, so top three covered by just over a second, and the field closed up eventually towards the end. The gaps in the top 9 is still are within 2 seconds now. I think I can't quite see the 306 deficit. I think that's 1.8 off of the pole, so it all started to close up
Okay,
a little bit
prototype
towards the end of that
queue at
session.
the end of the pit lane. There will be green flag in 3.5 minutes.
But next is the LMP2s, isn't it?
LMP2s and hypercars, they are together.
So they will get 20 minutes as well, won't they?
Mm-hmm.
So just 3 minutes till we go green for the rest of the field. In fact, actually, no, they're starting to go out on track now, or down to the end of pit lane.
I just saw a car drove by there. As you're still watching the Ferrari. And that's a thing I don't quite like about the auto director. It just sometimes shows unimportant stuff.
But
Especially during the races when the auto director just decides to show some car standing in the pits for 2.5 minutes.
I guess one thing this does show is the downhill gradient on the start-finish straight.
Oh yes.
It's a bit like when I went to Spa earlier this year, and I did not know or did not realise how steep it is from turn 1 to the bottom of Eau Rouge. I did not realise how much of a change it was downhill in gradient. Yeah.
That's the same thing I realized when I went to the Nürburgring earlier this year and drove around there with my car, the tourist drive thing. And you never get a feel of how uphill and downhill this track is in a simulator. And driving around there with my car, you start to feel so much different stuff when it goes uphill and downhill and the compression and stuff. It's amazing how much you can feel that. And the simulator never makes they can't reproduce that in a way, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine how it is like in Spa, because it looks extremely downhill, but like I think in real life it's even more.
Well, yeah, and to be honest, the difference between the top of Radial and the source, there isn't really much of a difference. That's how much of a downhill it is from the source down to Eau Rouge. It is ridiculous. But obviously we're now looking 14 seconds now until they get to leave the pit lane.
Very impatient.
Indeed.
2 LMP2s.
Okay, go, go, go.
Andrew Green. This should be an interesting fight. Position.
Indeed, and a bit strange that they've all decided to. I know there's only 20 minutes left of the session. 20 minutes of the session, but obviously all of them to go out on track at once. I thought they'd be wanting to try and have a bit of space compared to the cars around them.
I don't think so. The hypercars are over the lap quicker anyway. I So only they need to sort themselves out, and the LMP2s need to sort themselves out, which should be quite easy. Who are we watching? The 420, the terminal hypercar, going down to the hairpin. Now going up the hill towards School Corner.
You can see the speed difference compared to the LMP2. There was an LMP right in the mirrors, and now it's gone now.
The hypercar has extremely quite a lot of straight line speed, which the LMP2 car can't match. So only love to hope that the hypercar just runs away on the straight. As we now get ready to start the laps, heating up the tires again. The 84.
I'm guessing.
There
There we go.
Oh, look at this speed!
Obviously, Toff back in Mugello was on another level of speed, and well, it looks like it could be like that this weekend.
Look at the speed that he's able to take through those corners. And now watch him accelerate away. That's amazing. Major in the 50 Toyota.
Obviously, taking more of that inside curve through Degner 1 than Toff did.
Well, that curve is very... If you hit it the wrong way, you will flip the car. For some reason. It's a bit of R factor 2 physics happening there.
But at the same time, you kind of need to clip it, because it kind of hooks you up to the corner.
Yeah. Very fun. What do we have here? The car does not jump on here. Now you can see the speed difference between the hypercar and the prototype quite well. The hypercar reaching 280 kilometers before braking. The LMP2 250 just before braking for School Corner. So on top, a 143.4, followed by Major's number 50 car, 1.1 seconds down. Now let's see the LMP2 cars, what they are able to do. They will come over the line any moment now. Yodilori is a 148.7, puts him on. He put him on provisional pole. It's already over. For a 147.0, very quick time.
And that's also the Hunter Birch car, isn't it?
That's the Reading Game. Reading Game Studios, Reading Game Racing. Yeah, I don't even know what my car is called. Tom Dillon, the team owner of that car, obviously. Jordi Lois and me wheeling it.
Oh, and that's definitely a different way. That is, I mean, the Japanese crowd would definitely love that, being how they love the drifting culture, but not the fastest way to take the hairpin.
A Japanese car drifting around the Japanese track just feels right. Look at how he's able to rotate the car.
Oh, and in the background, that was the 40 car, wasn't it? That was spinning in the background.
I think so, yeah. Well, that's also a way to rotate the car. Oh!
Still holds on to it.
Wow. And probably still quicker.
Toff with a 143.4. Major behind, only 2 tenths off at the moment is the gap.
Or the smallest gap we have through the field. 7 tenths an hour B2.
Yeah, Hot Taggart in the 84 still with that pole time of a 1:47. Oh, we got so the through 130R. I'm guessing the GT3 is that a lift, or is there a bit of dab before turning in?
I don't actually know. Because I haven't driven my GT3 around here. I can tell you in the LMP2 it's easy flat.
Yep.
I think with the hypercars you need to lift a bit.
Oh, so with the hypercars you can't. You have to lift the hypercar, but not with the LMP2.
Yeah, but the hypercar is way quicker coming into the corner.
Okay.
That's probably the biggest problem. But that's also a line. The hypercars are just extremely quick on the straights. But the LMP2 is generally quicker in the corners than the hypercar. So regarding lap time, the hypercar is quicker, but if you go a bit more into the detail, it gets quite interesting. Where the hypercar is able to make up all the time. It's basically all on acceleration and top speed.
Right. Between the hypercar pole and the LMP2 pole is close to 4 seconds difference.
That's how much straight line speed and acceleration matter, apparently. 12 minutes left in the session. As you know, the number 2 car going into 5th position at LMP2, 1.3 seconds down in pole. Let's see. This is the number 3 car. Let's see what they are able to do. The optimal sports LMP2 car going down the last chicane, starting the lap now. Looking into the inside, coming out of the last corner. And you won't like to see that traffic in the first sector.
As we cut to
The
number
87.
87. So that's Jad.
It's driving out again now. Kilometers per hour the speed limit in this race, the claim. So pit stops, the time lost on pit stops will be a bit less, luckily. For the code 80s, then it's also 100, so it should be a bit nicer for those cars. And also, do we only have Toyotas here again? No Glickenhaus hypercar?
Looks like it. No Glickenhaus, just the knockoff Toyota. It's not officially a Toyota, I believe.
What is it called? Moyoda.
Moyota. Yeah. Yeah, we went on Wish and bought them off there. But yeah, no, they do the job. They do the job.
Going into the dollar store and buying a fucking Moyoda.
So that's Toff coming through on a lap, trying to get a little bit of a slipstream off of Pajad.
Well, obviously. Trying to get the quickest time possible. Let's see what he can do now.
across the line.
Not improving his time.
Pajad is now starting a flying lap. And he's got a fairly good benchmark ahead of him.
Oh,
No, that's
bit of netcode there.
a bit of netcode, yeah.
I was already about to say.
But
Let's
look
go.
how, apart from Toff getting stuck behind, and clips into the back of one of the LMP2s, that I think that was a Fringer Vond car that just got turned round by Toff then.
Look like a bit of driving.
You could see just from that first sector how Toff had pulled away from Pajad.
I think maybe they have found the sweet spot in the setup. They are able to just hook it up through the first sector.
But also was part of that also down to dirty air as well. How much was Pajad's car affected by the dirty air of Toff's?
Difficult to say. It's definitely there, the dirty air, but on that, like the distance they had between those two cars, shouldn't have been much of a problem. You know, last chicane, going to the last corner, plugging it on the outside there. Let's see what he can do.
Does
He improves
improve.
his time by a 10th, but it's not enough to go for pole position.
But he's got another run. Just over 7 minutes left of the session.
Pole time, still a 43.4. The pole time in LMP2 has dropped a bit though.
Yeah, Cocktaggart
46.9.
taken another 10th off of his time. But then Ashad has actually brought it down to the gap for pole there is just under 2 tenths.
Snowden behind there by a few thousand. So we might actually have a bit of a fight for pole this time. Well, it's not like it's important in any way, but it's certainly interesting.
A slightly different line through the hairpin. It's always interesting. I always find, depending on the car that you're in, you generally tend to take. Oh, and that is not the way to take Spoon. That's a bit of a sideways moment for Pajad from Spoon, just carrying a little bit too much momentum, and the back end found its way ahead of the front.
New underwear?
I think Calvin Klein would be making a roaring trade this weekend.
I don't think he likes. I wouldn't think he would like the way how they are used. I don't think that's the best advertisement. Another lap. How much fuel does he have in that car? Being on race trim already. You know? I think our shot just drove a quicker time there. Right? Gap down to 1.3 seconds.
Yeah. Only skimmed a couple hundredths off of his time.
Ooh, very wide. Quite a bit sideways through Techno 2. Coming down to the hairpin.
Oh, and that's
Okay.
straight on for Pajad. And has Toff done a quicker lap now?
I think so.
Yeah, because the gap to me 0.3.
As you now see Major in the 50 car. Beautiful livery, I have to say.
Yeah.
I like that. Let's see what he can do now. Going on to 130R. Coming down to the last chicane. Hard braking. Right.
Ooh.
Left. Very loose. And now one
And-
Oh.
Yeah, I think that turn into the final chicane, obviously, I don't know if that was a bit of an early turn in or just had a little bit too much rotation going into the first section of the chicane. But we lost a great deal of time there.
Not ideal. Object in the number 3 car, 46.7. Even quicker. What a medley. Oh, those are amazing times. Patrick in the number 3 Optimal Esports car. Might be the pole left there.
I'm guessing it's oh no, the EERC Racing car current championship leaders third at the moment in the LMP2. Now where are they? Are racing against at the moment.
Oh, and he's around. Just got even quicker. He did a 42.7 there. An even quicker time. The gap now a second again to second place. Going on again for a second run. There we have the number 3 Optimal Esports car. 146.7. How are they able to do that?
And well, actually, second in the championship is the 71 car, currently in 5th place of the LMP2s.
And the pits. Let's see who else is on a flying lap currently.
Yeah, well, everyone's out apart from Hajek. So Hajek will not have enough time to get out and do another lap. So obviously he feels that he's done the best he can.
I think he did. The 85 car. Going on the last corner. Let's see. Will we see it on the live timing or not? Nope. What team is that? Can't remember seeing that car. The 85. Ah, that's the Sunset Motorsport. Ah, the 2 Sunset Motorsport cars.
30 seconds left on the clock. Apparently, due to the auto director not seeing anyone at the moment, but
Well, isn't it interesting to watch the Sunset Motorsports car in the pits?
yes. I mean, there's only so much you can analyze of it.
Standing there, menacingly.
Cop Taggart. I think Cop Taggart just managed to go a little bit quicker then, or but closed the gap to pole. Unless someone else can pull out a blinding lap time in LMP2, it looks to be Hajek first, Cop Taggart second, and Ashad third. And I don't see anyone beating Toff's time. They haven't all pitted yet. So Major's pitted, so best he can have now is second.
Let's see. But I think we're pretty much done with the qualifying now.
Yeah.
I
So
don't think there will be much of a difference coming. So
yeah, that's Zoltan Toff with another pole position. Suzuka here at Suzuka. So he will start first from Major. Pajad. Oh no. Zanini has just put in a faster lap time. He's gone up into third place in the 420 car. So that puts Pajad down to 4. LMP2, we got Hajek, Koptager, Ashad, as we already said, followed by Snowden, Zazoo, Oij, and below. Seems like everyone else is finishing up there. And obviously GT3 we saw earlier, and that's Neto from Zagodanev, Hunman, Papamihao, Frenetez, Erdolev, and Korea. So we've got about 10 minutes, isn't it, until race start?
should be rather interesting what they'll be doing into turn 1 and 2 there. With this side-by-side rolling start procedure. But I hope we will take our viewers through there quite well. And for commentator's sake, let's hope there's a bit of drama going. And
Yeah.
not just the usual nothing happening.
It is, well, as we said, a tight, twisty first sector, so I feel we'd be incredibly lucky to get away with a problem-free start. I feel that there's going to be at least someone getting tangled up somewhere. Just having a quick pre-race warm-up. Just to get used to the newer track conditions, as you may have noticed, the sun's come out. Also, possibly different drivers taking the start. But while we watch the 306 Demon Tweak sponsored car, BMW, doing a few warm-up laps, we're going to go for a quick breather, and we'll be back in time to take you for the start of the 6 hours of Suzuka.
Moving to race session in 2 minutes.
And we are back for the last part of the warm-up, just before we go into the race. Obviously, we've seen the black, the stealth liveried 911 getting a little bit sideways on the exit of the hairpin. Obviously, now one of the names, well, turn 2 is now effectively dubbed Buzzing Corner. That's a new addition as of this weekend.
Moving to race session.
Obviously, but funny enough, I haven't actually paid, apart from the fact that Sebastian Vettel's there and unveiled turn 2, I haven't paid any attention at all to the F1 this weekend.
Well, all I know is that Verstappen is on pole again, and that's about it from what I know. But let's concentrate on the important things that happen in Suzuka, and that's the EERC Endurance Round 7.
Of course.
As we are way more important than this little Formula 1 series.
And most likely far more entertaining as well.
Not so sure. The server has moved into the race session, and we already have one hypercar missing. The grid now forms up.
The Toff, Major, and Peugeot, and we are missing. It was.
Okay, don't move when the lights go out.
Was it Nannini?
Yeah, the number 420 car.
The LMH cars set off a single file on pit limiter.
But they go away for.
And the LMP2 cars can set off
a
single file pit limiter. The car at the back behind the GT, so you can go through the GT field.
So it is only 3 there out of the LMPs. The LMHs, sorry.
And now GT set off single file on pit limiter.
So apparently they are only allowed to go pit limiter through this formation lap, which is quite interesting. So 100 kilometers an hour around this track.
I don't know if it was a glitch on the timing screen, but it did come up saying Dazul had a penalty. That's 5th place in LMP2.
Yeah, I think it's the game giving them the penalty for a false start. Because as you see, we're already in the race session, which is just 5 minutes longer than the race distance to give these drivers the formation lap. So, quite interesting. So you also see the gap between the three classes. apparently the number 420 Optimal hypercar, they tried a driver swap in the warm-up, and I think there's a reason why the race control always says that the driver who takes qualifying stays on the server till the race. Now they exactly have the problem that they can't rejoin the server. They are not on the server anymore. They can't take the start, which pretty ironic.
Going down the back straight towards 130R, so only a couple corners left until we go green.
Yeah, let's see if they will line up double file or if they will stay single file. That's up to the admins to decide, but I haven't heard anything. So
Okay, well, LMH is line up double file as best you can.
there it is. There it is. Lining up double file now. The hypercars and all the
And
other cars
LMP2
as
is
well.
line up double file.
It's now to the last chicane, the race leaders. Let's see when the green flag will drop.
LMH green flag.
And we go green. They are green. Going down to turn 1, the 50 car already missing the
GT3 is
start
double
there.
file. LMP2
Terrible
is green
start there
flag.
from Major, but Pajad's there giving way to Toff. He goes round the outside into turn 1. He's taken the lead, has he? No, he's gone off.
Going wide. Oh, and the 50 car going wide as well. What has happened?
So that's...
Now, let's hope that the LMP2
Oh, and there looks to be a huge crash in the background in LMP2. Car
LMP2 are already gone.
Pajad having another off-track excursion through the S's.
GT is green flag.
So that is a left Toff to just scamper away as they go through the Dunlop curve.
And code 80 in 10 seconds.
Code 80, code 80.
5,
So code 80 and
4,
that B4.
3, 2,
What I believe
1,
was
code
a
80.
crash
Oh,
into
okay.
turn 1.
Big crash in the LMP2 field. Haven't heard anything from Jordi so far, so interesting.
Remco, I will DQ and undQ.
And that is the Hajek in first. Now, Cup Taggart has dropped all the way down to 7th.
It's Jordi there, car looks good. So maybe just had to avoid a crash or something.
So that is. So is that your car that's in the lead there?
Probably. You mean the green car
Yeah.
that we just followed?
Yeah.
That's my car, yes.
Yeah.
But it's not in the lead.
Oh, okay.
Also seeing the 140 car is not here. The Final One Motorsports LMP2 car apparently, or I haven't seen it yet. Interesting.
Still checking on the team standings.
So the
Let's see.
number 420 apparently can't race because of the driving swap that they did in warm-up. It's not registered in the race session, so they can't join it, which is quite interesting. Then we have Salt and Toth going around 100 Ks. Race leader.
No, we just having a look. So first, so Ashad, who's currently first in the LMP2 Championship, is sitting pretty in second position. And then you've got the Formula 1 car in third. Now that is fourth in the championship. But the thing is, the top four is actually quite close. It's they're currently sat on 73 points, where EFA Racing in first is on 89. Quick look through the championship standings to see who else is around. The 71 car is actually going to be missing as well out of that top 7. That's the URT esports car, which is currently sat second in the championship.
Okay, and we're back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
Green, and obviously that means that the Fringer Von car looked to be getting a good initial getaway, but is now under pressure from Horvath in the 66 car behind. And getting it all a bit sideways, coming out of Degner 2 is side by side as they come up to the hairpin, and Horvath gets up the inside, a bit of hip and shoulder coming up into that hairpin, but Horvath through into third position and now chasing after Shad, who is in turn chasing down Hajek. They come down the back straight.
So in the hypercars, it's battle between Major and Peugeot there, as we saw in the left hand. So we talk with
this would be actually their first now, going into their first actual flying lap now, providing everything stays clean. At the moment, we look to see a Shad who's under pressure from Horvath as they come into the first corner. Horvath is having a look, but not quite close enough for it to mount a move on that Ligier of a Shad as they come through the letters. Horvath staying nice and close. Just having a look around the outside as they come up into Dunlop again. As we look to the GT3s, and it's Savagna and Scuderia Pereira, 888 car Porsche, the stealth car. And again, we look to see, and that's Horvath having a look again on Ashad. He goes round the outside. And he gets a bit of a swapper on, but he's going to have the inside as they come out the hairpin. He looks to be through. I could just see the Ligier in the rearview mirror just then. So that is position 2 for LMP2. And that's Horvath now chasing after the lead.
Now the outside of the hairpin with those cars, amazing. Now probably trying to catch up to the number 3 car. Seems to be quite quick going here.
Indeed, actually, Ajek pulling out a couple of attempts coming off a spoon then. As there is
running a bit wide into the chicane.
And that's allowed the gap to come under a second now. It's 7 attempts as they come over the start-finish straight. And Ajek doing a best lap.
Which is more up to race than what he did before.
Indeed, actually, Hajek missing both apexes from turn 1 and 2 then.
Here, or just for the racing BMW. And through the spoon corner, 16 seconds down to the middle.
So obviously, we did see a yellow appear. Oh, and that is Major off the track, still battling away with Peugeot. Toff's cleared off up the road. He's now 8 seconds up the road now. Oh, and so the race leader's just DNF'd giving Horvath the lead. So what has happened there? Assuming a disconnect.
Oh, so early into the race.
Now at the battle for second position. And Major's got a good run as they go into 130, and surely he's not going to have a move there. But just by pulling out that little too early, it's ruined any chance of him having to go into the chicane. So he's now going to have to stalk Pajad for a little bit longer. And as expected, Toff knew fastest lap.
Who would have thought? Toff already put him on a clinic there. Extremely fast. Extremely hooked up with his car. As you also now see, Arshad and Horvath are very close again.
Indeed, that's down to 3/10.
Also Joshua Borois in the 78 Race Club Germany Ferrari. Chasing down in front. And now the 46. Half a second behind 60 minutes.
Yeah, so this
Going
is
through the SS. Also the 84 Sunset Motorsports car very close behind.
indeed. So Cop Taggart, so that is Cop Taggart. So he dropped down to 7th position through the melee of what was the turn 1 that we didn't quite see, but has now recovered back to 3rd position, albeit the leader DNFing.
Already looking very strong behind the Lisa Racing Ligier. The Ligier looking a bit slower for the corners. A little bit quicker on the straights than the Oracle. This round again.
I feel, that has been the story of the season. The Orica seems to enjoy the corners more than the Ligier, but the Ligier begins to stretch its legs when it gets to the straights.
Brilliant pits after 10 minutes of driving. Wonder what happened there. Probably just a drive ability or something. Weird.
It's 8th position. So the Cyberlinks racing team currently running 8th. Chasing Snowden and Lewis in front. That's one of the McLarens just exiting the pit lane now.
Or the final one Motorsports car.
Yeah, which I believe was. Oh, and that's going wide. There is the Reading Games. Is it the Reading Games Hunter Birch simulation?
That's the Reading Game Studios car, and the GT3 car is the Hunter Birch Racing Reading Game Studios car. Very confusing.
But they both run the same colours, don't they?
Yes. But
a little bit too much curb there.
But the LMP2 car is just Reading Game
Games.
Studios.
Yes.
Very dirty. What is he doing with this car?
Indeed. It's it doesn't seem to be the grippiest of rear ends. And the gaps at the front, wow, the top's now extended to 10 seconds. I wonder how far into the race will it be until that car's pull out the whole field.
Maybe another 5 minutes. I think he's showing us already what will happen tomorrow morning when Formula 1 is coming. I guess that's the number 1 car just running away with it.
Yeah, I'm considering whether or not to be setting my alarm clock for tomorrow night.
7 in the morning. Because I got nothing else to do. the 84 Sunset Motorsports car chasing down Arshad there. And now you can see how much quicker the Orica is for the corners than the Ligier. Archer just sticking into the gearbox of the car there. Very close.
Indeed, and obviously,
Oh, those tires must be screaming.
indeed. And is he gonna have a look? Is he gonna have a look into Degner? He's
Oh.
surely not.
Oh. That's what you want to see.
He definitely thought about it, but thought better off. But is he gonna have another look again? He's having a look into the hairpin.
Archer giving him the space though.
Indeed, and but then again, the Ligier then pulls out a couple of car lamps coming off the hairpin.
This is some great racing we're watching between the two manufacturers there. With Spoon Corner, he can make up 2 temps again and then just lose it on acceleration.
And catching the GPT3 traffic as well.
Oh god, I want to look away.
That's the leader past the Hunter Birch car, and then that looks to be the German team, Race Lab Germany. So that is one car negotiated.
Going around the outside of the GT3 cars, as they should. They are quicker anyways.
And that's outside
of turn 1.
Obviously, that's a Shad just managing to get onto the racing line, but Cop Taggart going to have a bit of a offline there. And he's going to have a go at the inside, but they find the Ferrari just blocking the path, and Cop Taggart's going to be getting frustrated now because he is quite clearly faster through this first sector.
And now they
got the Porsche. He's going to have. Oh, he was having a look again through Degner 1. He's going to have another look again.
And you can't see it because Tom Dillon is driving around the track.
And we cut to Lance Stroll.
Yeah, basically. It's only like green Aston Martin. The parallels are unhinged.
But there we go. We've missed it. But Cop Taggart has got through on a Shad into second position. Now he's going to have to get his skates on because he's now got 5 seconds to close to Horvath.
Let's see if we can do that. The Sunset Motorsports car, extremely quick in Mugello as well. So, and it's kind of suspicious how quick they were. No one else was able to match the cornering speed of those cars. Weird. Also, Eliseo Netto up into P2 and GT3, down to P3 again, down to P4 again. Okay.
Netto was the pole sitter by some margin, so
probably also some stuff happening on the race start that we didn't see. Sollten Toft hier in have.
Oh.
What's this?
Wow.
Well, probably a disconnect or something, and when he gets back on the server, it's not like we'll just unlap himself.
Well, it spices things up for the lead battle now, which is now Pajad leading from Major.
And he's around. Oh, yeah, sure was.
And he's joining back in front at buzzing corner. Oh, and that's
the F-Lips car. Fuentes. Now getting left by Eliseo Netto, getting left by some LMP2 cars. There we have the Reading Game Studios Racing. That's what it's called. Half a second down to the next car.
Which we can see just ahead. Which is
the Sunset Motorsports car, the 85. We have 2 cars.
Yeah.
Just
Cop Taggart has really taken the gap down. It was 5 seconds a lap ago. It's now down to just over 2 seconds.
Keep in mind with the traffic. That can also help bring the gap down or open it up. That might be the most fun part of this race.
Yeah, and well, we said during the qualifying that traffic could play a big part in this race. He's what looks to be one of the McLarens as he goes onto the racing line. Just misses. Oh, that was way too close for my liking.
Bloody Lopez. Bad lad.
And so it's still holding on to that 6th position.
I'm not the team owner of this car, and I still feel like maybe it's because I'm driving this that I feel so different about such stuff. Ooh. Peter Zuneman, the 4x4.
So I feel like something happened on turn 1 to this car, because it did spend a few laps in pit lane for repairs, what it looked to be.
2 times now the gap between Lois and Senna.
The guts.
What are you doing?
It just goes, he's off onto...
Rejoining.
Just rejoins and gathers it all up just about.
He's a wheelman, to say the least. He's a wheelman. He knows what he's doing. Sometimes he just overdoes it.
Gap now, she's just gone up, so I'm assuming Cup Taggart is coming into some sort of traffic because he's now just in the space of a few seconds has lost a second. The gap is coming down to the lead though. It's just hovering over a second for Pajad and Major.
Off and is back in the game.
Yeah, so they're back in pits. In fact, the battle for the lead is now down to half a second, so...
So now see the 162.
So obviously we've got
Taking
here...
a weird line from Japan. 4 comes down to the 163 car. This is the car. Let's see if they will deploy any team orders or something.
well, obviously the pair of them... The pair of them are fighting against each other in the championship, although there is quite a large gap between the pair of them. Oh, and that is one of the LMP2s. I didn't quite catch what it was. Just threading between the pair of them.
The Cyber Links LMP2.
Yeah, that's it, the Cyber Links.
Being followed by the pole setter of the LMP2 field, the number 3 optimal car. Around the outside to let the GT3 car. Wow. And Saltnikov is DNF.
Looks that way, so not going the way they would have wanted for the lead LMH car, albeit they are just shy of 50 points ahead of everyone else in the championship at the moment. I think that's 47 points. I think, and that's the leader Pajad going off. It's
just tapping the wall. Just tapping the wall there.
So that gives the lead to Major. I'm assuming there must have been some sort of miscommunication with a GT3 car, because there were a few GT3s that they were lapping at that point.
Looks to be the thing, yeah.
The gap. So Hop Taggart's lost a bit of time. The gap is now 2.5 seconds between Horvath and Cup Taggart for first and second in LMP2. Zagordanev has got a nice lead of 8.5 seconds in GT3.
Six tenths down the 85 car. Senna, the Sunset Motorsports car.
You can just see it here.
To make such a big gap there on the straight.
Carrying a little bit too much speed into Degner 1 and obviously missed that apex as well on the inside.
Which allows Jordi Lois back into this fight. After having had a little excursion down the Relic Rocks line.
So this is second place overall, now 10 seconds down the major, after that off-track excursion in the Degnas. The Zoo has fallen down to 10th place, so I'm assuming, because we did see that flash up, that he had a penalty. So I'm assuming that must have been a drive-through, if it's a alleged jump start, if that's what we're believing.
Also, Stavanger in the Scuderia Morea car. I think that's the most competitive this car has ran so far this season.
So far in the stewards chat, there's been two potential incidents that have happened on lap 1, but all have been no further action. So fair enough there.
So Jordi Lois has lost 3 seconds to those two again.
Send Newton. Yep, just there.
We should really go back to the white livery. Tom Dillon, please.
See, I quite like the green though.
Stunning. Like this looks good, but the other livery just looked better.
Now the gap to the lead in LMP2 has come down quite substantially. It's now down to 6/10.
Which we are now able to see.
Yeah.
The Sunset Motorsports car, the 84 this time. Also, those two are apparently fighting again. 162 and the 163.
Obviously,
They should really sort this out by now. That's Ferrari kind of strategy they are going there.
Yes. What kind of? I mean, you imply there is a strategy if you involve Ferrari.
Okay.
Taggart's still second position, and it is Orica versus Orica this time. So no particular advantages and disadvantages between each car.
Clearly not.
Through the Degnas. Different camera view for a change through the Degnas.
This. Ooh, that's fancy.
It does look fancy.
Oh,
See,
what was that? That was nice. Okay.
As they come through past one of the back markers, as we can see, still half a second between the pair of them as they come onto the back straight. Oh, a bit wide there. So that's going to affect the drive for Horvath, and Taggart's going to have a run here.
Here comes the gap now going to the 130R.
130 up, but the place
now.
to pass now is coming in.
Is
Is he going to have a look? No, he's going to decide to sit behind. So,
oh, what is this? 5 temps now the gap.
yeah.
On the start finish right now. 4 temps.
And the thing is, but between the pair of them, at this point, obviously, they're nearly half an hour into the stint now, as he's going to have a little look.
Just showing himself in the hope that he makes a mistake or outbreaks himself there. But Orford being very cool about it and just driving his line.
But,
now 6 temps.
yeah, at the end of the day, they're running nearly 9 seconds ahead of third position. So, if you're in second place, would you choose at this point in the race to just kind of sit back, maybe save a bit of fuel? Because at the end of the day, it is an endurance race.
driving, basically. That's what you're doing. So, in this stage of the race, it's the start. Just obviously you try to make up a few positions.
Oh, and that's an opportunity there as they're stuck behind the. Looks to be exactly the team Germany.
The race team Germany.
Race team Germany.
Race club.
Race club Germany. Yeah, I'll get there eventually.
78 car. Lars Otto still missing from the car after having a bit of trouble with his back. Talked to him earlier, he said can't drive. He's confident in his drivers that they are able to do something. Now he hears something.
Again, just trying to take advantage of the back markers. They've got the Hunter Birch simulation car ahead. They will have to negotiate now. Are they going to catch that on the straight, or is that going to be turn 1 by the time they catch that?
I think one of those cars might be able to pass it. Let's see which one. Nope, it will be in the SS.
Oh, that got really close there for
he's really wanting that lead position there. Oh my god, Tom Dillon, great awareness.
Still Horvath from Cop Taggart, but I'm pretty sure at some point, barring a mistake, Cop Taggart's going to be getting through.
Yes. Yes. He looks so much quicker apparently than 66 car. Ten seconds the gap to P3, so they are both driving in a different league there. BMW getting out to the way quite nicely. Good luck to see it.
Stealth Porsche next.
That should be the one here.
Yep. That was a far better line through Spoon from Cop Taggart, but Horvath placing his car right on the apex there, killing all drive that Cop Taggart could have, and so again comes through 130R, and Horvath taking a little bit too much curb, and he's showing the outside to Cop Taggart there. Cop Taggart has a look at the inside. There was, I mean, they say if you no longer go for a gap, but there was no gap there at all, I don't think. And,
no longer go for a gap that doesn't exist.
You're a Pasta Maldonado?
Or Cop Taggart, I don't know.
So, Cop Taggart, now seconds off of Horvath, he's got to do all that work all over again.
9 times down to Senna.
Yeah, so Snowden's managed to pull away from Senna now. And Snowden's gone up into 4th now, so...
Here we go.
8th position overall.
Dominic Major, our current leader. Oh, by the way, Sultan Tom is back and he's driving. 7 laps down.
Yeah.
Which, well, the speed he said he will be in the lead by, I think, when hour 4 starts or something.
Yeah. So back in, 3 laps down. Obviously, going to have to pull his way through all the back markers.
7 laps.
Oh, 7. No, it's 3 laps down. It just popped up in the steward's decision chat that they had reconnected, but will be awarded only 3 laps down. But as we said earlier, it's with Tough and that team, it's doable. With 3 laps, it's doable. The race wind's still on.
God damn it. Elise Netto behind the 163. Those two apparently swapped positions, by the way, the 162 and the 163. 162 now showing how much quicker they are.
And 162 lead the leaders in the championship at the moment from 163. But now under pressure from which car is that? Is that even position? No, it is. That is Netto. Sorry. So
The XRL Esports M4.
for some reason, it looked like I could see a completely different number on the side of the car, and that is Pajad from the lead. Second position again, making a mistake.
That's because this car does have a different number on the side of it. And it's officially entered. What is it? XRL Esports number 117. So it's just shown wrongly on our lap.
Right, okay, I thought I was getting a bit confused. Oh, and that's Copt. Is it Copt? No, Lowe's.
Lowe's behind the other Sunset Multiports car, Senna.
So that's looks to be helped out a bit there by the GT3 graphic, but then the Sunset car starting to stretch its legs a bit, pull out a couple car lengths as they come into Spudent Corner. But you can see a slight difference in line between the pair of them, and the Reading Games car closing back in on the Sunset car in the slipstream down the back straight into 130R. Though is taking a little bit of a defensive line through 130R. Here's Remco Dazoo, 10th position.
Our admin. I think that's his first race in the admin, right?
Yes, I think it is.
Lowe's and Senna. Between those two, going through the SS. The car looks very hooked up to him. So maybe there is quite a bit of grip on the server currently.
Indeed, it seems
1/10 between those two now, very close. Wow.
Yeah, and that seems like a far better line through Degner from Lewis.
I really want to get the traffic penalty again.
The exit not quite as desired. Oh, sorry, that was my phone.
Times going down in the speed corner. 4 times. Keep on building up a bit. Now let's see. Whoa. So much. Lewis was able to break so much later than Senna there. Got 3 times now. 2 times now. Better exit out of the corner. Now in the slipstream going down to 130R. Please don't overdo it again. 3 times going under the chicane. And can't go for a move there.
Just equal on braking there. And it was, you know, he was close. He could have, obviously, this early into a race, you're not exactly going to be going for those do or die moves.
And I always thought a 6-hour race or an endurance race in general is 1 in turn 1. I always thought that that's the strategy.
Oh, and there's a bit of a touch between the pair of them there.
Yachty.
Squeezing up the inside, but then there's a McLaren just in the way, and so that gives the Sunset car position back again. Oh, and there's a car off the BMW there. I didn't quite catch who it was.
They're now using the traffic perfectly to his advantage. That's some very smart driving from him there. Like boxing in the 72 behind the traffic.
So that car, it was Was it Neto that we saw spun round? Yeah, I think it might have been.
Well, it explains the gap now being more open. Mentes, 11 seconds down. 162 car.
Yellow flags in sector 2. They're gone out, and it's the Cyberlinks car. Of Violenko.
Oh, a mighty good looking car there.
It is.
The livery. Lowest seconds down now.
So something's happened there.
Terrific. That's what I would be saying. As you see, there are a few GT cars behind him. Cyberlinks Racing Ferrari. 242. In the 9th position in the GTP class.
Triple eight Scuderia Marrera car. Running in 6th position with the Tom Dillon just behind, and that's the 162's gone off at Dunlop. Has re-entered and has actually still stayed ahead of Mihao.
Well, not much to undercut. 8th place. The pits. 2 attempts now. The gap between those two. Maybe
This is
Lois
now-
should have come into the pits this lap, because I think that they are pitting this lap. Not so sure though.
The inside. Oh, just a little bit saucy on the accelerator.
Never heard that word.
Well, you know,
Saucy.
using a bit too much of the sauce, you know.
Ah, learning English. Perfect.
Yeah, so this is, well, battle for third effectively because of the car's pitting.
But it should be 6th and 7th again after the pit stops, I think. So let's see who's pitting this lap. So Horford apparently isn't. Pierce isn't, but those two are coming into the pits now.
Ooh, that's closed the gap quite a lot there. So it'll be interesting to see where we are in terms. So Horvath is still in the lead, hasn't pitted.
Pierce in the pits in the 139 Dynamo Motorsports car.
Interesting. It
let's
looks
see.
like Major's managed to catch back up onto Toff.
Well, Toff just ran a bit wide there, I saw. So even the quickest of guys making mistakes.
Well, that's the thing. In order for there to be a possibility of a race win, Toff has to be doing nearly qualifying laps each lap to get that gap, do the necessary unlapping, and that's Schumann going off at 1:30 hour.
Ooh, Lois! He has jumped the Sunset Motorsports car in the pits. Out of the pits already. Tom Dillon, and there you see it, Hunter Birch Simulation Reading Game Studios Racing. What a
That's a bit of a mouthful.
I think they did that because it's the commentator's car to make it, I don't know, because commentators like saying long names, or I don't know. Harvard in the pits, in the leading LMP2 car.
But then mean, what we'll actually see, I guess, Toff will also be on new fuel and tyres, I'm assuming. So that means everyone else would be pitting, and he'll continue. So that would be him getting a lap back.
Yes. Yeah. I think you can't really see it like that because it's so early in the race. So it's code 80s and stuff. It's not yet predictable whether he actually gained a pit stop or not. If you understand what I mean by all that. So
Well, he'll still have to pit, but he'll be pitting, say, half a stint later or so.
like it's a bit of an advantage, don't get me wrong, but we will see whether it's a big advantage or not. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So Lois and Bouillard very close together on track.
And Lawrence is now up to 5th position.
Yeah, amazing stuff done in the work. There we have Senna being like losing 8 seconds through the pit cycle.
Yeah, and lost 2 places from that, hasn't he?
Yeah. That's great.
But this is the battle for 6th position.
Tom Dillon and Savani.
Yep.
Savani having a great run in that car, I have to say, in that Porsche.
Again, it was the only Porsche in the field as well, so the only Porsche in the field against the only Aston in the field.
Wow. I would rather prefer the Porsche though, if I had to drive.
See, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it is on R Factor, but in iRacing, we ran the team I raced with. We ran the Porsche for a season or 2, and I hated that car with a passion. We then changed to the 488 Ferrari, and all of a sudden we found ourselves running further towards the front because it was a much more driver-friendly car compared to the Porsche.
Like in the games that I've ran the Porsche in race room basically, or that's usually what I'm doing when I'm not driving these races here. The Porsche is one of the best handling cars in race room, so that's like another thing. And actually, in a weird little twist, the 488 is one of the worst cars in this game.
Yeah.
So it all depends on the game, basically.
Yeah, and well, in iRacing they've brought out the new Porsche is now available in iRacing and the new Ferrari, so it's possibly changed now. And obviously, I'm not so sure. Well, they have. I know in iRacing each season by season they have a balance of performance on the cars.
Makes sense.
because we did the Spa 24-hour on our racing, and they just released the new Porsche, and the new Porsche was the only car in the field that didn't have a balance of performance on it, and so it became pretty much the meta car for the 24-hour.
So Roland Toth, I think, is already... Yeah, he's unlapped himself once.
Yep. So, and the others haven't pitted, so this is getting a bit tasty here as they come through Dunlop.
Okay. That's a move, I guess.
So that's major in the LMH just coming through. The pair of them, is there going to be a move from Dylan? No, not quite up into. He's practically pushing the Porsche through around the corners.
I think Tom Dillon wants to get past that, aren't there?
You reckon?
I think I have a feeling for that. I don't know Tom Dillon quite well, but I think I know that. See what he can do. Coming down to 130R. And now we can see whether he needs to lift or not, because we are seeing his inputs there. And we won't see it.
No, we cut to second place EP Labs going off at turn 1. Still holding on to the second place, but only 3.5 seconds now. Oh, sorry, no, 16 seconds to Zarganev.
So 3/10 going down the start-finish straight. Gap opening up a bit, so
yeah,
Porsche
got
seems to be faster.
Streams and Porsche still holding station, but then it seems in this section the Porsche struggling to get it turned into turn 2 there. Front end really not cooperating, but he still manages to get it down for the S's. But the Aston seems fairly tidy through there, apart from...
Still there, but that's down to a dirty air, I would say. Okay. Jody Lowe is losing a place to Bungino.
That's the Sunset car getting back through.
Nope, it's the
Is it?
Optimal Esports car.
Ah, the Optimal car.
Number 2. The 85 Sunset car is not even showing on screen currently. Interesting. So let's see what we have here.
Oh, and well, both of them actually taking a bit of grass tracking into effect into Spoon. The pair of them pretty much looking the same. Now, is the Porsche going to go defensive again down the back straight like we saw before?
We shall see.
The Porsche trying to break the toe a bit down the back straight as they come into 130R.
We need to have a little break there from what I just saw.
Oh, and up the inside goes Dylan.
And he stops it at the apex.
But the Porsche is still there. Oh, and Dylan rides it round the outside and takes that 6th position. Sorry, no, 5th position now.
Nope.
Is it? No, it is 6th. No, I'm getting completely confused at the moment between who's who. So 6th position. I was right first time. But Savagna's not finished. He's having a look up the inside of turn 2.
Amazing stuff. And he makes it work.
He makes it work, but Dylan's still there. He's going to go up the inside. He's going to have the inside into the S's and retakes that 6th position. This is fantastic stuff between the pair of them.
What a bit of racing we just noticed there. Amazing stuff.
Porsche's tyres just crying enough through the Dunlop curve then.
Now the Porsche is suffering from the dirty air.
Indeed.
But so far able to keep up with Tom Dillon there.
So this little battle, I don't think it's over yet.
I think it might be though.
Although, yeah, no,
The gap now. Let's see what Tom Dillon is able to do.
they have. Oh,
And he runs
so
wide.
that's definitely. He's lost the toe now, so that's pretty much, unless can find some more pace. We see the second place H of major for the Full Throttle Racing team pitting. Pajad's still out.
I would say they aren't the full throttle racing team currently, rather the pit stand stop racing team.
And that's Hajek. So Hajek's back. By the looks of things. Obviously disconnected from the lead of LMP2 earlier.
Cyberlink's racing Ferrari. In the 9th position.
So soon we should be seeing, if we haven't already, we should be seeing the GT3s coming in for their stops.
Oh, difficult to say. Because some teams go like pit every hour. Some teams pit when they are out of fuel. So I don't know what the fuel window is for this race today, but if it's the same as in the last rounds, then you're looking at 1 hour and 20 minutes of running, which still gives quite a bit of driving to these drivers.
Okay. Oh, and that looked like that was going to be held on as usual. Toff doing his regular drifting through turn 1.
And I think that's like no joke now. I think that's how he gets some of the time and speed that he has, because whenever you see him drive, it looks so messy, and then you look at the lap times and he's just 1,200 seconds quicker than anyone else. I think he's able to do stuff with this car that no one else is able to do.
But he's effectively driving it like a go-kart. He's getting that extra rotation on braking into corners, which is allowing him to rear end steer the car through some of the corners.
Like all in all, basically just an amazing driver driving
Yeah.
this car. Can't say anything else. 4 times the gap. There is do you even say that right? Under the chicane. Now let's look at Dominic Major in the Full Throttle Racing.
Back on track after a pit stop.
98 seconds down to the leader.
Obviously, and Pajaz now pitting. You can just see in the background as we are joined by Alex.
Alex.
Hello.
Hello there.
And how?
Coming in to replace me.
Well, I
I
think coming
believe
in to
so.
replace me as well. I think because I'm off now.
Yeah, well, clearly I'm here to replace both of you.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, I'm off to some sort of event. So yeah, but it's been an action-packed first hour. Obviously, we've had both.
Haven't been following.
We've had at one point we've had both the leader for LMH and the leader for LMP2 disconnect. As that's all a bit of content. Well,
I can take you through the story of the race later when we don't have so much fighting going on.
I was about to say it's very close between Jordy Lowe's and is that his teammate ahead or is that the Optimal?
That's the
That's the Optimal.
We only one rhythm game car again.
Yeah,
With me and Jordi driving.
so obviously it's
No, it's
quite scary for you to be seeing that.
not at all.
Yeah,
So it's just the two of you for this race, then?
Yes, it's a 6-hour race. We can handle that. We've done Mugello, which was an 8-hour race with just the two of us, and that went quite interesting.
That's
We were able to manage.
So did you do a 4-hour stint at once, or did you do split up into 2 stints of 2 hours, sort of thing?
Like what we usually do is drive 2 stints, which is roughly around 1 hour 20, something like that, and then the other driver takes over.
Oh, and that's a
no.
collision.
There.
And that looked as though that was tough as well. That was the other car involved.
You're shooting, man.
I'm trying to quite. That's just at the exit of the S's, so.
And it was
Oh,
tough.
It is.
It was, yeah. You see the two cars we were just watching battling in front of us, they've just gone past, so they'll be coming to the back of that Fina Vons that just went off, I believe, very
Obviously,
soon.
The pair of them actually recovering at the moment, with Toff having that disconnect from the lead and Schumann having what we can only believe to be a lap 1 incident that left him in the pits for a couple of laps.
Something like that, yeah. Oh,
Unfortunate
Jordi.
traffic through the spoon. You've got that LMH now of Toff. Is trying to cut back through. Obviously, an incident in the S's is not great when you're recovering from. Obviously, I believe it's last place in the LMH class currently.
Yeah.
With only 3 cars.
That was again. We had which team was it? That attempted to do the driver change during the warm up, and it's all gone a bit peaked on for them.
Optimal X Mirablo car, driven by Sanini and who else than Sopanen. Which is kind of ironic that this car is able to have this kind of incident, because it's not the first time that they are able to bend the rules in a way that it doesn't make sense.
Well, you could say it wasn't optimal.
No. Some would even say it wasn't optimal.
I was waiting for that joke, and I was waiting to tell you to be quiet. But yeah, I've just read the sort of communications about that number 3 optimal car. Not obviously.
That's another car that had a bit of trouble earlier, having a little disconnect. And now Jordi being stuck behind the Porsche.
It's just a Porsche. There's nothing. The stealth livery, maybe you could call that, but I'm not sure what that is exactly.
We've called it the stealth Porsche, the whole broadcast so far. The problem they have with the Porsche, they did a bit of funny stuff with the livery, and it doesn't load properly in the game. So their problem, therefore, is that it appears black when it really isn't. And if you get really close to that car, like zoom in or something, then you see the livery like behind the black shadow.
Yeah, because it seems to be black and grey, the car, with some sponsorship on the or stickers on the back of it, and that's all we can kind of see.
Yeah,
usually it's a white car. That's like the thing that amazes me. It's a white car that has a shadow on top of it for some reason.
A white car, but did they invert it accidentally? I don't actually understand how that's happened.
Bit of weird stuff with the livery designing. I had the same problem once in Automobilista when I did a livery for a DPI car, and the problem there was when putting in the alpha channel layer thing after it's finished delivery. when you put it in the wrong way, or forget to put it in, you have the same black shadow effect on it. Just quite weird. And as I said, if you zoom in or get really close to it, then you can see like the normal livery below the black shadow. Formula drift.
What a great save by Neto, going through the first part of the spoon, and I don't think that BMW is liking him right now.
Well, Neto was on pole by nearly a second, so we didn't quite catch what happened to Neto at the start. Possibly caught up in the lap 1 incident that we didn't see. But yeah, it just seems like we also saw a bit of a spin from Neto earlier, and just hasn't been the race that they potentially wanted in that car.
For sure not.
I've just been trying to work out what the GT3 on screen was there, because I don't recall seeing the McLaren in any race so far, so nice to finally see that out on track, personally.
Number 444 Dynamo Motorsports car, currently driven by Peter Schunemann, which I think has driven every race so far.
I was going to say, I remember commentating on McLaren's at Mugello.
Well, obviously we had the incident, if you want to call it that, at Abu Dhabi, where the McLarens just didn't work.
Yeah.
That was quite fun. So I haven't spent that much time since Abu Dhabi. I think it's my longest stint since then of commentating, so I just haven't seen it in that long. I think I only did an hour at Hockenheim, and that's been it so far.
Anyway, I've got to head off, but it's been great for the first hour, and I wonder how much longer it's going to be till Toff takes the lead.
Quite a while. We've got 2 laps to go for him, personally. But yeah.
So anyway, hopefully leaving you with a good rest of the race at Suzuka.
Thank you for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Cheers, see you guys.
Is he leaving? There we go, we can talk badly about him. That's Ryan first, everyone, leaving the commentary box. Was he with for qualifying as well?
Yes, he was.
Oh, okay, so...
What is this? Is this now the Ryan hate conversation? Or?
No, I have nothing against him. I just, obviously... Oh, that's an ambitious move!
Oh, Jordi! I've said it way too often to say.
I don't think Optimal is going to be too happy about that move, and if I was Jordi, I'd be giving that back on this straight, if not later on in the lap, because that was not the cleanest of moves, but after all, it's endurance racing, there's 5 hours to go, and driving like that isn't really necessary, but he's losing it now through turn 2. Anyway, speaking of this number 5, the number 72, when are you getting into the number 72?
When this stint is over.
Yeah, great. When is this stint over? Do you want to share?
Like 10 minutes.
Ah, okay, so...
It's usually roughly around 40 minutes stints. Major with the penalty. That'll be a major penalty.
It is quite major. It's a drive-through penalty for the number 50 LMH.
Yes. For the proof of the racing team car, because they had a major incident involving the Dynamo Motorsports 444 car, which results in a major drive-through penalty for the car driven by Major.
Good gosh.
Should I leave?
I have no words for you right now. It would be nice.
Nice? The 69 car? What?
No. Oh, goodness me.
God damn it. I have to get into the car and absolutely... Oh god.
Well, I'm here for the next 3 hours, and I assume that's about the length of your stint, so anything that happens will be criticizing you majorly.
Okay. Well, if you criticize me quite a lot, then we won't be at the sunset looking for the optimal commentary.
Are you
Yellow
what-
in S1.
Oh, have we got this glitch again? Where it's just, oh, this is going to be close. Never mind. But have we got the glitch again where it keeps saying that there's a yellow in Sector 1 when in reality there isn't? Also, Palma Fuentes in the 162 pitting from the lead.
Okay, we're in the Dodge Transport Racing M4 against the XRL M4. With their huge grills, they're able to sniff each other. I still don't know what BMW
I don't know why they're there. Yeah, it's a questionable design choice at the
This
very
car, Jordi! He really wants to get on my nerves. What is this camera angle? He really wants to get on my nerves today.
least. Yeah, he's testing your blood pressure and your.
Yeah. I shouldn't tell him that I'm commenting. I should just tell him that I'm, I don't know, AFK or something.
Yeah.
Maybe then he drives better.
He's trying to make sure that you're staying awake, obviously, for the duration of the 6 hours, getting the adrenaline pumping when he knows that we could lose out massively here. It's just not worth it to go for a move like that, obviously.
Not really no. The Cyberlinks car?
Wasn't that Cyberlink's LMP, I assume it was an LMP2, in front of the GT3 just a few laps ago, if not half a lap ago? Oh, and that's why.
That might be a reason. Huh? They have found the gap. If you
Yeah.
no longer go for the gap, he found it. Maybe
He
that's the
found
gap
it,
George
yeah.
Russell tried to find in Singapore.
Potentially, but that's an interesting line for the
And
for
low.
that car. I have no other words. It's all hands off. Navigating, that's 130R, right? Am I insane?
I don't know. I haven't really.
Oh no, 130R is the one
Savanish.
above, right?
Yes, I think. I don't know. I don't remember where that car was.
Suzuka.
That's
Trackman.
130R.
Yeah, that's 130R. The other one is Degner. I'm an idiot.
Okay.
Through the Degner curves.
Ooh.
Has he already been overtaken by that Ligier?
Watch me get into the car and then you won't see the car on the lifetime. So
That would be funny.
that will happen.
Guaranteed. Okay, anyway, the 66 leading. Oh, never mind. We cut back to 72. I'm pretty sure it's being catered to you just because you're inside the commentary box. We get to watch Yuri rise your blood pressure before you even get into the car.
Let me look on my smartwatch. It tells me that I have a pulse of 86.
I
So-
assume that's above resting for you.
No, it's quite normal.
Oh, there.
For some reason. But when I'm in the car, you can.
Oh, that was very close between the Fina Bond and the EP Lev, but we can get right back past the Ferrari. I assume that was the 162 of Fuentes. Still watching the battle between the 72 of Jordi Lowe's, Breeding Game Studios, and the 40, I don't know what it is, it's just a black car again. 40? It's the 40 car. It's no, but
Isn't it the Boy Transport Racing car?
I don't know. I should get race view open. That's a good idea.
Have fun trying that because it doesn't work. And he's
Does
through.
it not?
And Jordi's through.
Did the Boyd make a mistake, or did Jordi stand up?
I think Jordi just did Jordi things.
He's not. He's the Scuderia Morea. That's the stealth Porsche. But we're still going to call it the stealth
Porsche.
Porsche. Ah, yes, you are correct. It is the Boy Transport Racing.
Haha.
Can you tell I don't watch?
Nope. Yeah, Jody Lowe is trying the outside line around the corner. 1/10 going for the block.
That was
It's
very
Jenny
close.
from the block.
On the exit. This is quite questionable driving, quite risky, I might say, but the Boy Transport having to back off through 130R and towards the final corner, but this EP lab not going to get into the way. Otto!
Off again.
So I am so confused as to where and how that's happened. That's turn
There was
two.
turn two there.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
So
I lied to you, it wasn't.
I thought that was turn 2 as well.
No, it must be turn 2, no? No, it was turn 3.
But an interesting incident, and I'm quite confused as to how that's happened. Maybe it caught the curb and it just didn't react ideally. But not great. Put off once again with a one car. Losing it out as we see William Snowden with 3 Ls instead of 2. Making
Okay.
a bit of a save in turn 4. I only just realized.
Snowden.
William Snowden.
Okay.
William Snowden, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess for the next race I'll be, I don't know, Thomas with 20 M's.
Yeah, Thomas.
Yeah. Seems like something I would do.
Are you even allowed that many characters for your first name in RF2?
No idea.
Let's find out.
Well, I will leave you now because I'll get back to the driving part.
Yeah, maybe
Have fun
maybe
for the
it'll
rest
be
of the
better with that.
race, and maybe I'll be back later in the commentary booth.
Well, I won't, so.
See ya.
Thank you, Thomas, for your time. Thomas Rashka, everybody, the 72 reading game driver. Obviously getting his blood pressure raised by his teammate, driving him out and making some very, very interesting moves. But now we see Hugo Correa in the Boy Transport Racing, the 306, making a bit of a mistake through the spoon. But now Maxime Bolo, William Snowden, and Trishev. The auto director doesn't want to choose anyone. Remco Desir. His name is not English. I don't know why I even bothered saying that. Being a nice move, quite tight around the outside of that EP lab in the 71. But generally, going off track is not advised. In these events that we've seen, quite a few drivers go off track here at Suzuka, proving quite a difficult challenge with so many high-speed corners. But Remco now quite nicely at the back of William Snowden, heading towards the spoon thanks to the traffic caused by that stealth Porsche. I forget what team it was, but yeah, they are glitched for this race. But Remco now getting a good move, a good run even, through the spoon, and hopefully now able to make a move on William Snowden. And that's Stanislas Pajard and Scuderia Morea just before the spoon. He's gone into the wall, and I do have to wonder if he's got damage. He's going quite slowly. That might just be as a part of him recovering from that incident. Now Maxime Bolia through turn 2 quite cleanly. I believe he is on the back of the 139 of Perez, I believe it is. Second behind, and now, okay, no more battles. Remco Desir past Snowden as he comes into the pit lane. This is an interesting moment. That's Perez, Francisco Perez, the Fina Vond, maybe pushed off track by that Ferrari. through the S's, and he's going to make an ambitious move, and he almost was able to make it stick on Maxime Beaulieu, heading through the Degner curves, the second Degner, but no space for his car to go into as he makes a nice bit of sliding out of the hairpin, and that's quite unfortunate. I do believe if I was the Finavond team in this situation, I'll be reporting at whichever Ferrari that was. Actually, no. Still watching this battle between the two LMP2 cars as Peugeot comes into the pits after that incident at the spoon curve, so maybe he's got damage. Maybe he's just decided that his tires aren't fit for the fight anymore, as again Francisco Perez having a bit of issues on the traction, and I think Peugeot does have quite a bit of damage because he's still in the pit lane. Yeah, he's been stopped and he's losing quite a lot of time. He was in the lead and he's now almost an entire lap behind Dan Hayek in the number 3 Optiminal. They had a disconnect earlier on in this race. They lost about 5 laps, but they are back on track now, and they've got 4 laps to go for the next car. I can't tell you which it is. Harvey Shepherd, thank you, Auto Director, the Boyd Transport Racing, the number 40. Only a few laps ahead, I say a few. He's got 4 laps to go, so quite a long fight ahead for Dan Hayek. And again, we are back with the Finavond, who will be shortly overtaking his sister team car, and quite a nice and tidy overtake of the lapped car through hairpin. Maybe now we'll actually see a fight between these two, the Optiminal and Perez. 0.7 to go, both cars, and I wonder if Top is going to be able to unlap himself at least once from Peugeot, who presumably is still in the pit lane after his incident before the spoon. But I would assume he's able to, or he's at least able to get a large chunk of time, if not come on the same lap as Peugeot. There it is, he's just unlapped himself. So Toff to Major is only 1 lap from 2. So this is a great performance from Toff, keeping it on the road after his pit stop. And hopefully he's going to be having a bit more luck, as there you can see Peugeot still in the pit lane. So clearly quite a lot of damage from his crash as we watch Zamir Arshad for the EFA Racing team. And Maxime Beaulieu comes to the pit lane in the LMP2 class. And the what's it called? The reading game Motorsports now up into P3, but I assume they've got a pit stop coming soon as well. This 242 Cyberlinks Racing does seem to be getting in quite a few incidents with lapping cars now, as Peugeot coming out of the pits a lap to the leader. So Toff, now on the same lap as Peugeot, maybe has a fighting chance at higher points in the LMH class. This decision comes through. The 36 has got a warning for an unsafe rejoin, but no further action apart from that for the 36 after their incident, I assume earlier, with the 444 Finavond. And so it's Peugeot now making his way through the Degner curves and past whichever LMP2 that is, hopefully to try and catch up to Major in the number 50 LMH. Quite a while to go though. And I keep getting told exactly what car I'm watching when I say I don't know what it is. That's the Sunset Motorsport on board. The driver's eye through the spoon, braking about 50 meters and carrying quite a lot of speed. We're on the highest speed sections of the track, going all the way from the hairpin all the way to the final chicane. which famously was responsible for the incident in 19 something, late 1900s for Ayrton Senna, where he famously lost his championship for using the exit road. As I was sort of hoping that we would get a demonstration on how it would be used, but nothing today. We're coming up on the back of that's another McLaren, no, it's a Ferrari, for Bert Senna. We cut ahead to the sister team, the other Sunset Motorsport car, the 84 this time instead of the 85, chasing down Peugeot, but obviously not going to be able to make a move since it's a whole class ahead of him. I'm interested to know, however, the gap between Toff and Peugeot. We don't have relative gaps, I don't believe, or at least, no, those are relative gaps, so it's only a lap for Toff, which is quite good for him. Less time, more time for him to fight back to the lead. Obviously, 2 laps behind the leader, but he's got 1 lap to go until he can pass the 87 of Peugeot, and quite steady in his pace. No real issue. Yellow in sector 1. I don't know if this is a glitch or if there is genuinely a yellow in sector 1. Resistance, potentially. There is. So, interested to see if anything comes of, well, quite conveniently times the 242. Who's, I believe at least, responsible for pushing, I think it was one of the cars that was fighting Maxime Bollier earlier on in the race, or it might have been the man on screen, Zoltan Toff, who was able to make a move, or was not able to make a move even, having a bit of an incident with one of the LMHs. As here we go, this should be Thomas Rashka getting into the car for Reading Game Studios 72, and again watching the 66 of Scuderia Maria cut its way past, still leading quite confidently in the LMP2, 92 seconds to the car behind. As we see the 85, not the 84, come into the pit lane, and that was the other team, 84. Gaining time, actually, very slowly but surely on the 66, but I imagine they still have a pit stop to do for both cars. And now, I think with Maxime's earlier pit stop, he's going to be able to pass up into P4. He's able to pass this 139 on pit exit, as he is, and a second between those 2 cars. I'm interested to see this battle, if it's able to come up on screen. Trying to will it into existence, but the gap is only 2 seconds now. But everyone has pit. We got Perez, Vyalenko, Zero, and that is the Sliberlinks, the 242, off at turn 2, I think. That is, and very close rejoin, and a nice little impact, obviously not nice, impact into the wall, and obviously he's going to have a bit of damage, but there's your class leader, and that's no good for Toff. Contact between him and, what is this camera angle? I'd love to see the car in head, but it's one of the GT3s. It's had, was that a LMP? That's Maxime Bollier that has just had an incident with the something, the number 1. As we see the leader for LMP2, the pit for the Scuderia Maria. Juanma Fuentes, the man who was leading, well, never mind, I guess. I think Villalenko had a bit of a spin in the spool, maybe hitting a bump, but otherwise I can't really see a reason for that. And the other EP lab they're having quite a solid performance, only an hour and a half into this race, but they're both quite close together, and they're both getting steadfast pace. They're P3 and P2 respectively for the 162 and the 163. Here we go then, the battle that was happening before the pit stops, the 139 of wow, this auto director is really just trying to ruin us. Oh dear, over my hell going off, but we're back to the battle of Francisco Perez and Maxime Bolio. This was going on obviously before the pit stops. These camera angles are just awful. We got the EP Lab with the 162 EP Lab ahead of the two cars battling for LMP2. I think this is currently provisional P3 within the LMP2 class, if not provisional P2. Francisco Perez navigating the 162 quite cleanly and still not losing that much time. Maxime Bolio in the optimum. Missing out on quite a bit of this battle, but it was 2 seconds, 2 laps to go. Now down to 0.5 after pit stops. Maxime Bolio obviously going for a slight undercut. Benefited him now, but will it benefit him later on in the race? Watch the 66 sliding, obviously controlled through the Degner curves, Degner 1. I think he had a bit of oversteer in Degner 1 that looked quite nice in terms of pace, but I'm sure it won't be nice on his tyres, which he's obviously tried to keep alive for the rest of this race. Francisco Perez, he'll be hoping to get a good exit, and it looks like he has. Maxime Bolio trying to get a run to turn 1, but maybe not the best place to make an overtake. Definitely getting closer. We see a McLaren. This might get in the way for Maxime Bolio. He's getting pushed quite wide, but plenty space left for him. But Francisco Perez is going to lose out through the S's as this McLaren is now going to get into the way, and he's not able to find a way around. He's going to go down the inside, and there's not much space there. Never a good move. 36. I can't actually see which driver that is. Getting the amount of space, and he's just lost 1.8 seconds to Maxime Bolio, and I imagine Fina Rond won't exactly be too happy about that. Here we go, Jack Mayer in the purple LMH, trying to navigate his way through. All this lap traffic and continue to increase his gap, as again we've got Peugeot in the pit lane. This is a great opportunity for Toff now, as he's probably going to be able to unlap himself, put himself not quite on the lead lap, but on the lap of his next opponent, the 87. The Peugeot coming in for another pit stop after just a few laps after he came in for damage. That graphic is very misleading. There we go, 0.5 slower for the 66, trying to catch the 84. Mert up to get. Obviously, after pit stops, that's not really quite the best graphic, but here we go. Asia getting past the 84 quite clean, and hopefully, well, I say hopefully, it doesn't matter to me, the 84 won't be affected too much as a result of this, only losing 2 tenths, but he's still got traffic ahead of him. He's still got a lapped LMP2 car, and he's still got the BMW, I think that's the XRL, to contend with. It's quite nicely done. Like the GT3, I think there was a bit of contact. Back of the Dennis Bank Sunset Motorsport car. I imagine they won't be, or is that, what am I watching? Which car am I watching? I don't even know which car I'm watching anymore. We're watching the 66 even. So there's a bit of contact to the Maria. I've been misled, but we've got seconds. Major navigate. I don't think he's navigated just yet. Oh, that's contact. Go Perez. able to capitalize, getting past the Cyberlinks, but is he able to get past Maxime Beaulieu? No, he is not, but through the spoon, probably going to have a better run after that contact from Maxime Beaulieu with the Cyberlinks, and I think that's the lap car, which is the worst part of Maxime Beaulieu. We didn't get to see who was at fault, but I don't think that Optimnal, again, is going to be too happy about that. But this looks like a great opportunity. He's got 10 kilometers faster on the straights, 5 tenths, and a good exit for Francisco Perez. Now, I think time on the straight, not going to be able to make a move into turn 1, but is going to be significantly closer to the Optimnal Motorsports, as this still the fight for provisional P3, provisional P2 on track. Going quite smoothly, apart from that contact with the left car, and it's not been great in terms of lapping cars around Suzuka. Many contacts and many inconvenient timings. We saw that for Perez. During the S's, he ran onto the back of one of the McLarens, or the Ferraris. That wasn't very ideal, as we see a new fastest LMP2 lap time set by Bence Horath, trying to catch Mert Kopteget in the Sunset Motorsports. As yellow in Sector 1 did easily, and I assume this was our yellow. I probably just went off track. Hopefully we can cut back to the battle for the lead in LMP2. Kopteget in the Sunset Motorsports and Bence Horath, in the Scuderia Marea, heading towards Degner now. It's going to be decently close. This battle in 2 seconds now, all the way to 0.2 and 1.7 seconds faster. Last lap for the Scuderia Marea. With that pace, he's probably going to have no issue making this overtake. As it goes for the move down the inside and is helped nicely by the traffic going wide, and got the EP lap on the inside, but 2 tenths between these two cars, and he almost got the move done. Bence Horath, the hairpin, but now he still has to make the move, as we got lap traffic ahead as well. This might just help both of them. It might help Bence by giving Kopteget traffic and general slower lines. You see him getting washed out in 5 kilometers an hour faster, heading towards the final chicane, and this traffic definitely isn't helping Kopteget. He's losing time. Bence with 0.3 as we head down the straight, and this is going to be an interesting turn 1, because Mert obviously is going to want to pass the slower car, and so is Bence. Is this going to help either of them, as now Bence is going to be making the move on an unideal line, and he's going to make the move down the inside with a bit of contact, and they do touch, and this is free wide to turn 2. And they are alongside, but it looks like Bence has got the move done on the Sunset Motorsports car, definitely assisted by that traffic, and I don't exactly think that Sunset Motorsports are going to be too happy about that. If I was them, I definitely wouldn't be, with the traffic getting in the way of both of them, and an unideal line on the outside of turn 3. But still, they must continue, and Francisco Perez a bit further back in P5 and P4. The battle still goes on. Conveniently timed cut through 130R and 0.4 between them as we head to the braking zone. And all they need now is, as shown by the lead battle, I was about to say, is a bit of traffic, as the Sunset Motorsports trying to fight back towards the spoon. Not the ideal line, trying to get past the Scuderia Marea. But hopefully now, able to get a better run out of the spoon, even though he hasn't got the best line. And as you can see, he is gaining time. He's gained just a 10th along this straight, and maybe looking for a move past 130R. No, he's going to lift, just to make sure he doesn't go a bit too wide and potentially onto that outside curb, which I've seen quite risky. But he's going to get a good exit by the looks of it out of the final corner, hoping to make a move. into turn 1. But once again, it seems like most of these moves are going to be made based on traffic. But that's Flipstream. Very powerful for the Sunset Motorsports car. He's going to look for the inside into turn 1. 2 cars side by side into turn 1. Never a good idea. And got to get wiser. Doesn't go for the move. Loses time, obviously, but there's 4 hours and 20 minutes left in this race. Never a good idea to throw it all away. Especially when it's for a battle so close that backing out doesn't lose you that much time. Especially in the grand scheme of things, but still watching the Sunset Motorsport car as it seems that the 139 of Francisco Perez has backed off from the battle with Maxime Beaulieu. As Toff now at the fastest lap in LMH and the overall fastest lap while he's trying to catch Simon Pajard, who now... Oh, that's wide for the Scuderia Marea, and this is going to give the Sunset Motorsports Cup to get another good run heading into Spoon. He might just be able to get this move done this time, especially if he doesn't get it done now. He'll get it done into 130R, but onto the grass, and probably not too happy about that. Not enough space left for him, but obviously still a while to go, and moves like that are not to be made. 0.5 toward 130R, and closed quite nicely. 2 tenths, and closing even more. 2 tenths again for Mert Kopp to get through the braking zone. Looks like a better line, and he might actually be able to get this move done. We saw it at 0.3 last lap. He's got it again, but maybe he might actually be able to get this move done. Heading towards turn 1. He's gaining, and the outside has been left, and he's going to try it, but again, backing out, but he goes for the inside into turn 2. And it's almost contact, but nicely avoided by both cars. Still, he's a lot closer this time, actually. Through the S's, he might be looking to make a move into Degner 1 if he gets a good exit here, as we get a yellow in Sector 2. I don't think we'll cut to that. Might see a replay of that later on. The yellow in Sector 2 is still there, so this, he might run into that, but we've got blue flags. I think it's the EP Lab. Oh, and Kopp to get trying absolutely everything in his power to try and get around, but not the best exit out of Degner 2, and he's going to catch traffic quite perfectly through the hairpin, so no good exit as there's almost contact once again. Ben Sorvath perhaps not as confident on the brakes through the hairpin. A great exit for Kopp to get towards the Spoon, and no attack this time, so he might actually be able to stay close enough to Ben Sorvath. 0.3 last lap. We saw him gain 0.3 on this straight alone, heading towards the final chicane. Maybe he can make the move back on the Scuderia Marea. 1/10 at the end of the straight. He's looking down the inside of 130R, but he's not going to go for it. Getting washed out onto the outside curb of 130R, but maybe he's going to set himself up for a good exit. Quite close on the inside, taking a good line with 0.4, so not close enough. We've seen, but it might just be able to get him right on the back of the Scuderia Marea, maybe to make a move into Degner or the hairpin, but definitely still potential. And Kopp to get obviously not out of it, but it's probably not helping him that he's killing his tires out in the somewhat dirty air, the turbulent air. The area Marea getting washed out through these corners. He's killing his tires, presumably, by doing it, but this is good. The McLaren of the Fina Vond nicely out of the way, but slowing Benz down a little bit, and hoping, obviously, that the Cyberlinks could steer, because it looked like he hadn't until the last second where he pulled out the slide there, but Kopp to get 0.5 behind, probably looking to make it all back towards the Spoon, and underbraking here, as we've seen he's made before. 0.35 this time around. Maybe seeing a move made this lap. Probably not going to go for anything to the Spoon. He's going to prioritize his exit to 130R. And as you can see, 0.2 and not a great exit for the Scuderia Marea. He's going to be able to close this gap right up now. Maybe we could be seeing a move either through 130R or toward the final chicane. Tries to pull out of the turbulent air, but close now. Benz Horvath and looks for the inside, can't find it. Right on the back, and he's sliding, and that is not good. Lost a bunch of time, 0.5 Benz. So maybe an ambitious move, losing him a bit of time and really not helping his tires at all. Not helping his chances at all either. But this is the battle now between Eliseo Neto and Nikos Papamichail. EP Lab versus XRL 0.4. I don't think the slipstream is quite as strong, and perhaps that Ferrari a bit faster on the straights as we cut to a totally random car. And now the battle for the lead once more in LMP2. Hope to get back on the back of the Scuderia Marea. We're lapping cars, and the Stealth Porsche ahead through the Degnas. This is going to back up the Scuderia Marea, and Concept Motorsports looking for a move on the inside into Degna 2, but finding the Stealth Porsche on his outside front left wheel. That's not going to be helping him at all. Maybe a bit of damage to the Sunset Motorsports car. Not as close as he has been in previous laps. Maybe we won't be seeing a move this lap either. And he might just be staying back, trying to get a better exit, trying to play the long game, applying pressure to the Scuderia Marea and just waiting for his prey to make a mistake. Obviously, sitting back and waiting for something to happen. Heading towards 130R, he's got the slipstream once more. Let's see if he can get such a good run that he got last lap. It looks like he's trying for the inside. I can't really tell by this camera angle, but he's right on the back of Benz Horvath, and once again tries for the inside. There's a bit of contact. Nothing too serious. He might have a bit of damage though, but 0.4 now. We've seen him further than this get super close to the back of Benz Horvath. Let's see, with the closer gap, how much he can gain, and it doesn't seem like it's just as much as other laps, so maybe damage for both Benz and Kopteget, or just not the greatest of exits thanks to that contact heading through the chicane. Through S's turn 3 and turn 4 quite close on board with the 84, and we've got a yellow in sector 1, and that presumably is ahead of these two cars. Nothing just yet, and 0.2 as we head to Degna 1, and potentially we could be seeing a move this time around into the hairpin. Mert Kopteget quite eager to get past the Scuderia Marea. He's been trying the past 4 laps to make a move wherever he possibly can, and we could be seeing it here. He tries for the inside, but the gap closes. There's contact, but he's just going to go for it. They're side by side heading towards the spoon. Kopteget on the outside, and he's going to have to back off a little bit through 200R and hope for a better run into the spoon, but and they touch. I think that could be on the Marea, but both of them spun round, and off having to avoid him, and I think we've seen Kopteget lose a further position, or was that a car unlapping himself? I think that was a car unlapping himself, but that's never good for Mert Kopteget, and contact like that, I'd assume they'd be reporting that. I couldn't tell who's at fault for this incident, but I am quite sure that was on the Scuderia Marea. But I think there's another battle brewing up in LMP2. Remco de Zieu, as we cut to it, on the back of Francisco Perez, who was just a few laps ago attacking Maxime Beaulieu, now under pressure by Remco de Zieu. 0.2. He might get a run through 200R just after the hairpin into the spoon, and it's sliding for Francisco Perez. Maybe he's pushed his tires a little too much while he's trying to chase Maxime Beaulieu, and now could be suffering the consequences as Remco de Zieu on the back, on the bumper. Francisco Perez through the spoon. They're catching the EP lap traffic. I think that's a 163. Perfectly timed, both of them. This is good. Remco de Gier, great run on Francisco Perez, shown the side of the track, and they were side by side through 130R, but I imagine Remco's not going to be too happy about that. Pushed wide by the Fina 1, heading towards 130R. And I think there's probably contact there, forcing him off the track, but Francisco Perez doing the right thing and letting Remco pass, as I do personally believe. But yeah, there was contact there, and trying to ensure no penalty for himself. Quite smart. Self-preservation, probably more important than position sometimes, especially when it's something like that, which would easily get you a drive-through penalty if reported, especially if it is your fault, pushing another car off track. On board with Francisco Perez, probably now trying to get back at Remco de Gier, but losing time through the S's. His tyres probably not where he wants them to be at this point in the race, and I wish I could tell you which compound he's on, but I can't. I don't think race view works. Yeah, it doesn't. Race view is not working for me, but I thought that was Francisco Perez. No, this is just a GT3, but a similar liveried car. And this is the battle again between Alessio Neto and Nikos Papamahale. Neto might be going for a move here. Tries the outside, tries the inside. Bit shaky under braking. He goes wide, but this might be the better exit that he needs to get past Papamahale heading towards the spoon. But I think he broke a bit too late, and not an ideal line at all, not even for exit. 0.4 all the way back from 0.1. Through the spoon, keeping it tidy. Both cars looking to keep themselves alive. 4 hours remaining, and if I'm not wrong, it's Tom Dillon in next. Currently, he is P6 in the 485 reading game. Is that the reading game? I think that's the reading game. 6th in the reading game studios. Car. Is it? It might not be. Might be wrong. Do not listen to me. I don't know the numbers. I don't know the cars. B? One of the cars. P2. Getting past both of these GT3 cars. The battle for P3 at the minute. Heating up quite nicely as Alessio Neto not finding his braking point, finding the curb, bottoming out a little bit, but Papamahale an even greater slide, losing time. Oh, this is great for Remco de Gier. He's managed to catch up to Bolio as well. After the battle and passing Francisco Perez, well, passing, being let past, and that's an EP lab going off the circuit. That's Papamahale. Well, I wonder if there was contact or if there was just a mistake that he made. Obviously, we're not going to see it, but I hope we cut back to Remco de Gier and Maxime Beaulieu. That rhymes nicely, doesn't it? Through 130R, they've got traffic, and I think Remco is going to try the inside, but the stealth Porsche is there, and this is... I don't know what I just watched, because we've got the stealth Porsche, obviously, but the United Racing and Optimal cars were both held up, because he brakes way too late into the chicane, and losing both of them a bit of time, and this is going to allow Francisco Perez, who just a few laps ago lost the position to Remco de Gier, into this battle. So now, what was just a 2-car battle becomes a 5-car battle. And Scuderia Maria 87. Peugeot, again, not great for him. They've got a 10-second stop-and-go penalty, 87, for a major collision and careless driving while lapping slower classes. And this must have been quite recent. The 163, and that's Papa Mahale. I don't know how recently lap 42 happened, but that's a drive-through penalty, a 10-second stop and go for the 87 Simon Bajard, and this is great for Toff. He's going to be back into P2 in 4 hours to go. He's going to be able to make great advantage of this, but we've got Remco de Jeu on the back of Maxime Beaulieu, this free car battle for 4th. Francisco Perez hoping to capitalize at least for 1 position. Remco de Jeu right on the back of Maxime Beaulieu, heading towards 140R. He's got the speed advantage. He's got the line. He's entitled to space. And now he's going to make probably what's quite an easy move on newer tyres. And a great setup, but not great for Maxime Beaulieu, losing time. And now overtaken by Francisco Perez as well. And that's a lapped car behind them, but the 3 of them, Remco de Jeu, was in 6th, now in 4th, is looking to pull away from this pack, but Perez isn't going to let it happen that easily. He's got Maxime Beaulieu on the back of him, and the Finavond gets in his way. And he's avoiding action through turn 2. He's gone wide, and he's lost the position. Oh, to Maxime Beaulieu. Never mind, he's fighting it through turn 3. And that's the other Optimal looking to get in on some of this action as well. Finally passing that Finavond, which was causing him so many issues, and we got the Cyberlinks also in the way of these in the GT3 through Degnawan. He's currently in an Optimal sandwich, but Maxime Beaulieu making a mistake going wide through Degnawan. Perez manages somehow, I don't know how, to find a gap on the inside. Gliding through the hairpin, he hasn't got the grip to afford this, but neither has Maxime Beaulieu. Both of them pitting just a few, probably about half an hour ago. They were fighting just a few laps earlier for P4. Now it's the fight for P5 as Remco de Jeu 4.5 seconds in the distance, just a lap after overtaking Maxime Beaulieu. This is the battle for P5. Both cars on old tyres, both cars needing to pit very soon. It's not ideal for either of them. And even worse for Maxime Beaulieu, Toff is now looking to get through. But here we go. Pajal serving this 10-second stop and go penalty, I assume, or he's just taking a pit stop. They still have this outstanding penalty from lap 42 for a 10-second stop and go, and that's Toff. He's now got past Pajal. That is greatly ideal, but this isn't ideal. This is Maxime Beaulieu. No, it's not. It is, sorry. This is Maxime Beaulieu going wide, spinning in turn 2. And now Francisco Perez trying to navigate his way around. I think that's the reading game car. Trying to navigate his way around and almost pushing the other Optimal car. That's the number 3. I believe it's being driven by Dan Hayek, who was in 11th last time we saw it. But 4 seconds after that mistake by Maxime Beaulieu, going wide at turn 2 and spinning onto the inside of turn 2 once again. But Francisco Perez quite confidently ahead, even though he might not be on the best tyres, but as a result of that traffic, now 9 seconds behind Remco de Jeu, and Remco de Jeu making great pace on what I can only assume are new tyres, especially with his amazing pace. But we've got Pajal. Don't be fooled by the timing tower saying he's still in the pits. That's him right behind these two MP2 cars on screen, passing the Optimal and maybe passing the Finavond in the final chicane. Definitely not through 130R. Nowhere close enough, but the Optimal fighting by the looks of it. Pajal through 130R, but not no reason to be fighting that LMH significantly quicker. We're heading towards turn 1, and he's going to catch that stealth Porsche quite soon. This is Mert Koptgen. I can only assume he has pit after that battle with the 66 of Horvath, but he's got 1.8 to go to the ether of Nick Westy, and probably trying to make time on Horvath in the front, trying to get back up to where he once was. He fought for the lead, he lost the lead, and he's now trying to get back. Pushing quite hard, 0.5 just through 200R and the spoon, trying to get that P2 back from the Nick Westy in P2. In LMP2. And the leader of GT3 in the pits for 40 seconds, 50 seconds now. Hands over his lead to Juanma Fuentes in the 162 EP lab. And now Alicio Neto passing just a bit further ahead in the XRL, but under pressure by these two LMP2s to get out of the way, and Nick Westy hoping it's done in a timely and easy fashion. Nicely done. Clean through turn 3, and he probably now is going to benefit if Mert Koptgen gets held up a little bit by the GT3, the M4, the BMW of Alicio Neto. Quite cleanly done, no contact. 1.3 to go. Mert Koptgen heading towards Degna 1. He's looking, obviously, to make time, and he is making time. But losing time like that, the lap traffic, never ideal, and it might just look like he's ready to make a move very soon here on the fresher tires, on brand new mediums, by the looks of it, or I can't tell if those are softs. But now heading towards Spoon, 0.9 with the grip advantage. This is looking quite ideal for Sunset Motorsports, who I believe they had an incident with Horvath, which resulted in them needing to pit for 0.7. Now after Spoon through 130R, this might just be Mert's chance to get past the EERC Racing team, the ERT, at the end of the straight. 0.4 to go then, as Nick Westy peels into the pits, making it quite easy for Koptgen to get past, as I think there was a little touch of the barrier. Getting into the pit lane there, and I think Tom Dillon's still out on track. He should be joining me very soon. We're just waiting for him to finish his stint. Remco de Jure, I think there, gaining on Nick Westy, who is in the pits, and Remco de Jure coming into the pits similarly. This is Alicio Neto. This is the car trying to catch the 162 EP lab. 10 seconds to go. He navigates the final S's, and quite nicely held for the XRL Motorsports. We saw him in a bit of a fight with Papa Michael earlier on, and ended by contact for Papa Michael, not caused by Alicio Neto, but caused, I can only assume, by the Scuderia Maria 87, which is Peugeot, currently third in class for the LMH, and on screen, Zoltan Toff, who's disconnected at the start of this race, trying to make time back and trying, hopefully, to get back onto the lead lap. 2 laps to go and 4 hours just about to make it happen. But just on pace alone, he's going to need to gain quite a lot of time each lap, hopefully, through the pit stops as well, to try and catch up to Mayer in the 50 in the lead of LMH, and Tom Dillon coming into the pit lane, so maybe He'll be joining us very soon. As we got Maxime Beaulieu also in the pits. This is Hugo Correa, Boyd Motorsport. He's gets a relatively clean race so far, as we got to Juan Mahuentes, who is being chased by Alicio Neto. The gap last lap was 9.5. Sorry, 10.5. It's now down to 9.5. This is the driver swap that's just happened. Remco de Joux was in that car. Now he has swapped for Contaguris. And I'm really hoping that Tom does hop in here, because I'm dying for a drink, because I've been talking for the past hour and I didn't think to pick up any form of refreshment, so more for me for that. But Emre Altuntas in the other Sunset Motorsport, the 85, obviously wasn't fighting for the lead, but still quite solid. P5 with Nick Westy ahead, 49 seconds, or also known as one pit stop to go between catching Westy in the 46. Quite a while to go, but quite solitude on his own, but comfortable through 130R, and he's in sector 3, and I think he's pretty much on his own. No one ahead of him, as far as I can see, but I can only see what you can see on the screen, which isn't that much. And it looks like he has. Tom has left the car, so he should be joining us very soon. There's no battles on track currently. Everyone quite nicely spaced out, or at least as we can see from the timing screen, only the top 7 shown on the timing screen, and I think there's 11 in LMP2. I can't tell you how many are in GT3, but there's definitely more than 7. So from the timing screen, no battles. Everyone's about 15 to 40 seconds for the next car. And apart from Toth and Peugeot, no one is on the same lap in LMH. And majorly ahead and quite comfortable in the 50 car, only having to bring it home for the next 4 hours. I think. Okay. That's fine, but that's Ahmed, who's just got into the car, the 485 Hunter Birch Simulation Reading Game Studios car, as I've been directed to say. The full name. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's the 11, and that might just be a disconnect, or we're just watching a car in the pit lane. I think that's the answer. There's clearly been a disconnect there for the Team Germany. And this is Zoltan Toth, still trying to move his way up back into the lead. Here we go, Dominic Major, full throttle racing, comfortable, and nothing to worry about. As long as he doesn't put it into the wall, he looks quite secure where he currently is, the full throttle racing team. And I think just one lap after the Reading Game Studios car pit, they're now coming back in. So that spin, obviously, causing damage for the car, and this is never going to be ideal, having to pit twice within 2 laps. And another car that's pit, the 480, not the 485, the 85, the regular 85 this time. And we're supposedly watching Stanislaus Peugeot get past both the GT3 and an LMP2 on the straight, nice and clean, nothing to worry about. But what he does have to worry about is the 25 seconds it is yet to pick up to get back at Toth, who only got ahead realistically, so the 10 second stop and go for this Gary Maria 87 car. We're now watching Francisco Perez cut back. This auto director, if it is auto director, is getting on my nerves a little bit. Cutting to everyone that I'm trying to talk about. But here we go. Stanislav Bajard. And now Peter Schoenmann in the Finavond. It just cuts to everyone, but since there's no battles on track, it's not really interesting to watch, and it's not going to particularly select anyone. The Boyd Transport, I can't really say much for their race, but they've obviously kept it clean. 13 seconds to go to the number 2. We're back to Peter Schumann now. I don't understand this auto director, if it is auto director. It's being lapped. That's interesting, I suppose. There's the it doesn't even show it. There's the Cyberlinks, the 242 going off track at the spoon, but I do not understand, to be totally honest with you. I will complain about it, and that yellow, I think, was a bit delayed. No, yeah, Ahmed back out onto the track. His time in the pit lane after a bit of a off-track excursion. Here we go. It's just, right. It's just switching to absolutely everyone. It's not even. I'm trying to talk about someone, and then it switches to the other car. And then when I go to talk about the other person, it switches back to the car I was just talking about. And it's impossible to make any continuous string of commentary when it's just switching, and it just to spite me now, it stays on one car for a while. This is Tawhid Ahmed. What? He's hitting the wall towards 130R. I think maybe he had a technical issue there, but he hit the wall, and this is never ideal, as now he's got suspension damage and almost takes the Cyberlinks with him through the fastest part of the track, 130R, but I'm not quite sure what I'm watching here. He's got damage, and I think he's just trying to get it home. This is absolutely not ideal for the 485 as he comes into the pit lane, the 3rd lap in a row. Losing time each time he does it, so I do wonder if there's a technical issue here, but here we go. Alicio Neto catching Juanma Fuentes, and that's the Cyberlink. Or is that this? I don't know who that is. Going off at the hairpin. Yeah, it was the Cyberlinks. I'm correct. Of Matvey Khrushchev. Spinning at the hairpin, and P6 a lap behind his teammate in the 241. And we cut back to Alicio Neto, who's being passed by the LMH leader and the overall leader of Maya. In the 50 car, who's had a clean race, but Toff into the bits. He has been for 40 seconds or so. Sorry, excuse me, I am stretching. Back behind Bajard, Stanislas Bajard, who obviously hasn't had the best of races, but a pit stop this long does not seem usual. But we are watching Alicio Neto, who's gained 1 second in the past lap, and we're getting yellow in sector 1, and it's staying up, so yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if it's a glitch anymore. I just don't know what's going on with the timing screen. I can't say it's consistent to what's happening on the circuit, but Neto, 4 seconds to Juanma Fuentes, the 162. You see on your screen now being lapped by Copterget, the 84. Oh no, that's the 85. The sister car for that Sunset Motorsports team. But Horvath, 0.3 after his pit stop behind Copterget, so that undercut worked quite nicely, and it'd be great if the auto director would cut to this now. They're 0.4 apart, but no, instead it cuts to 63-second gap. Gosh. Oh, this is Neto catching up to Juanma Fuentes. I still don't we still don't see what I want to see, which is the 66 and the 84 battling in LMP2. Please? Hello? No? Okay, we're watching Alicia Neto try and catch up just through 130R. Yeah, 3.4 to go for him. Catch up to Juanma Fuentes after pit stops. Fuentes just came into the pits, I can only assume. The reason why this gap is so close at all, but it would be really great if we could see this LMP2 battle. It's the 485 of Reading Game Studios. Still in the pit lane, so maybe technical issues for them. We're 7th now, nowhere to be seen on our timing screen. Finally. Oh no! That is not good. I don't know who that is. I can't tell if that was... That's probably the 163 had that contact, but that's not ideal at all for Pepper Mahale, who perhaps earlier... Rather considerable crash. Yes. So Dan, it is me. 0.4. Go. It was 0.6. Maybe a bit of a mistake for Bent's Horvath, the 66 and 84 back at it again. They were battling a few laps earlier, and now starting to find that they are coming close again. And I swear that yellow in Sector 3 is delayed, and that was for the 163, because there was no yellow when the 163 went into the wall, but you know what? I can't with this timing screen. It's fine. But the Scuderia Maria making quite nice pace, but up to get, obviously, as we've seen, has the advantage on the straights, about 0.3 of a second just on the main straight alone, so Bent will have to make his time up through the fast corners if he wants any chance of getting P1 on track. And that's no good. That's Stanislas Peugeot off the circuit. Just going to keep losing him time. 3 laps now. He was on the lead lap a few laps ago, and it's all gone downhill. The Scuderia Maria 87. They were doing quite favourably until they got a penalty, and I think we've got a new penalty through. For the 306, the Boyd Transport Racing 306, lap 53. They've got a drive-through. And same just a few laps earlier, Sunset Motorsports 85 ignored blue flags for an extended period, and they've now also got a drive-through penalty, and that's Ben Horvath in the pit lane. I suppose they're just on very alternate strategies, but that was... They're just losing time. This is very unfortunate, because after that incident, they've gone from P2 and they're now on track down to P3. They've obviously got the 306, who's now serving their drive-through. Amount of damage is just not ideal, as we see Daniel. I'm not even going to bother with trying to pronounce that. I'd rather just be happy, Daniel. If you do end up watching this, I would rather not mispronounce your name, but also if you do watch this, send me a message, Alex Hawks,
5
on Discord,
4
telling me how to pronounce
3 2 1 code 80, code 80.
But I'll do my best. I'm watching the 163 driver's eye.
The 163
code
car,
80.
you must come in and
Everyone's
fix
quite
your damage
slow.
this lap.
I think we've got a code 80, which is great for Stanislas Peugeot, who's now coming into the pit lane. And I do believe we've got a code 80 here.
Remember, you
Just
must be
trying
in
to work
first
out
gear on the code
what it's
80.
for. Is it for the 163? It's just losing time? I'll have a look. nothing in the race director communications. I can't tell you what's going on track, but everyone getting a nice free pit stop because of this code 80. Penalty for snow. Oh, this is just the entire thing's delayed. That's why. We've got a code 80, and that is the 306. They've just served their drive-through penalty. I think they've also got a free pit stop. Code 80. Just looking at the score. Obviously, in the pit lane, it might be for the 163. He was going slowly. Otherwise, I just don't know. I think we just saw the reading game. Pit lane. But I do not know. Yes, we did. I just had to watch it back. They were having issues, and they're now back out on track. Probably a few laps behind. Gonna get a decently free pit stop. I think he misses the pit box. Oh wait, no, this is Ben Horvath coming into the pit lane.
We're back
Another
to
free
green
pit
in
stop
10
to
seconds.
him, obviously under code 80. But we've got a
5,
driver
4,
in
3,
the leading 84,
1,
Cork
green
Mazda,
flag.
in the Sunset Motorsports on your screen as we're speaking, and I think we've just left code 80. It's great, but it'd be even nicer if the graphic changes to represent that. As I say that, it happens. But this is Cork Mazda now. Just trying past that traffic. And this is the Ether Racing team. 46. They've passed Olaf in the pits. And they are currently chasing down nobody. I can't tell you who is ahead of them, because our timing screen just doesn't work like that, and I can't check on RaceView because RaceView doesn't work. At least for me. This is the Cyberlinks, Daniel. I'm still not trying to pronounce that final surname. Cyberlinks. They're going quite smoothly, currently in the lead, and there's a lot of people in the pit lane. Schönman, Moltzer, Papa Mahale in the 163, and I do believe the code 80 was for the 163, but I still don't see what it was for, apart from that contact which left them spinning just before the chicane. And here we go, Bentz in the 66, Scuderi Maria out of the pits, 37.5 seconds to go, and on the same pit strategy now as the 84. So all of the time to the leader is on track. So he's got 11 seconds to go to P2, and then from there, he'll probably have about 25 seconds to go. And here we go. The 71, the United Racing team. This got past the number 2 just a few laps ago. Got a new penalty decision, I believe, and it's going to be a lap 61 incident, a drive-through penalty for the 485. On screen now, Tawhid Ahmed. It's just not ideal at all. The Hotbird Simulation Reading Game Studios Racing. Yeah, hardly ideal at all. As we cut to Tim Snowden, the other car involved in that incident. They've just served a drive-through penalty, and I'm sure they'll be happy to see another being handed out. Probably not to one of their rivals, but to a car nonetheless. It's Alexander Moltsev, the other Flyberlinks Racing, P6 versus his teammate, who is in P1. And it seems like there's a great obsession with switching between cars when I'm talking about them, but yeah, I won't complain too much. This is Thomas Rashka. He was in the box just an hour ago, commentating about his team and probably complaining just a little bit about Jordi Lowe's, his teammate, raising his blood pressure, making a few very, very tight moves on teammates. But this is Contreras on the back of Francisco Pires through sector 3 of the track into the hairpin. This is for the P4. Pires obviously was fighting not too long ago with the 71 and the number 2-4. And the number 2 lost quite significantly, 52 seconds. And it was saying 72, so I don't know where they've just managed to find 20 seconds. But I'll only assume that there was an error with the timing screen. But here we go, a great run for Contreras out of Spoon. He's going to be all over the back of Pires. And now into 130R, he's got the outside line and he's going to be trying to get it done, but no space there and no point trying to go 2 cars wide through 130R. It just doesn't work. He might be looking again to get a good exit as Pires gets quite the opposite, and this is going to be a great run now towards turn 1, takes the outside line at the final corner, and quite good for him. He's got the outside line into turn 1, but we've seen it hasn't worked before, and there's contact. The United Racing Team is 71 going wide, but I don't think the 139 with Pires, they're not going to be too happy about that, and the Fina Vond, and I don't think I would be either. They got touched by the 71, they went wide, and now they've lost the position. And I would say, honestly, it's the responsibility of Contreras to either take a penalty for that or give that position back. But based on the delta, it doesn't seem like he's going to give that one back. So it's probably going to have to go to the stewards. I'm interested to see what they think about that. And it's currently 4:30, so hopefully we'll be seeing Joshua Birch join us sometime soon. And that's a netcode moment, I think, unless... Where has the 87 LMH gone? Have they retired, or are they just... What? I assume they've retired. But this is the EFA Racing in P2. Nick Westy being chased by Bence Horvath. It was 11 seconds just a few laps ago, down to 2.2. He's making good pace. 35.2 still to go to the leader. That's more, but Westy is losing time to Horvath, and Horvath now getting caught up by the McLaren. I believe that's the Fina Vond McLaren. No, it's not. Or is it? I don't know. And frankly, I'm sure I will be corrected, but Westy probably looking to defend his position from Horvath. Bence Horvath behind now 1.9. It's making great time on Westy now, trying just to get back to P2 and hopefully start fighting to get back into the lead. Here we go. This might be a battle between the Boyd Transport Racing of Harvey Shefford and the 85 of Aluntas, the other Sunset Racing, as we cut away to Bence Horvath chasing the 46 of Westy. 1 second to go for him. And I think I've made my complaints known enough. Harvey Shefford is... That's how they are currently complaining to the race director. And hopefully someone joins me soon, because my throat is really starting to hurt. .6 now for Benson Horvath as Westy continues to lose time throughout the entirety of the track, and I would honestly say this is going to be quite an easy move for Bent's heading towards Degner. He's going to go for the inside. He's going to make the move stick, and he's done it quite cleanly. No issues there, I think. Now he's going to try and push all the way to Koopmeiser, but in his chase of Nick Westy, he's in 36 seconds instead of 34. So even further to go on the same amount of pit stops. But still, I say this, there's 3.5 hours to go. 3.5 hours where that 36 seconds may well become a retirement for the 84. Now, I'm not a firm believer in commentator's curse, but hopefully that doesn't happen. For the 84, they've drove spectacularly and they've just been lucky with their pit stops and the timing of the Code 80, which happened about 10 minutes ago, I believe, for the 163, who is now being driven by Sarikas. Was being driven by Mikhail Papamihal. Is it Mikhail? No, I just know it's Papamihal. For his last name, and this is Francisco Pires, who just lost time, and Contiguras getting past. Quite controversially, you might be able to argue, through virtue of a crash into turn 2, sorry. According to the timing screen, there's nothing happening, and I do think that the 87 has retired. And yeah, it's so in the race director communication channel, quite funny, that everyone else, Disney is not driving, but according to his team, he is. And they've now got a DNF. They've just disconnected from the server, but this is wild. It's obviously not great for the 87. You just haven't had the best of races so far. Now seeing 3 of the GT3, the EP Lab, the Fina Bond, and the Cyberlinks. 2 Ferraris and McLaren navigating their way, hopefully, towards high positions. 9.5 for Benjamin Reinhardt in the Fina Bond. I don't know which EP Lab that is ahead. Way. They are chasing someone. Unless that's the 241 Cyberlinks, they're all chasing someone. Okay, so this 241 is the leader. I probably would expect that is the leader, since this flaps Davros. Yes, that's the 163, and that was Benjamin Reinhardt taking, maybe said, as the wrong route off the track. Got supposed to turn right there, but obviously he misjudged his braking zone. At least he didn't do what Latifi did in his excellence last year. But Japan turning too early, and then blaming the car, but that's Andrew Vyalenko. In the LMP2 Cyberlinks, showing himself what the inside of the spoon curve looks like. And obviously, there's probably a bit of nice grass there that hasn't been used by anyone. At least as racing surface. Oh no. Anyway, this is Nick Westy. Was 8.8 of Nick Horvath. Gained 3 seconds to the lead. Got to keep pushing if he wants any chance of winning They were leading quite comfortably, the Scuderia Maria 66, but then they had quite an unfortunate pit strategy, if not had an incident, and lost time as a result of the Code 80. But once again, we've got a boring point race where no one really fighting anyone is just back into the server at 87. They are going to be a considerable number of laps down now as a result of their disconnect. But they... Nick Homewood just confirmed that they will get their laps back, so they will be reinstated to the current lap. I assume that's the same lap as Toth, who has been driving for the past 3 hours as Major, also in the LMH, comes back on track. Zizdi now, I believe, out on the circuit and should get those 2 laps that they lost back, unless they don't, then I do not know. But Major still comfortable in the lead, and really nobody to challenge him. Toth on laps himself by virtue of that pit stop, but still 2 laps to go, 3 hours. I wonder if they can do it. But we're still with Westy, as I am immediately proven wrong. This is Roy Ton in the Boyd Transport Racing P10, currently in the 40 and 33 seconds to go. As we just love cutting through all of the LMP2s. This is the 41 Cyberlinks Racing, making it quite nicely through the S's, and he's on his own as well. 81 seconds to anyone around him as we go back to Roy Ton. And this is what I was saying earlier. We like switching from the person I'm talking about to someone completely different, and then switching right back to him. But we've now got a nice driver's eye view of that Cosworth steering wheel inside the EERC LMP2 of that Boyd Transport Racing 40 car. P10, and this good example of how the drivers have to drive this LMP2 car, and it's relatively light on the steering, not that much angle needed to get... Oh, I'm completely wrong, that's a this year. I'll be quiet. This is Thomas Rushka in the 72 Reading Game Studios. Now that's an Orica, and what we just saw was a Ligier, but also a Cosworth wheel, so I'm sure you can understand my confusion. But 9.5 seconds to the car ahead for Thomas Rushka in P9 of the LMP2 class. My calls for help are not being answered. But incident number 10. No further action between EFA Racing, the 46, and Boyd Transport. So I assume that's what we were trying to be shown there. The 46 of Westy and the number 40. Boyd Transport Racing, as we cut to Domenico Scarpelli in the number 3 Optimal Resports? I don't even know anymore. The Optimal Esports car, 6 laps to go. To the next car. They're just not having a great race at all. They had a disconnect earlier on in the race and just haven't been able to get the laps back. This Scuderia Maria 888, we've been calling this the Stealth Porsche, being lapped by Thomas Rushka in the 72 Reading Game Studios LMP2 car, and that is Sotiris Contiguris round at the final chicane. I wonder, will Perez be able to capitalize on this? No, he is not close enough, and you can't even pay me to try and pronounce that name, but it's good to know that that is the Hungarian Hobby Racers in that McLaren. Yeah, they're the 36 car, but yeah, I'd be happy not butchering your name. Thank you very much. If you do happen to watch the replay back on YouTube at EERC Official. And this is the Cyberlinks Racing. We're just sort of cutting to anyone at this point. This is the number 2. They were P4 just earlier on in this race, and Ben Horvath on his path back to P1, getting a bunch of traffic, GT3s and everything being thrown at him through 130R in the final corner. And we see this is a new driver taking over from Mr. Mayor, who's been the mayor of this race, leading the way since just a couple of hours ago. And 2 laps quite safely in the lead. The Full Throttle Racing team, number 50R. I don't think they're going to have any issue whatsoever keeping that, unless something major happens as we cut to Zoltan Toth, who in the Racing Zone team has been trying to get his way back to the lead lap in his struggle. He's 2 laps down and 3 hours to go. And, yeah. In chat, the Thunder David. If the race ends like this in GT3, the 162 is champion. I would not know, but since I've said it now, it's probably jinxed. Commentator's curse does seem to be quite common, and I was just talking about Toth trying to get his way back to the lead lap, the fastest lap, a 1:43.67 for the Racing Zone team, and Leandro Finelli navigating his way through as we see the reading game 72 past the reading game 485. LMP2 passing GT3. Here we go. The Stealth Porsche, as we've been calling it, we don't refer to it as the Scuderia Marea because that's just not fun. The 888 not quite doing as well as its sister team, and I think that was the 84, who's currently being chased by the 66 Scuderia Marea in the LMP2. Nicely done through 130R. I do hope that someone comes to relieve me soon, because I have been complaining for the past 45 minutes. And it's coming close to 2 hours, but I might cry. Anyway, Hungarian hobby races again in Degna 2. Nice and clean. 78 seconds to the 242 in Maltsev. And that is Zizdi, who had a disconnect and is now just trundling around and trundling over curbs at the final sector in the final chicane. They have 3 laps down now as a result of the disconnect that wasn't really their fault. I assumed that they would have got their laps back according to what Nick Homewood said. But here we go. Andrew Violenko, the Cyberlinks. And I don't know if this is a battle or not. And the 72 behind him. Hopefully it is. Otherwise, I'm just watching this for fun. It would be nice if we could get to see, but I think the 72 was a lap down to the next car. This is Tim Snowden. Hello, Joshua Birch.
Hello. How are you? Okay.
I'll be much better when I've can actually use my throats. You know?
Oh my word! Are you having a horrible case of sore throat during commentary?
Exactly. Well, it's not really a result of an illness or anything. It's more that I've been sat here for the past hour and a half talking to myself, and I've been trying to fill it as much as possible.
I sympathise massively with you for that. That's not
yes.
good.
It's not fun, but if you'll excuse me for just a moment, I do actually have to get a drink.
No,
So Joshua Birch, everyone.
Hello, no worries at all. You go get a drink as well, as we see a spinner already for P3 in the LMH class as well, with the Scuderia Monrea class, car 87, with Bouncing Zalidi is at the wheel. There's the Optimal Esports team, car number 3. I believe, unless Tom's going to correct me on that one, that's one of his teams. That Reading Games or Reading Games, whatever he goes on about as well with it. Looking to be quite good. But hello, everybody. How nice to be back on EERC, even for just a little bit here, for the Suzuka 6 hours. And an amazing race, of course. I'm sick to death of Suzuka because that's currently where we are this weekend for the Formula 1 Japanese Grand Prix. In fact, if I look down in my commentary box right now, I can see all my stats on the wall with everyone in the grid, the track guide as well. And if I look over to where my OBS is located currently, there's a green screen up behind me, and there's a webcam currently showing what is currently at Suzuka, a live image. It's in the middle of the night there. Of course, we're working on slightly different times here in the ERC, but I can tell you over there right now in Suzuka, it is night time. Bit of activity at the circuit still going on, but very nice and very colourful as everyone prepares for race day coming up in around about 12 hours time. The atmosphere will begin and the pit lane will be getting ready to go open, and in around about 13 hours the green lights will go on for the formation lap and we will go racing for the Japanese Grand Prix as well. 3 hours and 16 minutes remain then in the ERC race here, and it's LMP2 that has got a battle for the lead going on as well between car 84 and 66. And as always, the GT3s are having the overall battles that everybody watches in endurance racing as well. They've got the sort of run at the front and the run that everybody wants to see. Seemingly got up pitch perfect. So keeping my eye out for there at the moment, as I don't know who else joined the commentary team in the box because I can't see at the moment. It's Tom Dillon. Hello, Tom. Are you just keeping an eye on me? Don't think he's even talking. I think Tom's just here supervising everybody as well. Unless he's having a problem with his microphone like he did this morning in practice 3 for Formula 1. I sympathise, Tom, if you are, to come through. I'm on a lip mic at the moment, which is why I sound a bit different than normal, because the broadcast headset just getting a bit of a clean, ready for tomorrow. It's been worn non-stop for around about 12 hours today. Maybe a bit more, actually, about 13, 14. Wow. It's been one of those days where you just keep talking and the days escape. But I must admit, one thing that I'm sure everybody finds out, especially watching endurance racing and doing everything like that, the one thing you find in races like this is that you feel that you've had 6 days crammed into 3. So you've lived a week, because you live one day, a normal 8-hour shift doing normal stuff of Formula 1 commentary, then you go and do another day shift of my life's been MotoGP straight after, and then go to touring cars, and then you have the family, so you get 3 separate days going in at once. It's quite fun and quite entertaining, really, having so many difference running around as well out there. There's the car 116, second in class in GT3, just jumping over the bollards there, unfortunately, at the Casio triangle for car Leas as well in the wheel, 20 seconds behind the 241 car. Hello, Tom. You there?
No, he is not, apparently.
Oh, no, it's not. But hello. How nice to hear from you as well. You doing okay?
Hello, guys.
Oh, yes, he's there.
Yes, I
Alex
figured
is
out what
back and Tom's here as well.
happened. I've just been round the houses, unplugged my fancy little interface here, replugged it in, ran around, done a mic test and all that, then found out I have pushed a talk on because I was just in Discord with my team. How are we?
I'm doing good. I've lost the plot. So no change there then for an EERC commentary.
Yeah, well, I had to drive that Aston Martin for 2 hours, so I've just about lost the plot as well.
The Valkyrie.
No, the GT3.
Oh, right. I thought you were talking to Vijay Valkyrie. See, that's how much clue I'm in as well, trying to work things out. But, yeah, Tom, we last spoke during practice 3. What was that? 4 a.m. at the end of that?
About 12 hours ago.
Yeah, around about 12 hours ago. haven't slept since and haven't stopped talking since. So it's one of those weekends where you just sort of pray for the end as quickly as you possibly can. But as I said just before going on, you might have heard 6 days. I feel like I'm having crammed into 3. It's a weird weekend. I'm texting a friend of mine, and I feel like I haven't spoken to her in ages because she's asleep when I'm awake. So it's like 8 hours that go by, and that's like a normal day of, and it's like now she's at work, and it's confusing. It's confusing me talking to people. I'm losing track of everybody. So God knows what I'm going to be like for 8 weeks of this, because I do this for 8 weeks now. Because there's 9 weekends left until everything ends for the motorsport season, and there are 7 night races to do it in that time. It is literal hell.
And well, hell for Cyberlings Racing as well, because number 41, Andrei Yavolenko, goes off of the track there for a moment. Here's my car down in 9th position. I'm not driving it this weekend. I'm in the Aston Martin, but up in 9th position. Alex, you've been here for quite a while. It's unfortunately you weren't meant to be here for that long, but you've been here for quite a while. What's been going on?
Well, you haven't missed. I'm interested to know what happened to the 485, because you had 3 pit stops in the space of 3 laps with Ahmed at the wheel.
Yeah, well, I got out the car, heard about 30 seconds later I need to pit again, and then I left to go get a drink and haven't been back since, so I'm not really sure.
You pit 3 times, and you are now just nowhere to be seen, apparently. But in this time, Zizdi, in the 87, they had a disconnect, but apparently on their screen they were still driving, which is quite a weird incident, but having to rejoin has put them 9 seconds behind Toff in the racing zone. We've got the stealth Porsche there, the Scuderia Marea. We've had quite a few nice battles between the 66 and the 84 in LMP2. They were going at it for quite some time for the lead of the LMP2 class, and just a bit further back, the number 2, the 71 and the 139 were all battling for P4. It went to 3 ways at some point between Remco de Dieu, Francisco Perez and Maxime Beaulieu, but that was just over an hour ago, and it's the 85, so not really much else to say about what's happened.
I have just got to pop out. I know really just joined. I'm going to pop out for about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
He did this to his team and then he never came back as well, so he's just ditching us in the commentary box, by the way.
Yeah,
basically what he's doing. Oh, is he still here? Where's he gone? He's still here, Tom? No, he's staying in the call.
He's
just,
muted.
Yeah, typical. Anyway, round 7 of the season, looking good. Oops, 2 cars going off there, Hypers and a GT.
That's the 485, who not having the best of races so far.
No, I wonder how much we can have a go at him for that, to be fair.
It's not Tom's fault at all. They've had 3 pit stops, so...
Yeah, it's really weird having 3 already, and we're only, 2 hours 15 minutes, 2 hours 50 into the race. So weird to already have 3 of those going in, because those cars can usually do quite a good stint.
I think Tom pit twice. Pit once and then pit in, but then with Ahmed, he's been doing an hour stint. And at the start of it, I think he was having issues, so he also went into the wall quite mysteriously, just on the straight heading towards 130R, just out of the spoon, had a little kink. So it's quite bizarre, and watching it, we saw it live, and it was just such a weird incident. And
sounds like it could be problematic as well with the overall power of the car, the steering, there's something going wrong there as well. So like you go on the accelerator, you hit the bumps, and then the power steering and the force feedback, that's the one, just takes over, just moving around the wheel so much. Anyways, I can think about pressure on the straight.
I've done it before. It's potentially that they've just let go of the wheel and it's just gone to the left because they've tried to scratch their face or something, who knows.
Yeah, we have that in the commentary box as well. If you're using lip mics as well, it's quite hard to always have multiple hands because you've got holding up one hand for a microphone, and I suppose when you hold, as you say, as you've done it as well, and holding a wheel, You've got to keep hold of it, and you've got to scratch your face, remove an eyelash or something or other, or God forbid you're not comfortable in your seat, so you've got to try and rearrange yourself in your seat as well to get going. And it's very uncomfortable as well. And if you don't have the right driving position as well, it's even more uncomfortable because you start to go dead, don't you? You start to get all the blood trapped and your legs go dead and pins and needles and everything. It's not nice. So
This
it's
sort
a
of
serious game.
sort of reminds me. Boy, do I have a clip for you guys on this very topic. If you check the commentators' chat.
Have you been
in a
clipping
moment.
me from Fuji?
No, I haven't. But this was me having one of those force feedback things. I finished a lap at Hungary in Assetto Corsa. It basically took my hands off the wheel. Had my force feedback gain turned up too much, and it sent me literally flying. And you'll be able to see in the clip in a moment when it comes up. But yeah, sorry, I just had to pop out for a moment to go and acquire some snacks.
No worries.
Haven't
I
eaten since yesterday, so very important to eat.
I mean, technically neither have I, because I haven't had anything in 12 hours. So. Yeah, longer actually. Although I a little trick for everybody if you're staying up or doing this ridiculous routine like I am of doing all the F1s and every other thing onto the planet. Great tip for you all. Your previous night's meal, make sure it is something big and heavy. That way you don't get hungry when you wake up in the morning and need to go everything. So always have that. Like last night I had chicken rice with pulled chicken inside it. And I had some chips with it as well. So nice and heavy, a lot of rice, a lot of chicken pulled in there, whole breast as well. And it was lovely. A bit of soy sauce as well for stickiness. So great.
There you go. The clip is up there for you. It's 12 seconds long. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
If you can have a look at it, it's quite dramatic. But yeah, looking back at this race then with approaching the 3-hour mark. Last time I did a 6-hour race, it was half solo, karting wise, and it was a very painful 6 hours. Not excited for the next 3. I have to say, but it's been an interesting race so far, hasn't it? And this battle starting to develop between Vladas Karilis and Alessio Neto. Alessio's had a lot of pace in that BMW over the course of the last few days, and he's trying to go to the inside here as we head through into the S's, now up to Degner, and Alessio is actually all over the curb on driver's right, so he's not having the rub of the green when it comes to this particular battle right now. I think
Using your cricket terminology there.
I think he'll feel a little bit forced off there.
Is that Valencia with a penalty?
Yes, so it is.
Yes.
That's the position in LMP2.
Right through. For an instant with the 71, which is currently in P4, and the 140 is nowhere to be seen.
So far down the order as well, around about what? Ooh, what? 50, about a minute and 62 seconds behind, and still getting a penalty. So that must have been impeding somewhere on the lap. Quite confusing.
Probably. I cannot get race view open. Currently, I don't think race view is too happy about anything happening. So it's quite inconvenient, obviously, when we're trying to commentate outside of what we can see on the timing screen on the screen currently, because we're watching just what you can see on the broadcast. So we can only see the top 7 in each class. It's just annoying not to know what's happening outside.
It's one of those things. Race view sometimes doesn't boot up exactly when you want it to, and it gets harder and harder to use it all. But not looking too bad at the moment then, with the situation going on. So only 3 cars in LMH, so getting smaller and smaller in that category. But I must admit, I always enjoy the GT3 battles more than the hypercars, and LMP2. It's pretty much a flash in the pan, isn't it? Every time LMP2, if they give us a good race or not.
Yeah, well, this is a good race. 1.4.62 and the 47. However, the Alessio is getting involved as well, so that's going to take a little bit away from Alessio's fight here, and I think he's frustrated, and the hypercar there flashing his lights furiously loses about 5 tenths a second there, I think, Alessio Neto, so that will frustrates him. He's catching up a great deal to this this number 162. And the thing is, of course, if he can get past the 162, he can start to chase after the lead of the race, which Lizzie did occupy at the very start. I think he's got a chance here. He's just got to get through here very quickly.
I must say, congratulations to Chris and Nick who organised the calendar and the sheer genius to put the 6 hours of Suzuka on the Japanese Grand Prix weekend. I mean, it is a feat of genius to do that. But
Am I detecting some sarcasm, or is this?
no, I was genuinely serious because what great exposure for the championship to have an F1 race at Suzuka and then put our eSport race on at exactly the same time. I think because it's at different times, isn't it? Because it was 12 hours ago for F1 quali or whatever, 10 hours, and now you've got a nice 6 hour race to lead you in. So if you've done a nap in between, you can watch this and you can go watch that, which is what I would have done, but I was working, so couldn't. But I would have happily sit here for 6 hours, then gone to have another nap and gone to the F1. So I think it's brilliant timing. And for once, this is now sarcasm, Tom, just to let you know. For once, it's an EERC race on an F1 weekend that isn't directly clashing in terms of time, unlike the previous 7.
Well, there's that, and I will say that this wasn't intentional to put this on the same weekend as the Formula 1. I think this very much was just a coincidence. But what a lovely coincidence. And I am getting a little bit excited for Formula 1 as well. Have we got F2 and F3 there this weekend, or is that?
Sadly not, no. Why am I saying sadly not? Brilliantly not. I get it. Well, I say that, but as soon as I'm done here, well, this is sad, and Tom's going to have a go at me now because, you know, he always does every time I bring this topic up, but there's a Doctor Who trailer at 6:10 on BBC One. So I'm going to have my tea, which tonight is a chicken pizza with some spicy couscous on the side. And I'm going to watch the Doctor Who trailer. I'm going to finish that, and then I'm going to go for a bath. And then I'm going to go to sleep. And then I'm waking up at 11:30 because my friend finishes work and we're going to play some games, some Dead by Daylight. She's great at it. I die within 5 seconds. Literally at one point. So I'll play that for a couple of hours. Then I think we've got some Grid Network filming. And then we've got the pre-show for F1. And then I struggle to... Then, thankfully, I will get a nap because Touring Cars finishes at 6 tomorrow. And so I'll get a couple of hours nap, wake up again, play more Dead by Daylight or whatever. And then... go to sleep and be comatose on Monday, recovering, and then do it all again for Motegi next week for MotoGP. I just want to say, Tom, by some miracle next week, I don't know if you know, but is MotoGP the only thing on next week?
I will check the Formula 1 calendar. I know we're very close to Bathurst 1000 weekend.
Yeah, that's next week, isn't it?
No, not next week. It's the week after, I believe.
Oh.
Have it in my calendar. It's 8th of October.
I'm just thinking, because if it's only Japan next week, it means that for the first time since April, I have a free Sunday. That's exciting, you know. I bet you it's not. I'm going to check on my calendar.
Qatar is the 6th of October to the 8th of October, so
yeah,
that's not
2
on
weeks.
next week. And well, yeah, I suppose not. I don't follow touring cars or anything like that, so I don't know. But
I think they're 2 weeks' time because they're at the same weekend as Qatar. Thinking about it, I'm just loading up the document. You've seen the document, Tom. Alex, I'll have to send you it. But it's literally everything we cover on one page in one document. It's about 70 odd pages. What's the date next week? So, oh my word, it's only MotoGP. Wow, that's cheering me up. Everybody, I think I get a week off technically. So, okay, that's not going to hurt me as bad as I thought it was. Because MotoGP ends at 7 a.m. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I get some free time. I get a free weekend. My goodness me, I'm going to have to plan something.
Alex has sent me a clip.
Yes.
Of why he
So,
do I remember this clip? I think I seem to remember it.
You have not seen this, no.
Have I not
Um,
seen this?
No,
I'm
this
watching
is
it now.
this is unrelated, but yeah, this is why I brought up force feedback moments and my personal experience with them. Just
I've just seen it and don't understand it.
yeah,
Quite
this.
dramatic.
So, you know when you let go of your wheel, scratch your nose
Oh.
or something? This
Right,
was what
okay.
we were going on about, yeah? So,
Yes.
this is mine. This is why I brought it up.
Not quite as dramatic as mine, it has to be said.
Yeah, compared to,
I didn't.
Sorry,
It didn't
I was
end up
going to say,
in-
because Alex, because Tom's crash was more Le Mans 1999 Mercedes flipping up in the air. Yours was Logan Sargent this afternoon in qualifying.
Oh god. I haven't even seen that crash, and I can assume that I'm just better off not saying anything.
Well, okay. Of all the crashes I've seen at that final corner, the final corner here at this track, in 2005, Montoya had a suspension failure, so not his fault. Glock locked up and then he found out the reason he locked up was because one of the brakes failed and hit the wall hard. But Sargent literally went wide, touched the grass, it dragged him into the wall. So it was his error. But it's a short final corner. There it is actually now, the TV picture, just at the back. So it's not the first time I've seen people go off the track there.
And there's a bump right on what would be the apex of the normal racing line that you have to swerve to avoid.
Yeah, you said about that bump in practice too, didn't you?
It's actually not particularly in this version of the track, but there is a bump there in real life, apparently.
I'm going to say you cursed him then, because you were literally you were on about that bump in practice 3's commentary this morning.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
it's,
think he hit that bump.
well, I haven't seen the crash, but
He's losing it all the way from the final chicane, so I feel like it's more personally closer to what Kubica did in 2019.
Oh, I forgot about that one, yeah. Oh, well, actually, are you sure it's Robert Kubica?
I think
Because
it was Kubica.
I know it's Kubica. You know it's Kubica. Tom knows it's Kubica. Omi knows it was Kubica. Omi's not here this weekend. He's commentating on another league. But according to, the wisdom of David Croft, former Sky F1 lead commentator, if he keeps on going like this, it was Kevin Magnussen who crashed there in 2019.
Right, I see.
That's how many more? And that's the first time I actually heard Croft in a proper error, and I corrected him on air. It's like, how long can he keep going? Last week saying about Carlos Sainz and everything, saying how it was his first win for Ferrari and his second F1 win. No, it was his second win and second win for Ferrari. This week, spin up. Is that all second place out on top? No.
Nope. Zisty?
it's
Very Maria.
is it not? 87? No, it's the third place.
Oh,
Oh,
another
she's
one
been
off.
followed into the incident by one of our LMP2s. That's the Van Von car that took me out earlier. But,
You sound quite salty, but
oh my word, Alex, he drove into me. It was awful. I don't know if it was
you
this
are
car or the other.
salinated currently.
Yes, I was.
Was dinner nice?
Well, I wasn't very nice in the words I said to my team about it, but
No.
it's that.
Oh dear. No good then. No good. But yeah, to get back to my rant about David Croft. Yeah. If now Crofties can't blame tiredness because he's adjusted to the times. I was more awake than him, and I knew it was Robert Kubica. So I don't know what his excuse is. I really don't sometimes. I mean, I'm free. I'll take over happily.
I mean, you aren't free, but you
I don't think he's that. I think he's one of the best commentators going. But,
Careful.
well, no, I think he is, but obviously people
he's,
don't share the sense.
it's certainly better than what F1 TV has to offer in terms of
Oh,
commentary now.
absolutely.
Omi's gonna distance himself from both of you. He loves Jake C.
I know.
Mm,
When he
was-
made the comment about Sergio Perez in Australia, I think he said that him going off as a result of his brake balance issue was driver error. That's interesting. Sorry. Anyway, as we were saying.
I think it was that on in the qualifying session.
Yep. So after the issues in practice, he was like, "Oh, that's driver error." He said that. And it's just like, what?
I think he went off in practice 3 as well, didn't he? And then he did it in
Yeah.
qualifying, but they'd fixed the error. That's what I knew. Because we were told by the we got a Tom, you were there in the commentary. We got. Do you remember I said in the broadcast we got a text from Red Bull saying that all errors are now fixed, and then spinner. So the brake bar issue was fixed. They gone back to a previous setup they used on the Friday, and yet he still went off. So I don't know actually.
It's just. You
Don't
just
know.
don't make comments like that though. Especially, there was another one that he made that was just completely wrong. I can't give the example. But yeah.
Oh, dearie me, there's Tahoud Ahmed getting sent round in the 485. That's not ideal. It's baptism of fire for him in his first EERC endurance race. And 2, it looks like Valent CD is having a bit of trouble as well in that number 87 car. That's his second time going off of the circuit inside of the last 10 minutes or so. We're past the hour mark. The lights are on here at Suzuka, and I believe, gentlemen, we were on a tangent that we haven't quite finished just yet.
Alex Jakes, yeah.
Oh dear!
Oh, never mind.
That was the leader, I believe, crushing with.
It was.
Yeah,
It
You're
was.
correct.
Wrecker. Now,
Yes, well,
is there suspension damage? Because he did hit the wall quite hard. Let's take the steering as he goes down out of Casio Triangle. No, that's straight as a die. That car can literally survive an impact like a skirting board if it's made out of the same material that Hot Wheels are.
Oh dear.
However, he has got to be careful. He cut across that GT3 a little bit more aggressively than you're perhaps allowed to. Then he technically
Now,
get more.
who's race director at the moment? Is it Nick Homewood or is it Chris? Or is it yourself?
Nick Homewood. I'm not race director. No,
Right, Nick, my friend. Hello, Nick. Now, channel your inner. What was his name? Oh, I forgot his name now.
Marcy?
No. Before Charlie Whiting, 90s one.
Oh god. Yeah, I know he.
Name's gone. This is what happened to New York for 12 hours. I had the name, and he's gone. No, it's gone. Oh my god, that's so annoying now. I cannot remember the name of the old FIA.
Bernie?
No, that was
No?
that was From. He was like the mafia. He was the president before Max Mosley of the FIA.
Oh, it's Chris Tompkins who's race director, by the way.
Oh, even better. Chris will do it. Yeah. Who was it? Begins with an L. Jean-Marie Ballest. I think. Is it Jean-Marie Ballest? Yeah,
That's
is it?
Hugo Correa. That Aston Martin has been causing problems the whole race. Well, respectfully, I think you should be quiet because I drove that car absolutely fine. And yeah, well, there you go. There you are, being accused of being causing problems.
Yep, Jean-Marie Ballest, the FIA president. Do you remember the scene as well? Because we saw him, he cut the track, didn't he, as well? God, that's a tangent as well. But no, he cut the track, he cut the chicane. And Senna did that in 1988, and Jean-Marie Ballest issued that he would be disqualified and pressured him to be disqualified. And he was famous, Jean-Marie Ballest, for saying, you must respect the race distance. You cannot cut the corner. You must rejoin the track in the same place, and you must respect the race distance. And that's me doing the accent, but he literally said that.
Oh, he was in
Yeah,
the
later.
But isn't going off at the exit road longer, if I'm not mistaken?
It was, and that's what everybody got confused about, because it used to be that if, say you had a genuine lockup and went off the track and took an escape road, like say at the chicane here, as for example, because this was a meeting in Germany in '93. Say you lock up and you go off at the chicane, you cut the chicane. Now, Jean-Marie Ballest's idea would be that you would have to turn around and go back to the chicane. to respect the distance of the race, or you'll get a drive-through, which is ludicrous and dangerous. And luckily, Charlie Whiting and Max Mosley took that away, because if you genuinely lock up, you don't have to go back and do that. But this was because in '89, when Senna and Prost hit each other, Senna cut the corner after being pushed back onto the track. And now we got multiple contacts coming out of Degner 2.
Is that Degner 2? Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Hugo Gray says you drove it. Rather wish it was you in the seat of it right now. I can tell you, having driven that Aston Martin, I do not wish I was in the seat of it right now. It really is a horrible, horrible car.
I can imagine. So basically, just Jean-Marie Ballest was just like the mafia of Formula One in the 90s, in the 80s and early 90s. And then, of course, in 1994, he was replaced with Max Mosley, swapping the mafia for something else.
Something else? That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, well, Max Mosley was a character, wasn't he?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
We won't talk about much more than.
The thing is that we can talk
character.
about his father because that's historical facts, but we can't talk about
yes.
Max because even though he's dead, there's the injunction that was put in about the son and Daily Mail, whatever it was, Telegraph.
Though, I can fully respect a man who stands there in court and confesses to to what he confessed to, and just owned it. I respect that so much. He just owned it.
To be fair, I will say one thing about the man. Max Mosley did a lot of good for Formula One. A lot of good. He improved. He got the safety through with Bernie. He got the commission. He got the Concord agreement sorted. He got everything. So Max did a lot of good for Formula One. But there's a lot of bad and there's a lot of good. A bit like Bernie. Yeah, you just got to go with it at some points. But you can't deny Max Mosley did a lot for Formula One. And the one thing I always find remarkable about, of course, the way he died, of course, taking his own life. But that was because he had very aggressive end-of-life cancer that was going to absolutely destroy him. And it was his own choice. It's many people say the right or the wrong choice, but he didn't want to live with the pain. And it's an interesting way to go out for him, and I think it's something that I will always remember him for as well, because he didn't want to deal with the pain, and the way his last day, of course, he saw his children, he had dinner with his wife, and then so it was a peaceful way, and he chose it. But still, I don't condone that in any way. But it's just something that's interesting to me that's how he died. Do you know what I mean? It's like that. It's a weird way to think. But yeah, so basically we went from Jean-Marie Ballest, who was basically the French mafia for the FIA, to Max Mosley, whose father was, well, more right-wing, to be fair.
More right-wing, yeah.
I'm trying to find a segue between it and just get it in. I don't know.
I don't think that...
Found a turtlenecks, though. Found turtlenecks. Black turtlenecks, if I'm not too mistaken as well.
I would much rather that we do not go on to discuss the political history, especially 1930s to 1950.
During the 1939-1945 conflict with Germany.
Yeah, that's also not a great time to bring up that ideology.
I can just sense Tom right now laughing and going, what on earth has happened?
Yeah, well,
how would we devolve into this? Great question.
I've learned when to take a back seat and let the other people dig the hole for themselves. But
I'm speaking fact. That's one thing. It's fact. It's historical fact. That's all I'm saying.
Yes. Well, let's take a look at the track then, shall we? Because we've got some buzz. I believe Chris has also taken over a little bit as director. He keeps turning off my beloved auto control as we see the 72 come into the pits. And,
so Chris has now become our current FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, who wants to take over everything by issuing the F1 calendar when it's Form's responsibility, saying that new teams are coming into the sport when it's FOM's responsibility, not the FIA's. So basically, Chris is overstepping his mark.
Well, I wouldn't have gone that far, but yes, Chris turned off my auto control, and
Really don't like Mohammed Ben Sulayem. I don't. He's a great. He grates on me a lot because he said he was going to step back from Formula One, and he's here every single weekend, and he keeps making comments even though he's not directly involved anymore. And I actually miss Jean Todt. I did. Do you know why I miss Jean Todt? Because you name me one controversy we had with Jean Todt.
Abu Dhabi 2021.
He left by then.
No. He left afterwards.
Yeah, but he wasn't him. He left. He left.
No,
At the
he
end of
resigned.
that race, he left.
Yeah, by the end of
He
the
didn't have to deal with it. Or he didn't have to deal with anything.
No,
He got away with it.
No, but the incident happened under his presidency.
Yeah, but he got away with it. He didn't have to deal with it. It all fell on Mohammed Ben Sulayem because of what he set up with the investigation. It all came on him. Jean Todt got away with it. Ross Brawn got away with it as well, actually, thinking about it.
Yes.
They all got to run away. Sean Bratches, there's a man we don't talk about much these days, do we, as well? I know we had Chase Carey. He's disappeared now, isn't he? He's left, actually, isn't he? And, I'm not sure Formula One's in safe hands at the moment, to be fair. Stefano Domenicali and Mohammed Ben Sulayem as the FIA president and the FOM president. That's quite, and I don't want to say dangerous, but it's quite an interesting position. You've got a former rally car driver turned we've got, poacher turned gamekeeper, and now we've got Stefano Domenicali, who, when he was at Ferrari, was cheating, lying, scandals 24/7. The Fernando is faster than you, and now he's destroying the concept of Formula One by claiming it's a world championship, going to 3 races in America, street circuits every right, left, and sprint races and calendars that are too big. And I think as well, I worry where motorsport's going. I do. I genuinely do. I think it's getting too much. I've seen the off. Is that the 36?
That is the 36. But I would like you. I'm sure Tom has just watched it, but I would like you both to pay attention to Chris's response to you calling him Mohammed Ben Sulayem. So, yeah.
Actually, I can play that over the commentary because it's speech. Give me a second. I'll just unmute you. So this is what he said, right? Let's have a look. Let's have a listen then.
I'm hearing a strange mooing noise, but again, I'm afraid you're mistaking this for a democracy, and it isn't one. It's a dictatorship.
Yeah. Chris is right, though, isn't he, guys?
Well, yes. In a sense, he is.
It is a dictatorship. Please help.
We are being held against our will.
Bob Geldof appeared in it.
I did. I sent men in suits around to Alex's house to make sure he couldn't come off the commentary at any point this afternoon.
Oh, Lenny Henry just turned up at my house as well. I don't know what's worse. Bob Geldof or Lenny Henry.
Well, there you go. Well, I've joined at a fantastic time, haven't I, to see no on-track battles going on at the moment. We have got race leader Alicia Neto into the pits, so I'm going to take control of the cameras here and we'll have a look at the BMW and see where he is in relation to this man, Vladis Corrales, 162 EP Lab Sim Racing team. We'll see if he's going to take the lead back, and by the looks of things, he'll take the lead back fairly comfortably. Well, I say fairly comfortably by about 10-20 seconds there. He'll lead at the end of the day. Alicia Neto sits there in second. Chris is taking control of the cameras that I'm in control of.
Yes, that has been my complaint for the past 2 hours, is A, no on-track battles are happening, and when they do, the auto director cuts away from them. So, I can't be exactly sure as, oh my god, please. I can't exactly be sure as to, sorry, my cat is currently trying to Do you know the thing where they move their paws up and down and squish into things?
No, I don't have a cat.
Oh, well, yeah. Just, I won't go into detail, it's just very inconvenient currently. But yeah, the past 2 hours, nothing has been happening, and then when it does, Auto-Director likes to cut away to a crowd shot, essentially.
Yes, well,
Yeah.
in fairness, we trained our AI model on Monte Carlo TV, so it's not our fault.
I figured it'd be
Telly
more
Monte Carlo.
Miami than...
Whatever.
That was Bernie's fault.
Telly Monte Carlo and Monte Carlo TV are literally translations of the same sentence.
What?
Like, Telly Monte Carlo is just French for Monte Carlo TV.
I feel like I'm on one of those memes you see on TikTok where the TV fuzz comes on after you say something so obvious. You know, the little beep thing. Really, what part of Telly Monte Carlo didn't you understand about Monaco television?
Anyway, I don't even know what's going on at this point. It's we've got 2
Which
hours.
one of us is sleep
to-
deprived here?
Yes. Well, fair enough. So am I to a degree. But
I've missed commentating with you.
yeah, I know it's been too long, and Alex as well, who said he was gonna have a chat with me.
Yes, I don't really,
I have a
What's his
feeling.
haircut?
Do we have the clip of this?
I don't have the clip, but I
Yeah.
do know what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Well, Alex can't leave because you said you sent the men round to his house, but he's also got the handcuffs on. Why exactly? Why exactly they feel we don't know, but still, so he can't leave. So
You
that's
really
good.
just had to make that sound more kinky than it was.
Yeah, we talking like Max Mosley or Coppers?
Oh God, no! Do not go into.
Is that a red armband in the corner?
Right, we can't. It's just not right to go into Max and Mosley after that.
Yes.
No, it's
real.
definitely not to go right into Max Mosley. My goodness me!
For
So-
legal reasons, that was humorous. A humorous remark.
Yeah. Well,
Jesus Christ!
that was an interesting bit of news when that came out.
What? Interesting. Oh yes. Do you remember the video that got released with it?
I don't. I
There was
don't,
literally
actually.
footage of him going into the thing with it. With do you remember in the party there was footage of him going in and coming out actually? Oh, that sounded wrong.
Right. We have a motor race going on. There's a battle between Emriel and Tuss in the Sunset Motorsports 85 and Nick Newcomb in the 46 EFA Racing team, and I think that's better than what we're going on to.
Yes, and my car getting in the way. Am I allowed to call it my car? Technically, Ed's. Well, your name's on the car as well, Josh. Actually, but there you go.
Yeah.
We're leaders in the race as well. Number 50, Norbert Cracker. Oh, it might
Ed's
just be a
disappeared to
captain.
Edinburgh. Or Scarborough, wherever he's gone again.
Edinburgh. I didn't know Edinburgh, but I knew Scotland way. Ed's gone. He was actually supposed to be on a stint with Alex. He said, I'll pop in about 4 o'clock, and then didn't. So it's fair
Ed's
enough.
in Edinburgh. How good's that?
Fair enough. I mean, he's on holiday. That's why I didn't sort of message him saying.
I think he's. I don't know. He put something in the JB Motorsports chat. You see, I can't remember. I see somewhere. Jess is on holiday too, actually, as well. So we're low on comms. In fact, we're so low on comms. Tomorrow it's just me and Omi on the race for Japan.
Yeah, well, I would join in with you, but I've got to leave for work at practically 8:15. So get any red flag.
Race at 6, but still.
Yes. Well, Formula 1 race takes two hours. So
No rain, and there's never been a red flag at Suzuka with that rain, so we're fine.
did they not? I suppose Bianchi was in the rain, wasn't it? But,
Yeah, that was flat race.
Yes. Okay. Fair enough.
94, 2014, 2022, all wet weather, all red flagged.
In chat, I think Hesketh puts Edinburgh unlucky. Even worse, he's driven up from Yorkshire, so double whammy.
Ah, true. 5:32. Don't even know brakes.
You've got Turner there as well, Josh Turner. I'll be on there.
No. He's not there.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He's going down to Silverstone for touring cars.
Touring cars at Silverstone. That's interesting.
Yeah, to British touring cars.
So, 87 is in the pits. Top 3, Norbert Precker, Zoltan Toth, and Zidi. All 3 of them. You know, I love this. So I've gained a little bit of experience from my karting antics, Josh, where we had a 6-hour race the other day that I had to travel down for. And it got to a point where, because there was literally nothing to talk about, everyone was in, no one was in their own suits as well, so I couldn't pick out where anyone was on the track. Because it basically became 6 hours of me saying, oh, and the gap is now 2 laps.
My God.
Whereas last time the gap was 2 laps, 0.3. And it divulged and lost a lot of sanity towards the end. But I have a slight feeling that's how this is going to start to develop if the gaps stay like they are, because we don't actually have too much going on.
I can't see a clear position coming from all this. We're just like, they're all too far spread out. We had this last time we raced here, if you remember.
Your first ever EERC commentary was the 12 Hours of Suzuka a couple of years ago.
It was, and it went crazy then as well.
Yes, it was. It was a good race though. It went down to the wire eventually, and
yeah, it was Fuji. No, sorry, it was
we went
where they missed the lap.
Yes, I think so. But we went to Fuji last year. The Suzuka replaced it this year. No idea where we go next year.
Aida.
Motegi.
No, Aida.
Yes, well, I haven't heard of that track, unfortunately.
Oh, interesting. Aida was where the Asia Grand Prix was held, and then the Pacific Grand Prix.
Oh, right. Well, there
And
you
that's
go.
where Michael Schumacher won his 2nd world title. It was in Japan.
Well, there you go. I don't know anything about Formula One. Cancel me. Lose my job. And,
3 tracks. There has been 3 Japanese Grand Prix tracks in Formula One. 2 officially called the Japanese Grand Prix. 1 is the Pacific Grand Prix, and that was at Aida. So there you go.
Oh, is that fantastic?
That game is available to play. That track is available to play on F197. If anybody wanted to do that.
And of course, the Piston Cup went to Japan.
Did what in his cup?
In Cars 2.
What?
Don't tell me you haven't watched Cars 2.
Of course I've watched Cars 2.
They went to Japan.
We didn't talk about it, but I watched it.
They went to Japan, didn't they?
Yeah, Tokyo, street circuit, opening race, wasn't it?
I believe so.
They went to a Monaco rip-off, and then they went to London. With a really obvious rip-off of the Silverstone wing in central London. Which was impressive, because Cars 2 was 2012, and the wing only opened in 2011, and that film was already finished production in 2010. So, it was some well-advanced things to get that wing up. It was only a pipe dream for a number of years.
Your sleep deprivation is rubbing off on me. I can't focus. What's going
I'll
on?
put it for dinner anyway, and there's a Doctor Who trailer, so don't worry, I won't be long.
Oh no, I'm not kicking you out.
No, it's alright.
I'm just mentioning that it's shared sleep. I don't know. I do want to address something that happened. So, Sartorius, who's actually about 30 minutes ago, Sartorius Contiguris, said that he got a DQ because he didn't turn on the lights after 3 seconds. That is my car spun around every time. Wait, my car spins. Isn't that just fantastic? Down in 9th position. Not sure what happened to the 72. We were, whatever you want to call it, up in 6th for a bit and haven't quite reached those heights since.
Interesting turnaround then, on the front. Yeah, maybe you should get back in the car. Do the rest of the 2.5 hours.
Well, I'm legally not allowed in the 72 now
Oh, of course.
because I've driven the Aston Martin this afternoon.
Yeah, but it's okay. We've got the dictator in charge, so we can bend the rules. Chris, Jeremy, Tompkins as well. George.
Get back and hear about the dictatorship. Yes, my cat has stopped trying to commentate now. It has calmed down.
What's your cat called, Alex?
Pussy galore.
No, her name is Lucy, and she wanted to commentate on this EERC race.
I don't know how. If I ever got a cat, I would really have to resist not calling it Pussy Galore. I mean,
Maybe
it's
you're
just
a child.
It's. What do you mean?
What do I mean?
James
I
Bond.
wonder.
Pussy Galore. James Bond.
No,
How you've
just no.
you've literally it is so hard to resist calling it that.
Well, I mean, Tibbles and Mittens works.
Oh, for God's sake, Tibbles. Tibbles.
Oh, dearie me, that's a Hasher pit entrance for 163. Who eventually gets himself into the pits, but after jumping over the gravel trap. Whoa!
Tibbles.
I just think giving your cat a human name generally is a little bit weird.
I knew a cat once called Brian. Well,
Yeah, I know one
boring
called-
name you can think of.
Ned.
Ned Cat.
Ned. Yeah, Ned.
Quite funny actually. I know
Well,
Josh T's got a dog called Del Boy. That's quite funny.
That is quite funny.
It'd be really hard not to get a mouse called or a rat called Slater. That's an Only Fools and Horses joke for anybody who wants to know.
Please just go.
To the pits comes the 87. Yeah, not too bad actually. Trying to have a think now. Other pet names. Oh, if Miss Moneypenny for a black and white cat. Mog's a cat. Mog.
Yes, Mog died at the end of the books.
What?
Yes, yeah,
Spoiler
Mog dies.
alert.
The end. I apologise if anyone was reading the Mog Kids book, but no, he dies at the end.
Mog died at the end of the book.
Yes.
I haven't reached that far yet. What am I going to read to what am I going to read to my niece now when she's born?
He was on the prequels.
Jesus. Mog died. This is worse than when I opened Of Mice and Men hoping for a good story about the recession in 1929 to see Lenny dies. Jesus. Next thing you're going to tell me as well is...
Of Mice and Men is an iconic English class book.
Yeah. Oh God, that's the nightmares I had of Mice and Men. I no longer like it.
There you go. So
Tell
they
me
did
about
do
the-
spin-offs- They did spin-offs after the fact. However, Goodbye Mog is where Mog dies.
Oh,
It's
they killed Mog.
$7.99 from
I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it.
Mog was tired. She was dead tired. Mog thought, I want to sleep forever. And so she did. But a little bit of her stayed awake to see what would happen next. Join the
Zombie!
top family.
Zombie
Join the
cats!
top family as they say goodbye to their dear pet Mog. And
Red
get
Dead
into-
Mog. Bloody hell, zombie cat! The walking Mog. My goodness me.
Josh, please.
Mog of the dead.
Yes.
Hog by daylight.
Oh god, don't. That's what I'm playing later. 11:30.
Chris is.
What's Chris doing?
Chris says, "What the piss are you all waffling about?"
I don't know.
In all seriousness, we've had a DNF, third place in LMH, is out of the race. It's balanced seeding. Look at that depth of field, isn't that fantastic? But,
I love seeing nothing.
What on earth is Chris tagging me on the Discord?
Yeah, disappointment for second place in Hypercar, and almost a moment for Roland Toff, who almost goes off into the ball on driver's left there, outside of the turn 10 hairpin, turn 11 hairpin. Hello Ed, what if I walked into Scotland? Scotland is quite nice. Today is the only day it's not going to be raining. That sounds like the average Scottish experience right there. Hope you're having a good holiday. And I've been tagged in steward decision chat to see that my car, the 72, has been given a warning for avoidable contact.
Please tell
That
me.
means it was your fault. Just a heads up.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Oh no. This is why I don't come back that often now. It just goes crazy.
Yes, and, well, is this you trying to tell us that you're going to never come back again?
No, I'm coming back. This is the last one I have commentating these days. I'm just looking at this mug. Can't believe they killed Mug. What are you going to tell me next? Clifford's not the big red dog anymore.
No, he turned blue at the end of him.
What? For God's sake! What next? Rosie and Jim and brother and sister, not husband and wife?
What's the
That's
difference?
actually true, by the way.
Yeah.
Who's brother and sister, not husband and wife?
Rosie and Jim!
What? Who?
You must remember Rosie and Jim.
No.
Oh, the ragdolls! On the boat! Depending on how old you were, there's Sue, John, or Neil. John was my favourite. He wrote books. Neil was a bit of a... I can't say that word. Non-BBC word. He played an accordion. It wasn't very nice. Sue was weird.
You've lost the plot, Josh.
I've not lost the plot.
Yes, you
Rosie
have.
and Jim, apparently, are brother and sister. Now, you tell me why at the beginning of every bloody show, he goes, Rosie! Jim! They bloody kiss! And on the lips as well. And then he pulls his accordion apart and he goes, wah! And there's a duck as well. Excuse me. There's a duck. There is a duck. And every time it goes, wah! On the top. Why? Rosie and Jim is just an acid trip for kids. I'm not even kidding. It makes no sense.
Your
It
commentary.
what? Are you ready? All right, we've got a spinner.
Race leader. Oh no, sorry. Number one car, the second place car, the Racing Zone team, is pointing the wrong way. It's the Casio Triangle.
Right, are you ready for this? Because in one of these episodes, and this is generally true, in one of these episodes, they literally go to a coal mine, and these are puppets, remember, ragdolls, and they mine coal. How do you mine coal? As a puppet. You have to just spend belief so much. And there's another one, right?
Josh, they blow up a planet in Star Wars. How do you blow up a planet? Like,
Well, it's simple. You don't annoy Russia. But there you go.
No, that's if you annoy Russia that you blow up a planet.
Exactly, so you don't annoy them. That's how you avoid it. Now, in one of the episodes, this is oh, another spinner. Do you mind? I'm trying to tell a story. Dear me, no respect these drivers these days. Anyway, there is one episode of Rosie and Jim where John goes to buy some food for a picnic. And Jim puts down sausages Rosie wants a toffee yogurt, anything like that. So they get it all, and John doesn't want. He says he doesn't want the sausages. He doesn't want the toffee yogurt. So he gives it to this family. He gives it to this family. Gives the little girl the toffee yogurt. Give Jim sausages away. There's like another car off the track there. Oh, it's gone wide at Degner. I'll get back on the exit curve. There we go. So the puppets, the ragdolls, then steal the food back from this family. I'm not kidding. And then to really top it off, they give the duck, a ceramic duck that's apparently alive, they put a sausage in its mouth. And then it flaps its little wooden wings around. I mean, how can a ceramic duck eat a sausage? How can ragdolls eat toffee yogurt and sausage? There's actually a clip where she's got the toffee yogurt back from the little girl. I don't know how she got it back. She must have hit her with a handbag at this point because she had this. She still had a handbag full of coal, remember? So she probably whacked the little girl over the head to get the toffee yogurt back. And she's literally just smashing it into her mouth. They're dolls. How on earth did that even work? You start thinking about it, it just goes all wrong. And now they've killed Mock. Can't believe it. Dear me. There's my rant about Rosie and Jim making no sense. And you haven't got me talking about Doctor Who. Look at kids' TV shows.
This is an endurance race.
Exactly. Endurance commentary.
No, this isn't endurance commentary. This is welcome to Ryan's toy review. We're talking about Rosie and Jim and how they're brother and sister. Like, no. Like, the range commentary. Like,
hang on.
Heroin.
Yeah, exactly. How you can talk me about there? It's endurance commentary. How do you survive the night?
I've had more coherent trains of thought at 3 a.m. 3 days into flu. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Look, I'm just annoyed.
Yes,
well, Scuderia Morea 66 has got a penalty. 10 seconds.
Don't get me started on Rainbow. Bloody Zippy. You must know Zippy. You do know Zippy, right?
Thought we were going in a different direction there, but yes, okay, I'm glad you're talking
about
it.
No.
Do you know Zippy?
Yes, I do know
that.
what Rainbow is.
Don't get me started on that, Zippy.
You are starting yourself here, so...
I almost can't not know.
Trying to think of other. Button Moon was good. Button Moon was brilliant. Button Moon was literally. Now, okay, any dads listening out there, you might remember Button Moon, and it's trying to choke me.
Lung cancer.
So if any dads out there remember Button Moon, and you want to make your kids the rocket, it's simple. Get a baked bean tin. Specifically one with the blue label that we can't name for production value, for product placement. But get the blue one, which I believe is Heinz, right? Oh, others available. Now get the blue one, and you colour in the logo and everything, paint that black. Keep the blue lid. And then you get a funnel, a white funnel, stick that on the top as a spinner for the 87, the hairpin. So you get a white funnel, that you put in as well. Stick that on top of it, and at the bottom, get your what's it called? I can't remember the name. Your cereal box. Take that off, cut that into triangles, stick those at the side. You got yourself a nice little rocket, homemade, and that is how they made it. Just paint the bottom orange, and that's how they made it. Button Moon was one of slap and thingy everything as well with production. It was brilliant, and. Mr. Spoon was literally just a wooden spoon with a blue hat and 2 spoons attached to a spoon body. Literally, the easiest thing you can make for your kids is Button Moon, and I highly recommend it because it is honestly so much fun. As we got a spinner off again. I feel like I'm auditioning for Blue Pizza here, guys.
Well, I'd quite like to be. Is Blue Pizza still going? I'd quite like to be.
Yeah.
Blue Pizza. I feel like you get into some interesting scenarios. I lost interest when Barn left.
Don't get me started on that purple dinosaur.
No, not the purple dinosaur. The bloke who was a Blue Pizza presenter.
I heard Barney's next up on Operation U-Tree. Makes sense though, to be fair. That whole song, I love you, you love me, and for God's sake. Well, yes, he was on television, isn't he? Jeez, what are you going on about?
I think it's just quite awesome. What was that bear? That
Bear in the Big Blue House.
bear in the Big Blue House. That was
Love Bear in the Big Blue House.
that was fantastic. That was. I used to enjoy that when I was a wee lad.
It's on Disney Plus, you know.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I have better things to do than go back and watch it for all time's sake.
I don't, and I've got nieces and nephews now, so I can go and watch it to my heart's content. Basically, it's not uncle spending time with his niece and nephew. It's uncle having a childhood. And the kids are just there. I'm looking forward to going to the Panto again. Anybody else looking forward to doing that when they've got kids? You know, and niece and nephews?
Nope.
So
Not at
looking
all.
forward to taking my niece and nephew to Panto this Christmas.
Well, we're all sim racers, so we don't really find ourselves in
Talk to
realistic
women? No, no.
no chance.
To be fair though, my niece would only be a month old, so yeah, she's going to be born in November. So it's really my nephew who I've got to take. And that'll be fun.
Right, can we
Well,
go
I'm-
like like off this tangent, please? Can we
I
take
mean,
a
I
90
want
degree left?
Yeah.
I'm done steering him in any direction.
I think Tom just lost interest in trying to steer me in directions ages ago.
Yeah, I'm just here now for the fun.
I mean, I don't think there's anything else we can talk about unless someone wants to prompt us in the chat. It is an endurance commentary, so we just watch.
Please don't prompt him in the chat.
Yeah, do not mention anything that Josh would potentially go on a 6-hour tangent for.
Oh, there's bloody.
We only have
pimples.
2 hours left in the race, so
Are you watching the rugby, Josh?
I am. I think if we're crossing the rugby, it's been quite fun at the moment, isn't it?
Well, England are winning.
I'm surprised. It's the only thing we are winning these days.
Well,
It would be quite
no,
funny if England brought it home in the rugby, England's women brought it home in the Euros, but England's men's football team can't seem to do anything at all.
Yes, but the England women also bottled the World Cup finals, so
Well, technically that was Spain's fault, but we don't go there.
yes, exactly. We don't have to go there. Great idea.
I'm not touching that with a barge pole. My goodness me, I thought we avoided most of the Max Moser stuff for that reason.
The commentary box has evolved. Joshua has gone into a downward spiral. Our discussion chat for the commentary team, I don't even know what to describe this as anymore.
Nah,
We've
pretty much how
got
it goes.
Turkish SpongeBob.
What?
Yeah, that's above where Chris complains.
There's a turkey. Oh, that was it. Oh, I see. Turkish. Oh, I did see that. Yes, I was wondering more about that.
you know, if we were actually a recognised broadcast, you would win Partridge of the Year 8 times over. Like,
That means a lot, thank you.
just from the last 15 minutes alone.
I mean, just talking about SpongeBob, what a useless thing. He's a sponge.
Nope.
You can't-
No.
Think about
Bad.
it.
Stop.
Think about it. Think about it.
Josh, no. We're not
He's a
doing
sponge.
this.
He's a
Oh, for fuck's
sponge.
sake.
Language. He's a
Sorry.
sponge that needs a helmet full of water to go into Sandy's house. Sponges can be dry.
No,
He
but
doesn't need it.
But he's the animal sponge. He's not a literal sponge that you clean your kitchen counter with.
I didn't realise sponges were animals.
For crying out loud. Yes, they live in the ocean.
And hang on a minute. So I don't know. I don't know. Because I don't know why Patrick needs it. But yeah.
Yeah. Josh, sponges are animals. Like,
Lost Alex at this point.
he's a sea sponge.
I mean,
No, but I don't think we can let them rest.
what about the Krabby Patties are actually just crabs? Crabs are
But
carnivores.
I'm more concerned. I'm more concerned that in your head, it was fairly logical that SpongeBob was a literal sponge that you would clean your kitchen with, and not a sea sponge.
Casually picks up phone to check Google because he's too sleep deprived to believe Tom.
Here you go. I've sent you a picture of a sea sponge. They definitely exist.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, that's interesting. So why in one episode does he get used to scrape, to wash people's bodies?
Because part of the humour of SpongeBob is that it's really surrealist.
This doesn't make any sense to me. Also, why did he
Right.
boats drive underwater?
Oh, dearie me, this is quite dramatic. That's the second place car. Almost
That's
planting
the
himself
final
into the wall.
place
but
car.
not
That's
quite.
the 87.
Well, second. Oh, that's the 87's back.
Third. Yeah, toss in the
I
pit lane.
checked. Yeah, so he's in for, I would assume, a regular service.
Well, I'm going to have to leave you now because it's 6 o'clock.
Thank God.
Hey. Right.
Thank you for joining us, Josh. We'll see you later.
It's been a
Yes.
pleasure to fill for the last hour and 20 minutes with you all. Yeah. Hopefully, have a good rest of the race and hopefully have a good Japanese Grand Prix tomorrow morning as well. See you later, everybody.
It's a pleasure's been ours.
Pleasure. I'm still not over Mog.
Well, that was
Good
that was quite eventful. Hello.
That was
Alex.
a
How
that
are
was
you?
an hour. Yeah.
Should we
Um,
talk about more racing related topics?
Yes. Speaking of racing, I think that's a fairly decent segue to
The race.
well, yeah, the
perhaps.
race. We are watching an R Factor 2 endurance race around the wonderful Japanese track of the Suzuka International Raceway. That's probably its name. What actually is the name? The full name is the Suzuka circuit.
It's actually a very good question. I'll Google that for you. But I think Suzuka Circuit, International Racing Course. There we go.
Ah, okay, I wasn't too far off.
I think logical time. Shall we take you through the field? Perhaps
Hold
starting
on a minute.
with the LMHs. Oh, well,
Off
unfortunately.
Penalty, apparently.
Oh.
Well, there we go. That's the LMHs. There's only 3 of them, led by Norbert Precker, followed 2 laps behind by Roland Toth, and then, unfortunately, the Scuderia Marea were on the lead lap at the start of this race. About 3 hours ago, they had a few penalties and a few disconnects, and they are now 9 laps behind the leading car of the 50, the Full Throttle Racing. On to the LMP3s, a few more racing this time. Speaking of unfortunate events, the 3 Optimal Esports in 10th currently had a disconnect from pole and are currently last in class, but the 84 battled with the 66 earlier on. A lap between them now. Nick Newcomb and Mario Valencia, a few battles between them not too long ago, but for the most part, the middle of this pack from 3rd to 6th, all on the same lap, closely followed by the Cyberlinks Racing 41. And that is the disqualified United Racing team. That can't be correct.
It is correct. They had a light problem. He didn't put his
Oh.
lights on in time. And
Oh dear. That's an interesting moment, but currently led in the GT3 by the Cyberlinks Racing 241, followed by Marcus Crawford, who's taken over from, I forgot his name, in the 47. Quite a close battle for the lead between them and the 162 EP Lab. An eventful race for them so far. Only 2 hours left. Let's hope they don't suffer too much. Followed by Tim Snowden, the 306 Boyd Transport Racing. Plenty of penalties for them today, and the 163 hasn't had the best of times, crashing into the wall and with many penalties. Then the 242 Cyberlinks sister car to the one leading with Zoltan Kovacs in the Hungarian hobby races, not too far behind. Benjamin Reinhardt in the Finavond 444 McLaren, and then the stealth Porsche, the Thomas Savini, Scuderia Marea, and then the 485 Ian Maycroft, Reading Game Studios, or if you prefer, Hunter Birch, Reading Game Studios Racing. That It's a quite long name, but they have not had the best of races so far, in no small part due to the issues they've had. But that was the race rundown. 2 hours and 3 minutes, 27 seconds to go left of racing around Suzuka.
Thank you, Alex. Wonderfully done. And I have to say, to sort of call my own back, not too much doing on my own. I gave them that car in 6th position, so
Yep.
what's
So-
happened, I'm not too sure over the course of the last couple of hours. But there you go. They're down in 23rd. And last on track, actually, which is...
Yes, because Race Club Germany has retired.
However, we have got a battle, and it's between Zoltan Kovacs and Alexander Maltsev. And Zoltan's going to go for a dive here as we go through into turn 1, try and get himself up a spot and into 6th place in
And that's
the
a great move.
GT3 as he goes. It was a fantastic move. I wonder, actually, if that move was at all decided by not necessarily him wanting to go for it, more that car just not quite having the brakes that he anticipated, but he's able to get himself through, so he'll be pretty happy with that one. There down the road is the next car closer, 9/10 of a second. So I think perhaps Alexander Maltsev is struggling with those tyres. The GT3s eat their tyres at this track. They really, really do. And looks like that might be the case here as we come towards the end of what should make for the penultimate pit stop of the day for our GT cars. When I say they eat their tyres, they really do. We were struggling to single stint hards. It is that bad around here.
This is it's a 2-hour stint for GTs?
1 hour stint. Just over an hour, actually. We were doing 30
Yes, you said penultimate.
It will be penultimate stop.
I had final, so that is on me. But yep,
Oh, there we go.
approaching final pit stops. Last two, hopefully, unless they have any major incidents. There's a 72 to the pit lane, 36th on track, according to the Boomerang. That's not what it's called, but I don't actually know the name for it that's on the side of the car. Obviously the Le Mans spec. Or is that the... It's a mix of specs, isn't it? In terms of car.
What's that?
So you've got the Lumarang there on the Ferrari, and then you've got the side position indicator on the LMP2. And that's obviously WEC spec, but then if you look at the LMH, that's also got Le Mans spec. So it's quite a mix of... It's just a strange tangent, but it's a mix of series in terms of how the information about the cars is presented, I think.
Yeah, well, that's actually very good observation. I'd never noticed that, but I suppose these cars are all designed and race in different series, and obviously a game's not going to be pedantic enough to actually represent the slight differences between those cars in separate series. Oh dear, there's the car we were just following. And in fact, is that the car that just got past? I believe it was. It's Alexander Maltsev in the Cyberlinks Racing 242 as we approach the 2 hour to go mark, 4 hours into this race. It is, well, a little bit of an awkward moment for that Cyberlinks car. Here is Burrit Senna, 5th place in LMP2. We've switched away to see Mario Valencia into the box. It's Nick Newcomb, actually. I apologise, not Mario Valencia. He's in a fine Avon Motorsports car there up in the top 5. And well, now we can have a look at Benjamin Reinhardt, who might be fancying his chances at catching up to Alexander Maltsev, particularly if Alexander has got some damage. Now, Alex, we didn't quite get to touch on it when Josh was here, but
oh dear.
You told me you wanted a chat.
Hold on. That's the 163, Stavros Sarikas in the EP lab, going off Degna 2 and very close to taking out the Optimal. Rejoining. Yeah, I think that was just a spin on entry. Hold on, I've just noticed this. Is the Full Throttle Racing, does it have the... Is it fluorescent? Is it glow in the dark? Or am I just...
The number plate will be, yes.
No, but I think the blue sort of veins glow in the dark a little bit.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. And Yeah, I think you're correct on that one.
That's cool.
Definitely
Well,
not
is
trying
that-
to
that-
stall.
Is that it? That was the tangent. Right, that's cool.
Yeah, I was just trying to stall, to be honest.
Yes, well, here we go. We're looking at 3rd and 4th place in GTB. That could be a battle. So yes, I believe you had some antics. Was it Monza or which race was it in
It was Monza, yeah.
Yes, and I forget exactly what I said, but you'll have to remind me.
You said, I believe, I will have to bring that up the next time Alex criticizes my
Oh,
driving in
yes.
ERC commentary.
Did you perhaps barrel into a yellow flag zone? And
No,
take
this was
that
not what you were criticizing me for.
I was criticizing you for jumping over a curb and then taking 2 people out in the process.
No.
Oh, right.
Wow, you really do not remember, huh?
You spun. I remember you spun. It was at Ascari, I'm sure.
Yes, it was the exit of Ascari.
Yes, you jumped onto the curb, spun around.
No. It was slightly worse than this. Than just making a mistake and going over a curb. It was more that I forgot that a car exists and lost my sense of object permanence, apparently. That was not a good race for me. Just... I can only laugh at it.
Yeah,
But
well.
I do actually want to talk about this pileup. That was an interesting moment.
It was one of the worst pieces of driving I've ever had the displeasure to watch from about 20 of those
17 cars!
Now, I never sit here and say I'm any saint. I've had some very stupid moments in cars over the course of my, few years doing it. However, never once have I seen 3 other cars barrel into a yellow flag zone and decided myself to barrel into a yellow flag zone and just magically assume that I can get through an 8-car pileup without getting myself caught up in said 8-car pileup.
Well, 17 cars were involved in that incident and got damaged. So, I don't exactly understand. You can see there's 8 cars in front of you, and you don't think to just slow down? Now, I'm not exactly innocent, but in my defense, I could not see that this incident had happened ahead of me, right? I was focusing on the car in front through, what is it called? It's the Variante della Roggia.
Well, for me, it's just the second chicane. I don't.
It's the
Very
Della
sweet.
Roggia. Just after that, there's the Della Roggia and Lesmo 1. How? I don't actually know how the incident happened. As we see, it's at the Finavond. It is Benjamin Reinhardt. That's in the exit of turn 1. So obviously his tires not thinking too favourably of how the Finavond driver is trying, and that's an incident and a half. That is Alexander Moltsev, and was that the XRL? Or was that a different car in the BMW that they were jostling with?
It was quite akin, wasn't it, to actually what happened this morning?
I did not know. I have not
Oh,
checked.
you were not here to see the absolute chaos of the GT race start.
No.
We had a car upside down on the start line. Before the start line, we had a car go upside down, and yeah, I'm just trying to get the clip of it on stream, so perhaps I can get it on the OBS as well, so people can see what happened. It was auto directed didn't catch it. Okay, that would explain that. But yes, it was quite the dramatic one. It has to be said. Was it caught on a stream or not? No, it wasn't caught on a stream. It was dramatic. We had a car go off and spin, and then ended up upside down.
It's not the LMP2, because looking at the Stewart decisions, it's incident involving LMP2 grid NFA, or is this?
It was definitely GT3 because I drove through it.
Okay,
There
So
may
we've got-
have been an LMP2 incident, but there was also one with the GT3s.
We've got the XRLE Sports 117, the Finavon 444, and the HHR 36. That's all that's listed in Stewart Decision Chat, but I find that quite bizarre. Especially at the start of a 6-hour race, an incident on race start is hardly ideal. At least. Are you there, Tom?
Oh yeah, hello.
Ah, okay. I know you've been having issues.
Did you ask me a question? Because I didn't hear it. It's
Potentially.
Oh, okay. There you go. You're welcome to repeat the question if you would like, Alex.
No, I am perfectly content. If you care enough,
Screw
you
you.
will
It's
check
screw
the.
you and screw your question.
Yeah, you can check the video on demand on EERC official later on this evening, if not right now, if you so wish to. As we head.
I think I'll pass.
Yeah. So that is. I forget his name. His first name. Anyway, we see Toft in the #1 Racing Zone team, passing a couple of GT3s, including your car, which are just not having the greatest of races. And speaking of not having the greatest of races, that's Thomas Savini in the Scuderia Morea spinning at 1:30 hour.
This is only our third 6-hour race, I should say. I apologise, of the season so far. 6 hours of Istanbul at the very start of the year. But then it was the Glen and finally Suzuka, our 6-hour races. We seem to have settled on the 8-hour race length as a sort of go-to for ERC. And I suppose I'll ask, what's your opinion on that? Let's say we go into next year. It's a clean page. You've got an ERC calendar. What do you choose in terms of race length primarily, but also tracks? And most importantly, where do you put the 24? Because you know we always have an ERC 24. Where do you put the 24 hours next year?
The 24 you probably want closer to the start of your season. That's
in the track.
Where would we put it though? Wow, there's a lot of places you could do a 24, but I'm just trying to think of tracks that are very simple to drive and aren't going to tire you out too much, because that's really what you want for a longer race, you know, because you have 24 hours of Daytona. I can't discredit the fact that these drivers are very, very good at keeping themselves awake. So you've got Daytona, but that's the thing, you have to consider whether the track is going to tire you out, and I think that's the reason why we have such differing race lengths. You know, you have 8 hours and whatnot. So I think 8 hours is the best for sort of less technical circuits, but still ones that demand a bit of constant attention. I can't really name circuits off the top of my head, but yeah.
Silverstone.
Yeah,
It's a good
Silverstone,
example.
8 hours, yeah, or 12. Because it's not exactly physically demanding, well, in a sim racing standpoint at least. But a track like, Suzuka, you know, you've got a lot of fast S's, you've got a lot of turns, and you've got a lot to think about constantly, because it's very difficult to race around Suzuka, you know, so that's the 6 hours. It all just depends on the track, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think I would trend towards 6-hour races myself. I think I'd actually do away with as many 8 hours as we had. I'd maybe have one at 8 hour. I think if you're going to do 8, you might as well do 12. In a way, that's my sort of thought on it. And I'm a fan of the 12-hour races. I think the 2 a.m. finish times are a little bit inconvenient, but if you're doing it once or twice a year, it's better than having 2 24s. I quite like the 8-round calendar as well this year, starting in March rather than starting in finish October, start January. You finish October, start March. That's a lot nicer for me, I think. But I'd probably go more 6-hour races. I'd lean into shorter races probably. I think trouble is with, we've got PTCC now. Formula E will be starting back up soon. So there's plenty of stuff to race on, Factor 2 ERC wise. So I'd probably trend towards your sort of shorter races. But then I wouldn't mind us having a 12 hours of Sebring. I'd like to go back to Sebring actually. That could be a shout for a 24-hour race, But anyway, I'd quite like to see 12 hours of Sebring. Bring that back. I know we never did a 12 hours exactly. We did a 1,000 miles or whatever it was. I would quite like to see us go over to somewhere, but like maybe a Bahrain 6 hours. Like we did a 24 at Bahrain, which wasn't particularly successful, but I quite enjoyed it. And yeah, that was a year ago now. So yeah, I'd probably go 6 hours generally, have a 12 hours at Sebring, and then the 24, I'd either go back to Le Mans, or I know I suggested this actually, I'd go back to Spa. I really enjoyed the Spa 24 that we did.
Yeah, but I obviously the Nordschleife is a great 24-hour venue, but not ideal for hybrids. Not hybrids, hypercars and prototypes. So that's off the table for ERC, but I would love to see a endurance event at.
Yeah, well, if you did Nords, you would have
Nordschleife.
to.
Yeah.
You would have to effectively. If you did a Nordschleife event, you'd have to effectively have it as a GT3 only round.
Exactly. Which is just it's not great. But apart from that, 24-hour tracks, I would probably say that Bahrain is a good track, but I think that's more suited to a 12-hour format than a 24.
Yes,
If I had to
well,
say.
yeah, I could agree with that. I thought it actually quite works as a 24-hour venue. It's very similar in a weird way to something like Spa in how wide it is. It's very, very simple. I mean, arguably a little bit boring, but it was we used the Grand Prix circuit and it was pretty good. I think it lends itself quite nicely. Maybe not to a 24 in the future, but I thought that was quite good. I also, as I said, I just love Spa. I thought that Spa. I'm a little bit biased because we finished second in that race, but I really enjoyed having a Spa 24 hours. That was 2021 now, so that was 2 years ago, and it was such a fantastic event. It ran smoothly. We had a good battle pretty much all the way throughout the night there. I remember my night stint was spent battling for the lead. And as a track, it's got the right mix of everything. And in fact, as a 24-hour venue, it's perfect. I wouldn't go back to Daytona. I'll say that much. For a 24-hour race, anyway.
I think Malaysia would be a great venue, personally. The Sepang circuit. I think that would be a great 24-hour venue.
Yeah, I actually don't think you'll take too much for a shot in the dark there. That's actually a pretty solid suggestion.
And I'll probably get crucified for this one, but Paul Ricard as well. I quite like.
I could see doing a 6-hour Paul Ricard.
Yeah, not for 24. Not.
No. As off goes the 162. That's actually quite interesting because he's chasing down the second place in this GT3 race. So that ruins his progress.
Second place.
So he was second place, so he's lost it now. So he has to go back and chase after Snowden in second. But yeah, I mean, Sepang is a fantastic venue, perhaps for that. You could also argue as that's very aggressive, very awkward between the two of them. But you could also argue, I suppose, in favour of going somewhere like Paul Ricard. Maybe Paul Ricard 4 hours. I think the problem is it's making sure you've got a good mod track for it. We're quite lucky this is technically official content here in rFactor 2. It's old and it's technically not actually Suzuka, it's Suzuka or whatever the licensing says. But can you rely on having a Paul Ricard version? We have got a Sepang, I know that much.
Another great 24, well not 24, but a 12 would be Hungarian. I know it's quite thin, but it encourages sort of longevity when it comes to races, at least.
I'd probably go to Monza as well.
Yeah, in a way, it's a bit like Spa the Hungaroring is at least.
Have we ever done Monza in EERC?
I would not know.
I cannot remember. I half remember us doing a Monza race, but I also don't. Hockenheim. I would also go back to Hockenheim.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that this year.
For goodness sake, it would be a good one.
We did go there. We went there. I forget when it was. 2021, I believe. It was the race before Spa, and it was 12 hours, and it was awful.
Well,
to put it bluntly.
Yeah, I can understand that. It looks good. It would be fun, but it's just no. I don't think it works quite as well with GTs, at least.
Imola.
No.
We raced at Imola. I completely forgot about this because I don't think we raced that day. However, I would love to go to Imola.
This is a hot take, but I dislike Imola greatly as a circuit.
I can see why it's not for everyone.
Yeah, it's just it's a really annoying track.
I'll tell you what was a good 24. I apologise to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Road America. We went to Road America in 24 in season 1. We have been back for 6 hours. And it was a very, very good race.
I can see that.
I would go back there actually for 24. That was fantastic.
I think the moto layout would be great for a 24.
Well, we just used the normal IndyCar / IMSA layout, but
Yeah.
I would go back there. I think 24 there would work again. It was good first time around.
I would say Barcelona as a like 6 hour, 8 hour venue would be quite interesting.
We had a fun 6 hour there at the very start of last year.
Yeah.
It was a very fun race. We got a battle.
Yeah, this one's heated up actually. The optimal getting back into. Does he think it's laps traffic?
I'm not too sure. You're not allowed to do that, but they go side by side. And that could end very, very nastily indeed. My pictures are freezing up and being absolutely nightmarish as they go back down the straight. And we'll see if this Optimal car can get through as they go down into turn 1. Not an overtaking opportunity at all in these LMP2 cars. Thinks about the dive and swiftly thinks against it.
I think this Sunset Motorsports thinks this is the number 3 Optimal and not the number 2, and it's for position. That's an interesting moment. So he's flashing his lights, but and there's contact.
And it ends very badly.
Very nearly into the wall for the 85, but he's done well. Keep that Sunset Motorsports out of the barriers.
Chris says not going back to Nola. Yeah, that was a weird choice, Nola. I think when we did Nola, Chris will correct me if I'm wrong, we tried to loosely follow the VEC calendar. So we had like a Nola race to try and entice a few people to come and do EERC, and then, you know, hopefully it gets you your setup for VEC. And Nola was just an awful track.
Chris has got a good point. I'd love to see a 24 hours of Rainbow Road.
I would like to see a joke 24 hours. So not a joke 24 hours, but a 24 hours that ends that has some kind of absurd track that shouldn't be using a 24 hours. Like a rain. No, like a yeah, exactly, like a Monaco or an Indianapolis.
A Monaco 24 is that
like a
sounds
Monaco
like pain.
24. It does, but that's
The
why it
pit
would be
lane
fantastic.
would be used so much.
And yeah, it'd be cool to see like a fun 24, like Monaco 24 in F3 cars or something.
In F3 cars? Oh dear.
He said, me and Nick debated a run what you brung 0 to 24. That would be awful. That would be really, really bad. I think the problem with that is how on earth do you physically do that, where you decide what car. Although no, actually, it's not. Maybe not a horrendous idea.
I'd love to run a Opel Corsa around the Nordschleife.
The X2010.
Oh dear. Is there even a mod for that for our factor?
I don't know. Probably somewhere.
Quite funny to like run a Ford Transit or something.
These two are side by side, by the way, for 7th position. Benjamin Reinhardt's had a crash earlier on. Looks to get that 7th spot back as we go down into Spoon Curve. It's a very late move. And it's a fantastic move, actually. He's late on the brakes. He's very, very brave. And is able to get himself into 7th position. That was very audacious. And I dare say he's even got away with it.
Definitely. That was a fantastic move by Reinhardt. Now letting past, I assume that it's the LMP2 leader. Never mind. That is the 85 being chased by Finelli, I believe. That's a great move by the Finavon.
But he's going to get repassed it
again into the chicane, and this is very close between the two drivers. I think maybe an ideal line through 130R due to traffic. But have to try and get now with the straight line speed down the straight towards turn 1. He went for the inside last time. He's going to have to go for the outside this time. But he's made the move, and he's probably going to try and keep it stick. Yeah, he's stick through turn 2, but hopefully now all he has to do is not make a mistake through the S's, and that position's his.
He went a little bit deep into turn 2, but not the room for a move from the 242, so that gives 444 the position. Interestingly, 444, he has actually got a number plate. I didn't think he had a number plate for a second there, and I thought we'd have to report him to the stewards and he'd be in the naughty corner. But no, they've got the 444 in old style written there on the side of the car, but at 0.8 of a second that gap. Now, you would like to think that is that move over, or that position gained. Only 9 seconds for the GT3 lead. Tim Snowden is up there in the BMW at the moment, and EERC are down in second. It's a Ferrari using third. That's the Cyberlinks car. I believe we have got pit stops that are going to change how this runs, because that is Alessio Neto's car, the number 306, and they weren't in the lead of the race when he was in the car.
Has the 306 not pitted? Is that why it's in the lead currently?
That's what I believe, but we're at such an awkward point in the stint that you'd think everyone would surely have had to pit by now.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm surely not, right? This is bizarre. It's just an awkward thing because we can't even use RaceView to check whether they've hit recently or not as well. So we've got no live timing. We've just sort of got to rely, basically, how it's classically been done, just relying on what is shown to you. How many laps are we on now, I wonder? How many laps have been completed?
I can find out for you. I believe... Oh, I can't find out for you, apparently. It's not on my screen. I think we're around 100 and 140.
That seems right. We were 130 when we did the... we were at 130 at 2 hours, and it's in yellow. Sector 1, but we've also been getting a lot of yellows, and I don't think they're actually happening. Or it's just people going slightly wide, and it's putting a yellow out. It seems as if the number 2 Optima is being chased down by the Phenom 139. Bielenko, the Cyberlinks Racing number 7. I complain about Auto Tractor. opinion. Goes. Okay, you're talking about this person. Go watch the 485 in Maycroft.
Oh, I
Developed
apologise.
Simulation
That's
Rebuilding
a
Studios team.
it's a different car than Alicia. I apologise. I was getting the BMWs confused.
Alicio's not on track, is he?
No, he's not. But they are different cars. He's in a BMW. I just can't remember which one.
The 40 XRL, or is it the 47?
This is the one, I believe.
47, yes. Neto. That is Alicia Neto's car, the 47. It was just showing up as the 46.
As we've said this, Chris has just said in admin chat we should get some tracks for season 5 shortlisted. I'm not going to read that actually. I should probably not just randomly read that out. But anyway, yeah. Basically, our discussion has led to a further discussion.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd like to know what sort of tracks get shortlisted. But we're on round 7. Got only one more round after this, I believe. We headed Daytona for a 10-hour. That is 10 hours. That's strange, but okay. That is in just under a month's time.
I can read it. I've heard. I can tell you, this is insider information right here. You'll never hear this anywhere else. Shortlisted. Well, these are the sort of half shortlist at the moment. Kota, Barca, Portimao, Korea, Sebring, Fuji, Shanghai, Sepang, Monza, and Dubai. Brainstorms. These are brainstorms.
Oh damn.
These are brainstorms as in tracks that we're thinking about.
Is this? Have they just been listening to commentary now and saying, "Oh, we should add
Yes.
that. Oh, we should add that. Oh, we
Yes,
should add that."
that's exactly what's happened. As side-by-side action between Mario Valencia and Leonardo Finelli. Finelli is on the outside line, going to try and hold on to this 5th position, but that final bond on the inside line is going to try and come back at him, and that is fantastic braking performance from the Optiminal car, who's a little bit awkward through turn 2. There's a Constantina effect between the two of them. However, that is move made and done.
How long will Finelli keep it for? Because that's 139 feet of on. It's been excellent in terms of straight line speed, and as you can see, he's right on the back of him, heading towards Degner, and that's not great. Number 2 sliding. I think that's turn something. Here we go. Yeah, he's trying to go for it into Degner on the inside, and there's contact. 139 hits the back of the number 2, and I think he's just going to have to wait for the number 2 here. Yeah, flash lights to apologize, but on the back of them now, it's a lapped car, but Pinavond, the 139, has lost out. And obviously, contact there, never appreciated as who's that on the inside? I think that was the number 3 Optiminal, who was just on the inside of the circuit.
Well, there we go, and now there's it's a snap.
Dear! Wow.
He's gone in deep, tried to save it, and then just snapped off the circuit into Spoon. And that's Mario Valencia having his stint effectively ruined. Now all that progress he'd made has fallen away. This man, though, is having a storming ride at the moment at the top of the field. As my little monologue is taken away from me. But storming drive
This is my
at the moment
complaint too.
for Court Mason.
I say that's my complaint. We've gone all day complaining about Auto Director as we cut randomly to Norbert Precker. Still, actually, only a lap in front of Roland Toff now, who, in the hour and a half he's had when he got to the 2-lap mark, he's managed to get that number 1 significantly closer than he was. I mean, he was 3 laps down at some point.
Maybe Esteron is being suggested. Because it is on R Factor 2, that's the thing, it's one of the old ISI tracks. In fact, I think probably a time for me to get up workshop, have a look at ISI tracks, just see which sort of stupid tracks we can have.
Well, there's a lot of stupid tracks that we could have. I would love to see at the end of a season like a 6 hours of Rainbow Road though. So I'm sure there's a mod for that, right? Just a non-official event for Rainbow Road. That'd be amazing.
There was a Mario Kart track. I haven't got a clue which one it was. I think it was Princess Peach's Castle potentially. That was on R Factor 2.
I know there's a Rainbow Road for Assetto Corsa.
Bathurst is there. Multi-class at Bathurst wouldn't be fantastic, but it's there. It's not.
Multi-class at Bathurst is just no.
I desperately want a Bathurst 12/24 on R Factor, but you know.
Yeah. That would have to be an isolated event because
yes,
LMH is just the prototypes. They run too low and they're affected too much by curbs and bumps to even get anywhere close to Bathurst. I mean, when the 2022 race Sim Studio car came out, I was just I tried it on Bathurst and it just didn't work.
I raced that car at Bathurst, well, not race, but drive that car at Bathurst quite a lot. I quite enjoy the RSS 2022 car at Bathurst quite a lot.
The 2023 one is also great. I've driven both of them, and it's very fun. It's just very, very worrying. Especially when you go over some of the curbs. It's scary. Very scary.
Well, yes, you have to be careful, and you can't run it as aggressively as you would what's it called?
Regular track.
A supercar, V8 supercar. There we go. That's the one.
Yeah. You have to sort of teeter around the circuit instead of full send.
Silverstone, by the way, is potentially off the table because the old laser scan Silverstone is no longer on the workshop. It no longer exists.
Oh wow. Anyway, I will be right back.
Alright, so as we say thank you to Alex, who will be taking a moment. Let's have a look at the order with 1 hour and 25 minutes to go here in the EERC Endurance Championship, round 7 of Season 4. Season 2023, we started in 2020, of course. And well, we're looking at perhaps a battle for second place in GT3 between Validis Karalis and Alexei Zyogendev. Third and second at the moment, 1.4 seconds in between the two of them. That Cyberlinks racing car is catching up at a rate of knots, and I think we'll be expecting to get through in a couple of moments' time. Race leader Tim Snowden is into the pits. I don't know whether they lead the race on track as well as through pit stops. We'll wait and see, as indeed he gets passed by our top two as they head down into turn 1. Really start to think about having this battle for the race lead. Only 9 attempts in it. We'll ride on board with your Cyberlinks racing car. In fact, let's go right inside the cockpit of the Cyberlinks car if it wants to let me. There we go. We got there in the end. And have a look at this one. Catching up slightly as we go on through Sector 1 into the S's. The rotation of these GT cars is absolutely insane, just so on edge throughout the S's. And I think Validis here is going to have to find himself looking over his shoulders, looking in those mirrors in just a few moments' time, because this is a really, really good little stint forming for Alexei Zyogendev, who's got a little bit of hypercar traffic to contend with. He's going to make sure he doesn't let that hypercar through at the hairpin. Waits it out. These guys lapping in the 202s as well. They're lapping very, very quickly indeed. I think Alexei recently out of the pits, perhaps, so that offers reason why he's so quick. And obviously he's under putting pressure now on Validus. In fact, putting a lot of pressure as they go through Spoon. Finds a mighty amount of exit speed and now can put the pressure on as we go into 130R. He won't get alongside into the fastest corner on this racetrack, 130 degrees left-hander. However, he's within 3/10 of a second, and now as we apply the brakes for the Casio Triangle, is there going to be perhaps a move as almost all over that rear bumper of the EP Lab car? This is the lead of your GT race, and I think Alexi is going to have a little bit of a run hit as we go down into turn 1. He's in the slipstream, certainly is enough to force Validis to have to defend up through into turn 1. However, I think he's just a little bit too far back. Is that hypercar going to allow to go to the inside? The number 241 tries the inside line. The hypercar goes deep, almost off of the racetrack, and they're almost side by side out of the corner. Alexi definitely had a look for Cyberlinks Racing, not quite able to find a way through, and now there's it's defensive driving from this EP Lab car, who knows that he's going to get swallowed up if he's not careful. It's such a tiptoe though through this sector 1 in these GT cars that I think he knows that getting through here will be particularly difficult. However, now through Degner as a snap of oversteer for the EP Lab team, perhaps into Degner. There's going to be a move. LMP2 car getting involved as well, and there goes a change for the lead of the race. Cyberlinks Racing gets through. The Aether car actually takes out slightly the EP Lab cars. That allows perhaps a bit of a, you see he's frustrated with it, but that allows perhaps a little bit of a gimme for the number 241. However, they now have the lead of your GT3 race and can hope that with a 78-second gap back to third place and the next car to have pit, maybe with an hour and 21 minutes to go, heading into the final stop of the day, they're going to be able to get themselves a nice little race win here in Japan.
Have I missed anything?
Well, you've just missed a battle for the lead and a change for the lead.
Oh, amazing.
So welcome back, Alex. It's now the number 241 who's in the lead of the race ahead of number 162. However, we have to stress that that third place car is a pit stop ahead of these guys in theory, but I believe would have to pit again because he pitted within the last 10 minutes. You can do 35 laps on a tank, which is about 70 minutes. Not quite enough to make it to the end from here, I don't believe.
Well, I would assume that they wouldn't want to do a two-stop for the rest of the race, so that's strange, at the very least. But also,
perhaps they were in trouble earlier on.
120 to go. You say 17 minutes, but there's still also the potential that they can save fuel because the cars ahead, you know, they've got all the tires. They're going to be pushing a bit more. We've also got Kovacs in the 36 coming in. So I'd imagine they wouldn't want to do only one pit stop, and I think that's might be the strategy for the entirety of the teams, but it just feels weird that they wouldn't. I don't know, to be fair.
Now we see Victor Cabello. Is this in the 163? It is. Trying to chase after Marcus Crawford, but Crawford is 2 laps down the road, so not really in the battle here. Nick Homewood is driving, was our race director earlier on today, but now trying to chase after Thomas Savigny, I believe. I apologise. There you go, my European pronunciations. I swear this auto director only ever cuts to my car when it's in its pit box. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it seems to be cutting to it in the pit box a lot.
You try just not pitting as often.
Well, I'll get that message through to the boys. Oh dear me, that's a moment there for the hypercar. Lap 151 of the race. Almost sent himself off into the wall.
Well, the leader will be on lap 153 now. with Roland Toff being a lap behind. We're just on board with him through the entirety. The spoon through 130R. Now onto the main straight, crossing the line to start 152. And I believe we're looking at Alexander Moltsev there in the pit lane. And it would be very nice if Auto Director would realise that this is not a battle and Nick Homewood has passed the car in the pit lane.
That was not Auto Director, that was me. However, Alex, I think
Oh.
best to do here, I'm going to leave you for about 15 minutes just to go and get some dinner. And then I'll be back for the last hour. You're welcome to jump out at that point or whatever. You've been here for quite a while, so if you want to jump out in about 15 minutes, then I'll take the last hour solo. I don't mind, but I am going to go get dinner now. If you don't mind, then I'll see you guys in a little bit.
I take Venmo. Yeah, see you, Tom. See you in 15 minutes or so. Hour 17 left. Tom Dillon just left the commentary box. Currently leading Preka in the number 50 and Paul Kmaza in the 84. Sunset, or is it the sunrise? I can't quite remember. We've just seen sunset 2 hours ago. In the 84 of Paul Kmaza leading LMP2 and the 241 of Zagorodny. Zagorodnev? Zagorodnev. I'll do. Just overtook the 162 of Corrales for the lead in GT3. We're currently watching Ian Maycroft chase, at least for one lap, as Tom Dillon was just complaining about his car only being shown in the pit lane. There you go, going through the hairpin. Now that is a move. Oh, that is I think it's a cuts away, but that's a move by the 85 of Senna on Arshad all the way back through traffic. He's threaded the needle very nicely, and that's an amazing move. Only just cut to, and you don't really see that much more of it. I'd love to cut to the 46 right now, but Auto Director clearly thinking that Roland Toff in the pit lane is more important. There we go. 0.6. Barrett Senna. A great move on Samir Arshad. The EERC Racing team in the final chicane. That's putting him up into P3, a lap to go to the 66, but that was an amazing move from here. Now, a lot of work to do to try and catch up. But he only seems to be losing time to the Sunset Motorsports team. He's got a comfortable 24-second lead over the 139, driven by Valencia, and plenty fell back to the number 2, Timnor, driven by Roldan, who I believe have just put out a report of the 85 for excessive flashing, which I think potentially they are quite guilty of. I don't think there's been a decision on it so far. And the yellow in sector 3, I don't exactly believe the timing screen. That's absolutely persistent. Oh, and that is a yellow in sector 3. That's the Cyber Lynx. I can't tell which one it is. I think that's the 242, however. But not ideal in the slightest. The 162 Corrales just came into the pit lane. We're still watching. This is Samir Arshad in the EERC Racing team, trying to catch up as he's overtaken. Wait, did Senna make a mistake? That must have been. No. Senna was ahead, I think. Senna. Yes? Oh no, he was. Did I miss something? I might have missed something, but then out of P3 back into P4. That's weird. I'm just trying to watch to see what happened. I think we cut away when the move was made, but oh, he spun at the spoon, and we did see it. I missed that, but Sinner spun at the spoon. Now back to P4, and having to chase Arshad again after his amazing move in the final chicane, as we see both cars navigating them through now. 2.1 at the end of this lap to go, just to try and catch up to Arshad. But we know that the Sunset Motorsports has great straight line speed advantages over the rest of the cars in the LMP2 field. As demonstrated by the 84 earlier on in the race when it was trying to overtake the 66, which it now has a 1-lap lead over. Anyway, we are watching Samir Arshad coming up through lap. One of the Cyberlinks cars, I don't know which one that is. And I can't see it because it doesn't have an illuminated light board, but I think that was a 01 on its position. So I would assume that that is the P1 car of Zagorodnev, yeah. As we see the XRL 306 avoids get overtaken, and I think that must be the second place car, the Void Transport Racing. And slowly pulling it back. Now 1.4. We navigate the deck themselves. I believe the auto director is turned off, so we're just sort of stuck watching Arshad try and chase the lap ahead across Forgax for the Scuderia Maria 66, the P2 in the LMP2 class, and a bit of a late move by Samir Arshad going down the inside of the Ferrari at the EP lab through the spoon, but Senna now right on the back of the Scuderia Maria, not the Scuderia Maria, the EPA Racing team. I'm getting confused. The incorrect graphic of 0.5 head towards 130R. Might just be able to get close enough. Great if he's good on the brakes here, and he's great on the brakes, goes down the inside of the EPA Racing car, and that is a great move by the Sunset Motorsports car, Barrett Senna, and wow, what a move, down the inside. From miles back as well, 0.3. A fantastic move and a fantastic bit of racing. The EPA Racing not happy about that move, having to avoid the car, but fantastic bit of racing by Barrett Senna. second move that he has made on Samir Archer today. They were both in the same place. Two fantastic moves in the exact same place as Norbert Krecker. The two battling cars for third in the P2 series. Can't find a way in the hairpin. I do apologise that we aren't just watching Samir Archer for the EERC Racing team. Nice if we were able to get to a different car. I don't think we will. I think Tom has left us. Oh, the motor director. Towards the final hour, about 3 laps to go until 1 hour left in the race. Still got quite some time, considerably. Still plenty to happen. I mean, at the end of this race, the 84 may not be leading LMP2. It could have been out. Or, you know, as Crawford in the pits from minute 54. They against them, but it doesn't look like there is, so that could just be a glitch, or they've got severe damage and backed yellow. EERC Racing team navigates the 485. It's a shame that these are the two closest cars on track, but the pit stop for Crawford was just a long pit stop. Essentially just fueling up for the rest of the race, trying to get Paparinopoulos. Goodness me. Then I should just pronounce things at this point. Into the pits. Being his last. Oh. Is. Oh. This lonely. Everyone at this point has out by at least battles. Screen, but the 162 of Paparinopoulos is surely catching the 306, the boy Transport Racing. Close on the 241. Surely have to pitch. I believe this is the 162. Yeah. I could not see, but 162. Get a better angle. No, that's the 163 of Cabello on the yellow. Vector free. Bill. Yeah. God damn it, Tom. That's Nick Homewood. DNFs. That's what? The 444 McLaren. DNF'd. And a warning for the 85 Sunset Motorsports for flashing lights. We saw this for the number 2 on the number 2 Optimal of Roldan. they now have a warning for flashing lights excessively while trying to chase down that number 2 optimal car. And I do hope, for the sakes of the stream, that someone turns auto director on, because it is quite boring watching the IFA Racing, that is a Ligier PS17, strolling around quite confidently with nobody near them whatsoever, as the leader of the LMP2, the 84, comes in what can only be assumed for their final pit stop. But still, the Nick Wood, okay, that's his new nickname. The Nick Homewood DNF still lurks, and I'm very confused as to what has happened there. As, yes, fortunately, we are able to switch cars now. We're now watching Norbert Precker, the 50 full throttle racing team, the leader of the LMH category in this. Andrei Bielenko in the Cyberlinks Racing. Not the greatest of sessions, maybe not for the LMP2 car, but certainly for GT3, as we see the race leader, Norbert Precker, going a bit wide and misjudging his braking into the final chicane, the Casio Triangle. And Korkmaz still in the pit lane. Now, this is new lap 141 incident 18 involving Optimal and the Finavon 139. It's a 10-second stop and go for the 139, and I don't know which incident this was. I'm not sure if it was shown, but 139 in trouble, and this is the stealth Porsche, and I think that's the first actual look. We've got that black and white livery, because otherwise it's just appeared as black, and that's a great save. Andrei Bielenko heading into the hairpin, lost it under braking, and I don't think he's particularly happy with that Orica LMP2 car just at this minute, going quite sideways, almost putting it into the barriers. As we're approaching the 1 hour mark, 1 hour and 43 seconds to go for the black and white checkered flag shows for these drivers, presumably for Norbert Precker to take, unless there is something significant that happens between now and then that causes him to lose 2 laps, or maybe even DNF. But now the 888, as a result of the 444's retirement, now back into the race, and this is Victor Cabello, the 163. Not the greatest of races today. 5 in 5th currently in the GT3 class, but they have had quite an incident-filled race as we hit the 1 hour remaining mark into double digits for final remaining moments of this ERC race. We're now 5/6 of the way to go, and we're almost home and dry. And many of these drivers, especially the ones in the lead of their category, always want to make sure they are not losing time excessively. But this, the other Cyberlinks Racing, the one sistered to the leading car, and I do actually believe that it has glow-in-the-dark elements, and I think that's pretty cool, actually. Hopefully the 241 brings it home, and they will be hoping, even though they're only 9th in category, the 242, that will be a good result, at least for their sister teams. Seems that Ron Toff probably getting held up just a little bit there by the 888 Scuderia Marea Delft Porsche. And another decision by
Chris Tompkins, the current race director, that Finavond and an incident between Finavond 139 and Cyberlinks Racing 241 is that Cyberlinks Racing 241, which is the leading car, getting a warning, and they should be more aware of their surroundings, which I think is pretty fair considering they are leading the GT3 class. I imagine that a penalty, especially if it didn't result in anything too much or anything too significant, is quite okay. Thank you very much, Andres Roldan.
Hello, Alex.
That's the 485, and welcome back, Tom.
About 15 minutes. It's a little bit over, but you know.
You took 20, but yeah.
Well, you know, approximations.
Yeah.
How's the race been going in my absence? I see we've got the 241 ahead of the 306. That's interesting. 91 seconds. Has the 306 been back into the pits?
I couldn't tell you, but I know that the 241 pit quite recently, actually, for their final stop, which is quite strange. But what you did miss is the 85 going for 2 of the most ambitious moves I've seen into the final chicane on that EERC racing car, the 46. And just absolute sends down the inside of the chicane. I was commentating on it and I was saying, well, he's going to have to be very confident on the brakes. He's going to catch up right to the back of the 46 and might get a good run onto the straight, but he immediately proved me wrong by just putting it down the inside and making it stick.
Oh, we're looking at Thomas Rasch, who's making his way around up into... Oh, no, he's not anymore because we've switched away. Thank you, Auto Director. I appreciate that. You see, the only good thing about Auto Director, Alex, is that I don't have a producer in my ear saying sorry and then sending me off my train of thought when he's cut away from something that I was talking about. It's the only good thing about Auto Director. That it doesn't say sorry to me. That, that it's ruined my train of thought.
We could complain about Auto Director for the entire duration of the stream, and it would be the exact same complaints every time. As it randomly switches to Ian Maycroft, who is 55 seconds for the leader, and that's no good for Noah Brecker. He's gone wide at Degner. Is he struggling to keep it straight, I think?
I think generally speaking, through Degner, most of these guys are struggling to keep it straight. It's a very, very difficult corner to make a sort of move on, or actually just keep the car pointing in the right direction at, particularly if you get onto that exit curve on the driver's left outside of Degner 1. You could find yourself making your way into the barrier very, very easily there. I think it caught me out a couple of times when I was starting practice. Here's Hallam Ross, though, makes his way through 130R, trying to chase down the lead of this race, 91.8 seconds. Look at the next GT3 on the circuit. Sazlok's Dili, 6th place, Hungarian hobby racers. We have got a massive Hungarian contingent here in EERC, and that's always been peculiar to me because it doesn't strike me as a big racing country. Respectfully, I say that respectfully to Hungary.
Well, I've also found there's a lot of names that I don't. I would rather not pronounce, notably in that Hungarian racers car. But what you've missed in the meantime is the DNF for the 444 Finavond, and as a result, the Scuderia Mirai 888 has got it's essentially a black and white flag in the form of Chris Tompkins giving them a slap on the wrist, saying formal driving standards warning for the Scuderia Mirai 888.
Even better, we've got beef in chat. You don't tell my driver who has fresh tyres about the obstruction done under the name of defence. You say we flashed a lot. You can complain as you wish. If there is a complaint, we will have checked. And Chris has said, if you're faster, just get past. Don't need to make them experience a rave in the car. Now, I am actually going to talk about this because I despise flashing. I really do. flashing should be used if you're trying to, in an extreme case, so for example, you're trying to communicate with GT3, I need to get past now because I'm chasing down the race leader and you're in my way. That's fair enough. If someone's holding you up generally, but not as a basic distraction, effectively. I think if you're using it to distract someone and you're being overly aggressive on it, I think it's cheating. I would class it as cheating.
There is a rule against it. It's
Oh, well, yeah, okay, it's literally cheating in this championship, but you're allowed to do it in real life, and I think even then I'd class it as cheating.
Yeah. It is silly that it's, you know, the intended purpose is to say, hello, I'm here, will you let me pass, please? And many drivers are interpreting that common sort of usage as, hello, I'm here, let me pass, I'm slightly faster than you, even though we're in the same class and I'm not lapping you. Which is a bit unfortunate. We're on board Matusz Piskan, the number 3 Optimal, 8 laps behind the next driver, and you do have to feel bad. They were on pole 5 hours ago, they were starting all and had a disconnect, and now they're just nowhere. And it's a miracle, honestly, to me, that they are still continuing with this race.
Well, Matthews has been fantastic for me and my team in FS2 this season. Wasn't expecting a great deal. Got a race victory at Monza. We don't speak to Alex about that race in particular, but
Not race 1. We can talk about race 2.
Matthews quite like to talk about race 2, and I think actually that's one of the only times in recent years of me commentating on sim racing where there has been genuine excitement in my voice, to the point that I've shouted a bit louder than I would like to. If you go back and if you watch Josh's Abu Dhabi 2021 last couple of laps, he is literally screaming, and he always complains about the fact that his neighbours complain, but you know, he was literally screaming. And I can't remember the last time I did that, but then Matthews went around the outside into turn 1 to win the race. I was like, wow, that was a genuine exciting moment, because I know how much he worked for that throughout the course of the year. He's really been hard at work, and this is his first proper year doing R Factor 2 racing. This is his first proper endurance race. I was a little bit upset because I offered him a seat in the 72 LMP2. He told me that he wasn't a fan of endurance racing, and then 3 months later goes and tries to Optimal, but you know, yeah, that's by the by.
Well, obviously, it's just gonna... He does what he wants to, but I would like to say that my setup has won 2 Formula Sprint 2 races, and that's all I have to say.
I'm not sure that's particularly a flex when you're also driving.
Well,
it's like my setup. Oh dear me. Yeah, Maycroft almost going straight on in the 485. My setup has won a race.
No, it's won 2. Two races, 2 setups.
My setup with 2 races. I didn't win the race. I didn't win the race.
I did not drive one of them, okay?
Look how good my setups are, which means I am.
We don't talk about Monza, okay? If you look at the practice pace, I was 3rd, okay? That's good enough.
My setups are so good that I'm not good enough to drive them.
Exactly. I just suck at driving, but I'm great at making my driving suck less by making the car good.
It's fine. I'm there too, and to be fair, you can be as fast as you want in real life, but the sim guys are just unbelievable. I mean, some of these guys, particularly FS2 actually, some of those guys are putting in 500 laps of practice. It's insane. This is why I don't race GPV. And obviously not because I've got anything against GPV, because, well, if I did, I wouldn't be. Yeah, I wouldn't be part of the organisation. But it's like, you know, when I did Race Academy, people put so much time. They put more time into sprint racing practice than they do endurance practice. I think endurance is a lot more of a sort of social thing. You're trying to just have a bit of a laugh with some friends. Whereas, you know, the sprint racing, I've seen people do 500 odd laps of practice for it. And I don't have time for that.
But I've been putting off practicing for Japan because there's a chance of Patrick Magnusson getting a race ban because he's just an idiot, is the best term I can use for him. He's not the smartest of drivers, I must say that much.
He doesn't remember I'm sure it was with him. I took him out at Donington Park in Academy a few years ago, and he used to remember it to the point that he would, when I started to commentate, he was like, "Oh, you took me out at Donington," or we had the incident. I forget if it was I took him out, or it was just a racing incident, or he took me out.
I don't think it matters.
Then he forgot. Well, no, not when it was 3 years ago. It doesn't matter. But there you go.
Yeah, but he's also not smart, because in Monza he suggested, for private qualifying, I might add, that we give each other slipstream. That's a private qualifying, obviously, giving slipstream with
It's quite tricky.
yeah, it's a difficult task to go into someone else's qualifying session and give them slipstream, but not his brightest moment.
Although, on a
obviously.
side note, GP50 should totally be public qualifying. I would love to see that. And I say this
Monza,
as
it
a,
would be a mess.
I say this as a general sort of criticism of. I think I have two major criticisms of FS2 in particular at the moment, and I appreciate this is slightly tangential. And don't think this is a. I mean, ERC different market, isn't it? So I don't think I'm exactly. I don't think I'm exactly bad mouthing GPV to make ERC look really good. As I said, I'm very fond of GPVWC. But my two sort of constructive criticisms are, I think FS2's race 2s are too long. It sort of annoys me that we have a fantastic race 1 and then we have a 5-minute break and then we have to do it all over again. I would quite like to see them reduced perhaps to, if it's a half-an-hour race, I'd quite like to see maybe like a 15-minute second race. Roughly, I don't know how you'd work that out in laps, but
It's 45 for race 1, or for both races. But it's just
well, yeah, I mean it runs to about half an hour is what I mean, rather than a literal time limit.
I don't mind.
I'd like one that would run to about 20 minutes or something, which is a little bit shorter. And I would have public qualifying because I just think it makes it more interesting. I think particularly if you're commentating on a qualifying session, it takes away. Well, not only does it take away strategy from the teams, but it also takes away something that you have to talk about. Because you're just sat there.
It just removes traffic as well, which is
you're just sat there basically saying, "Oh, and he sets a lap, and he sets a lap." And
I think public qualifying is just better because it adds uncertainty. You can't just practice for 6 hours a day and be like, okay, yeah, I've got a good pace, and then because then you'll be confident that you're gonna get that pace in qualifying because no one's there to affect your laps, right? So I feel like it just makes it more exciting. There's that sense of uncertainty always about who's going to be on pole. It's not in Formula 1 apart from not at the minute because Max Verstappen's just on something. What does he snort before races? I wonder.
I don't know, but I am going to slightly cut you off for a moment here, Alex, because this is a very, very important pit stop in the context of the race. Thank you, Auto Director, as I've turned you off because the number 241 is into the pits. That is their final stop of the day. And we wait to see where Halan Voice is as he makes his way up into, I believe this is 130R here, as he goes over the figure of 8 part of the racetrack. 18 seconds is the gap. This is possibly going to set up, as I believe these guys won't have to stop again. This could possibly set up the last 45 minutes of racing as there re-emerges the 241. And he's going to re-emerge ahead, but into traffic. That is crucial. The traffic gets ahead of him, so it's 10 seconds, the gap.
It's not that far. It has been 90, and we've seen gaps bigger than that being caught up, notably 25 down to 0 into the lead. One of our things, but is Precker in the pits, or is this just a overly glitch? As always, can't expect perfection from R Factor 2, but these 10 seconds can decide a race, and now you say it. There's 43 minutes left, and 10 seconds isn't a lot in terms of 43 minutes. And
he'll fancy his chances in that time, I can tell you that much.
It's just worrying for me though, because the Boyd, the 306, it's been out for
40 minutes already. It's been up for like 20, 30, 40 minutes on track without pitting. So its tyres aren't going to be great, and definitely, but it's lower on fuel, which might help them. Who knows?
Well, yeah, it
It's
depends
very
how
uncertain.
well they've looked after those tyres, because I know if that 241, I don't know, they can't have done a full stint. This is my thing. I don't think they've done a full stint at this stage, as this will be the last stop for the number 41. As well, it seems that LMP2 has been sorted out, as has perhaps Hypercar as well. I think it's going to be a particularly interesting last sort of 40 minutes or so. It's 9.9. Now, under your calculations, Alex, do you think that the 306 has to stop again? I don't think they do. I seem to recall seeing them in the pits within the last hour.
In the last hour, though, that's the thing. If I'm gonna see if RaceView's alive, it is. So this will now, hopefully, will be up on RaceView, and I can check. If you'll just give me a moment. Live timing for ERC Endurance. Let me find. It is the 306 Boy Transport, and they have been out for 20 laps this stint.
You can do 35 roughly on a tank.
They have one more stop.
So 15 laps, that would be 30 minutes. Yeah, they have probably got to stop one more time. And with the way the tyres have been here, I would imagine it will be more than a splashing dash as well.
So they have to stop one more time, which is ideal.
I mean, the question then is how is that a realistic chance? Because let's say they do 15 more laps, which is unlikely. It's Cyberlink's in a bit of bother. They've only just come out the pits of that number 41, and obviously on cold tyres, having a major struggle. But yeah, so the consideration now is that they won't actually be in the pits for that long. If they do 15 more laps, then they've only got to put about 10 minutes worth of fuel in. As all rubbing is racing between those two.
Are they even racing for position? I don't think they are. That's just the 888 touching the... Is that the leading 241? I think it is.
It's Rashk back into that 72.
Right. I've just seen the official name for Suzuka. The R-Factor licensing, at least, is Suzuka. Yeah. You said that earlier on, but I can't recall you ever saying it.
I said that earlier on, but you can't recall me ever saying it.
Yeah, like the actual name. You were wondering what it was. And I don't remember.
Oh no, I said it was Suzuka.
Well, I'm just whatever.
It's alright. To be fair, you have done a lot more stints
than I was supposed to. Yeah.
Than you were actually timetable to, which I respect, because it meant I haven't been alone for the last 3 hours. It was supposed to be me who was going to do a mega stint of about 4 hours. Here you are, stealing my thunder.
Yeah, I'm on track for 5 if I stay right through to the end.
And I think we might conveniently have a problem with getting interviews in the call afterwards, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate that people can't join. Like the
interview 41 in the wars again. This time into Degner 1. And that time, I think he tripped over the car just ahead of him, which I'm not too sure which one it is.
Terminal 3, I think.
That would be the one that is driven by Matthews Pishkan. Oh, thank you, Autodirect.
That is, I think that's the most convenient thing Autodirect has done this race.
It's listening, it's learning, it knows.
Exactly.
Like Big Brother.
I'm just trying to zoom in to the track map on the race.
Crawford's off, and Crawford's going to do well to keep this out of the barrier. He does. on driver's left. 47 in the wars, and 2 laps there and back. Not really in the fight here for anything is the number 47, but they're still plodding along. And to be fair, I'd quite like to be plodding along in the no man's land of 4th spot out of everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 24 seconds, 51 seconds behind and 2 laps in front. Not really got anyone to worry about, which is always quite a luxury when it comes to endurance racing, when you can just plod along. And speaking of plod along, that's all Norbert Precker, what we want to be doing. And am I wrong in saying that he's done this entire race solo?
I would
I
hope
am.
so.
It was major.
That would be illegal.
Yeah.
By the way, a lap has been added to the optimal number 3 for an R-Factor 2 bug. And Maria 888. This was a while ago now, actually. It was about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, about 20 minutes ago. They were given an official formal driving standards warning. They were also given a 60-second stop and go, which led to the DNF of the 444. They were given an official warning, a 60-second stop and go, which is the maximum penalty they're allowed. There was a little bit of a chat in race director communication because Peter Schunneman, he's basically arguing, from what I can tell, and Peter can correct me if I'm wrong on this, that he felt they were taken out on purpose and that the punishment doesn't fit the crime. To which Chris mentioned that, well, actually, the maximum penalty I can give is 60-second stop and go. Otherwise, disqualifying them, and we obviously can't really disqualify them.
Yeah, so I did have something to say to your tangent, but we did mention this a bit earlier, and black and white flag essentially. In layman's racing terms, you got a black and white flag. Don't do that again, otherwise you will be disqualified. And
It's happened again. It's done it again. Every time we pit.
Yeah, you're only allowed to be shown in the pit lane. Do you not read the director's notes?
Yes. We've got some new sponsors on the top of the car. They have to be shown.
Yeah, exactly. They're easier to show when stationary. But LMP2 cars don't have a top.
Yes, they do.
Well, not really.
Well, okay, if you're looking at it from above, you're just being pedantic.
Yeah. It's not like they have a roof.
Purposely.
It's just like a
Purposely
little
being.
bubble.
What if it's not a roof? What is it? A little bubble.
Well, it's obviously a roof, but it's just it's not really sizable enough, and there's a big, massive air intake that covers half of it.
Well, I think it's pretty average size myself.
You would say that, wouldn't you? Just make yourself feel better about having a small air intake.
Oh, dang. Matthew's fish can has stacked it into a wall. He is developing a reputation for himself, actually, is Matthew's fish can. Fantastic defensive driver, but also a very aggressive defensive driver, and someone who's fond of the old walls. If you think back to Spa, FS2-wise.
Oh, I don't have to think back to Spa. I can think back to Istanbul Academy at the start of the year. That was in January. He found himself in the wall on the formation lap of race 1. And that's Roland Toff going into the wall, the hairpin. That's never a good sign, losing it under braking. He's going to want to switch that brake bias just a couple clicks forward. Obviously, a slight mismanagement of the car by Roland Toff.
Well, it's a little bit awkward for him, and possibly takes away any doubt that the number 50 was not going to win this race, or any doubt that the 50 was going to win this race. I think, yeah, it's pretty settled now, particularly if we see a pit stop from that number 1.
How has Toff done the entire race on his own?
Has he?
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you for a fact I wouldn't be queuing up to do that myself. But
No. Especially not hypercar.
no, I did a 6-hour race solo once, and it went about as well as you could expect.
Yeah.
I got to the end, just not in very quick time.
I mean, I struggle after 3 hours. My arms just start to cease existing. Is the best term for it, and that's with light force feedback. I mean, it's just.
I think you're just trying to tell us that you need to hit the gym.
You're right. My arms are very weak, but my legs are not. I'm basically female at this point.
Well, that is a very, very wrong stereotype that the EERC official YouTube channel could not endorse.
Well, it's a good thing you're not endorsing it, and I am.
Just backing it.
No, I don't exactly believe it to be true. I just find it quite funny because it's being entertained by both sides. So.
Well, I do think that is one stereotype that everyone does entertain, that
Yeah.
ladies prefer to do legs over anything else.
And men don't. Because
Well, why would we?
I don't know. I just know that I can do a decent amount on my legs.
I remember
I mean-
my first leg day, and it was I go to the gym with my uncle, and he says, "Wow, your legs are really weak. Do you not use your legs?" I was like, "When in life," as we see Mario Valencia spin around, it's like, when in life, in my 17 years on this planet, have I had to lift like 60 kilos with my legs? Never.
I
So
don't
why
know.
would my legs be able to be capable of it straight away?
So right, you've got to get the sim racing mentality of let me just put my brake resistance maximum.
I use my legs to walk, and they do that successfully.
Yeah.
It's more your ankles to brake and throttle anyway. So, anyway, it's stupid. I think it's stupid. I don't think you need to train legs. I think people are just pathetic.
Yeah, I just don't go to the gym. I walk. It's literally the best way to train legs for the most part, other than making them just work too hard.
There has been a funny development on the rich energy front.
They
Now,
exist.
remember their name. Well, as I'm a fan of I think William Story is an absolute legend. He follows me on Twitter, so obviously he's my best friend. And I'd quite like it to stay that way. I'm a fan of William Story. Follow me on Twitter, and I think he's a fantastic bloke.
He follows you on Twitter.
He does follow me on Twitter, and he follows everyone back. Well, most people back. As long as you aren't actively slagging him off, he follows you back. And anyway, they posted a picture. It was an LMP2 car, and it had the number 24 on it, and it was in Rich Energy livery. And Nielsen Racing has said, "We don't know anything about this." the 24 Nielsen Racing does not know anything about this.
Oh, yeah, that's curious, isn't it? Anyway, 30-minute mark as we a tangent about William Story, or you could say a story about William Story. I will see myself out after that joke. No. And that's the number 2, is it not?
And I think that's actually quite a nasty crash. He's gone into the wall big time and seems to be having trouble getting it back going again. We'll ride on board with the cockpit, and that is some major grabbing.
Well out of alignment.
This should be a code 80 if Chris is able to call it.
Chris.
Yeah,
hello?
that should be
That's
a
code 80.
fairly rare code 80. He's struggling to even turn the car in. I'm not in the
Chris.
mumble to hear it.
Me
If
neither.
hopefully Chris is there and we get a code 80 call with reasonable haste. And
Chris, please.
this is
gonna be sketchy on the braking.
he's going to go straight off, isn't he?
No,
No, he's
wow.
kept it. This
Well
is
held.
so awkward. He always gets followed into an accident. But Is he going to be okay? Is the question. Fastest corner on the racetrack coming up.
Oh, this is not going to end well. He's going to be braking, for sure.
And he navigates it. Wow. That's not easy. Weirdly, though, the Castillo Triangle will probably be more difficult because of the sudden change of direction, and as such, he goes there. You've got to be careful as well. Those styrofoam blocks are actually effectively concrete. You can't hit them, basically. But the Optiminal car is into the pits, and as he comes into the pits, we're going to drag in the troublesome duo of Dan Hayek and Mateusz Piszka. Welcome to the stream. I imagine not the greatest day for you two.
I mean, it's not over yet. Maybe I can get 9 laps in 30 minutes.
Are you driving still?
Yeah, I'm still driving right now. Yeah, the race. I will talk about the race. It didn't go well. I mean, we got pole position, but we didn't expect to get pole position. Dan did a great job. Unfortunately, it was 5 minutes of happiness, then we disconnected, and then we couldn't get back in the game, and we couldn't get our laps back, unfortunately. So yeah, from that moment it just... Wait, because I'm making an overtake. Okay. Yeah, it just wasn't... It wasn't a... It's not a great race, you know, it's my debut. I've never drove in a endurance league before, so it's nice to... It's nice, like, vibes, you know? But yeah, just... A shame we cannot really race with LMP2s and we just overtake GTs the whole race.
And you obviously scouting out this track ahead of GPV in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah.
It's a couple of weeks' time. No? Well,
it's in
3
4
days.
days. I
4
think.
days.
Oh, crikey, I didn't know that. Okay, I thought it was next week. Whatever.
Well, it is next week. It's just.
Well, sorry, as in a week from. Anyway, you get it. Dan, hello. I see you poached Matthews. Well, I was going to bring up the point that I asked Matthews at the start of the year. Oh, if you want to do any endurance stuff, let me know. He said, no, I'm not a fan of endurance, and then goes and signs for Optimal. I believe that was your doing.
Yes, I didn't know that he talked about it before. I was just like, oh yeah, do you want to do endurance with me? And he said, yeah. That was basically it. So
that's why, right? Because in random game, there's people I don't know, and I know. See, here's the thing. I'm a very lazy person. For this race, I started practicing today because I can't be asked to do laps, you know.
It's okay. I started driving the Aston Martin on Thursday, so you know.
Yeah.
I did about 5 laps.
Yeah.
Excuses, Tom.
Well, I was the fastest of my team and got us up to 6th. What do you mean excuses?
At least.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, fastest matters so much. What position are you right now, huh?
Well, I'm afraid I take no responsibility for that.
I got out of the track right now.
I got out of the car in 6th position, so what happened after that is not my problem.
I mean, I disconnected in first, so technically I did a stint in first, so...
Well, there you go.
My
well, yeah,
problem here right now.
That's true. And to be fair, you've recovered quite well up to 10th. You were ahead of the GT3 field, which is...
Yeah. We managed to beat the GT3s, which is a huge achievement for our LMP2 team.
You are welcome.
And I think that the important question before we let you go to do the last 20 minutes. Are you guys coming back for Daytona? And I assume gunning for that victory?
Maybe. I don't know. Because see, here's the thing, right? We can get pole position, we can lead the race, but if we are just disconnecting all the time, then what's the point, you know? If we're just gonna finish 15 million laps behind because we disconnect. I don't know if it was on stream, but I just want to mention, out of the hairpin, right? I was going for a fast lap and I spun, right? So I was like, oh, it's a shame, right? But my car got stuck in the wall and I just couldn't reverse, and I took like 1 or 2 laps just to get the car back on the road. I don't know if it was on stream or not, but I was told I was seen when there were cars driving. I was sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get my lap back, you know. I didn't.
Well, someone wasn't very happy with you there. behind.
No.
That's the
No, you-
Ether car. It's the Ether, I believe, Ether racing car. So you
Okay,
can.
could you just?
I'm faster than him. I don't need to let him by, do I?
But legally, no. Well, sort of. But anyway, thank you guys.
I don't have blue flags, so I don't care.
Thank you guys for joining us, and good luck for the rest of the race.
So, thank you guys.
An entertaining bunch.
Now, I personally believe the funniest part of that entire interview was just the fact that we could hear his belt, the belt in his steering wheel, as he almost drops it on the entry to the hairpin, and you know, that was quite funny, and for him to
Well,
spin
he did well to
live on stream.
not
It was
swear.
quite funny. I know. I was actually quite surprised.
I was using some pretty foul language earlier on in the day.
Well, I mean, I dropped one word, but that was warranted. It was because of Josh. So
On a serious note, I've never seen him ramble like that. To
No.
the point I'm questioning his.
Is it even him?
Yeah, I don't know. The funniest part was that we did a broadcast yesterday, well, this morning, I suppose, technically, at like 3 AM for practice 3. And he was perfectly put together, and we had a fantastic chat. So I don't know what's happened in between then and that. He's absolutely fine at 3 in the morning, but at
6 in
now,
the evening, he's just lost it.
yeah, there you go. I'm
I
sure
mean, what were we even talking about? I can't, like, it was so nonsensical, I don't even know.
To be fair, that whole tin of beans thing, I just switched off.
He said tin of beans and Heinz, and I'm like, what?
If you're a dad, I thought, no, you know what, I've switched off.
Like, it's like he's gone from a decently intelligent young human being to a deranged alcoholic 40-year-old.
He's reduced to decently intelligent.
Yeah.
You're just decently intelligent. You should have said, well put together. Anyway.
Oh, there we go. Is that the number 3? No, it's the number 2. Nick,
He's always looking out for drivers.
Yeah. Doesn't want to leave people in the interview rating room.
He did
for too long.
make me serve a stupid drive-through penalty, by the way, Nick, this morning.
Oh, didn't.
So, I got a drive-through penalty because my grid slot was downhill, and I turned my music on because I pressed drive, and pressed the throttle in neutral to try and make sure that my music was correct volume. And it rolled me off my grid slot, and it gave me a drive-through penalty. And I said to Nick, well, you know, game book, can I get that removed? And he said, no, you got to serve it. And I thought, well, I haven't. It just seems a bit silly to me.
That's the one thing that annoys me. I have a 3-pedal setup, and I use the clutch pedal, right? So I'll sometimes just be sat in my grid slot, and I'll roll forward, and I'm like, I should not be rolling forward, but I've got my foot on the clutch, and I'm trying. I need to press the throttle to get this start, but I also need to press the brake so I don't go out of my grid slot. It's like, I don't have 3 feet.
The worst part is that the karting track I race at, when we do standing starts, which I say thankfully I was quite good at my standing starts, but as we drive faster cars, so we don't do standing starts in those. But when we did do standing starts, the grid is slightly downhill, ever so slightly. You wouldn't notice it. I've walked the track and you don't notice it, but it's ever so slightly downhill, and you would roll forward. So I'd be having to put my foot on the brake, and then because most rental cars have got
Again, putting 2 off.
Yeah, really struggling, aren't they? But rental cars have got a feature where you can't press the brake and the throttle at the same time most of the time because it burns out the clutch, so they cut off the engine. So you have to be really quick with getting lights go out, get off the brake onto the throttle, make sure that you're not pressing them at the same time because you'll full start. And it was always a nightmare.
I can imagine. I've never obviously had this issue, but I know that
at least in sim racing, when I'm braking and putting my throttle inputs, I overlap my throttle and my brake, and it's terrible. But it's just yeah. I couldn't.
I've driven a two-stroke that had an offset throttle pedal, so the throttle was further forward than the brake, and it took me probably 3 sessions/races in them to actually get used to that offset, because I was resting with my foot slightly on the throttle, only slightly, but enough that it would have burnt out the clutch.
I mean, that's why I tend to just lift my foot almost entirely off my my throttle pedal. It's better to do that than just leave it there.
It is, but in a kart that's quite difficult, because where do you put your foot?
You just have to pull it back a little bit, but it's obviously difficult when you're driving. I've done a few rental karts, but I've always found that they have super loose pedals. Like, I was trying to get out of them, and I tried to use my feet, and I just ended up pressing the throttle pedal, and I was like, how can you have such a... It was just... I don't get it. It was basically free floating. I could put 0 force into it and it would go forward. And I was like, what?
Well, where I've driven, they aren't actually that bad. But they're not bad at all, actually. Good high quality cars where I race. I have to say that now because I technically work there. Technically. Sort of, I do commentary, and even though I'm technically not staff, it's within my best interest not to slag off cars on a broadcast. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, they're over there. The cars are actually pretty good. I've never had issues with lots. I did have a kart once at a different track that was so bad that I was taking a hairpin flat.
Yeah, I've done some of those as well.
And it was at that point I realised I wasn't going back there.
There was one track that I went to, it was just entirely flat out, and it was just so boring. I mean, you'd put the throttle down, and then, yeah, cool, you get to turn the corner, but then it started to rain, and it was still flat. You just had to correct for oversteer, and it's just boring. Boring to drive, especially outdoor.
Yeah, outdoors fantastic, but if you're
able to take the entire thing flat, then...
Yeah.
I mean, this track had 2 hairpins, I'd like to mention, and both of them flat. I mean, that's the only reason I ever learned how to actually control oversteer, is that circuit.
Well, I learned to control oversteer because when I started karting, it was Duke of Edinburgh Ward in December. I was doing, I think, 13 weeks of hour-long sessions, and well, not quite an hour long, but I'd go through, and it was basically, what December's like. Even if it's dry, it's still icy. Not icy, but Saturday mornings, it's just very cold. I don't think... I've had a lot of... I think Alejandro Maggio has done a bit of GPV in the past. He commented on my Instagram once, because I posted a clip of me racing in I think it was November, or either that or early January. And he was like, why is the kart so slidey? Like, are you basically suggesting that perhaps I wasn't in best control of it? And then I was trying to explain to him that, no, you don't understand. The English winter, we just have no grip. It's not, it's not the fact that I'm rubbish. It's just in the English winter, it's that cold that we just don't have any grip whatsoever.
I mean, for some people that would be bizarre. I mean, just if you could just go to a track and have 0 grip and you don't know why, you'd just be very confused, especially if you're not used to how England works in terms of weather. It's how do I make it stream friendly? The weather is either rain or not rain, but still awful, or what is it, like scorching hot. That's just how England works. There's no in between. There's never nice weather.
I don't know. I had a solid 3 kart races right in the June heat wave. 30-degree heat when you've got a helmet on and your driving is awful. Oh, dearie me, the number 2. What a nightmare stint as we approach the end of this one.
He's stuck? Can we get back to him? Is he...
No, he's going again, but he needs to be careful. That's the 139. We'll get through just about. How awkward.
Yeah, it's not a great stint for this number 2. He's spinning quite often. It's always televised. I feel bad for him. But yeah, as you were saying, but say 30 degrees, it's not exactly nice weather. It's quite hot. Never, like, you know, perfect. 23 degrees, no rain. Right? It's always just either sun, cloudy, like miserable weather, or just it rains, or it's freezing.
Or even worse, you get that very horrible mizzle.
Oh yeah.
It's not quite right, but it's
like
as your grandma would say, the sort of rain that doesn't come down but wets you right through.
I have never heard that statement.
You've never heard that statement?
Never.
I swear you're from Manchester, / up north.
Never heard that statement. I mean, my grandparents are southern, so.
Oh right, fair enough. Northern. It's a northern statement. It's what, I think it's northern anyway. I think it comes from Phoenix Nights.
Oh, who's going off back there?
Oh dear. That's carbon fibre flying everywhere as well. It's Matiev Treshev in the 242, and they've got a little bit of damage. We'll ride on board with them for a moment and see if they got any sort of drama. It won't let me ride on board. Oh, certainly looks awkward. Whether they've got a crabbing issue or not, I'm not too sure. I would wager to guess. That doesn't seem like a normal.
That's not steering angle for that corner.
Yeah, crabbing, and frustrating moment for them. They're going to be in the pits for quite a while. No, I think it is crabbing slightly because he had the wheel straight and it was
weaving.
You're weaving. I don't think it's anything that he might. Maybe he's able to control it and go into the pits, but or stay out of the pits. But I don't know.
He's coming in. Oh no! Wow. But R-Factor 2 has a very confusing way of handling suspension damage. I mean, it's not like you can just hold a certain angle. It's always fighting you, and I suppose it's accurate. It's just very strange. But it looks like he's okay. I think he just overheated the Riz fin. He doesn't have to put very much steering angle in at all. I mean, makes me think that 242 isn't very optimally set up for this circuit.
No, I think at this stage in the season, though, there's a lot of teams who perhaps haven't put as much effort into this race. Back to school period, back to after the summer, people just getting more busy at this time of year. And people say, oh, it's a 72 round. That's not ideal. Hopefully he keeps it out the ball. Well, I wouldn't have caught it if it wasn't my car. This is the thing. My eyes go on stalks when we see a green car. For example, by the way, when it comes to talking about not really paying attention to races, that car hasn't supposed to have been green for the last 2 races. It was meant to be a one-off livery for Le Mans. It just, for 2 times now, I've just totally forgotten to put back on our white livery.
Aren't you a terrible team on
It looks nice, so. And I can just say it's we're keeping it going.
Special livery for the rest of the season, so it's not really special anymore.
Until Daytona, when I will change it.
He's going to run a big American flag.
I am not. My distinctly British team. That would be funny. We go from a British Racing Green tribute livery to That is officially British Racing Green as well, by the way. As in, that is the hex code for British Racing Green.
Yeah. I mean, I've always found that R-Factor looks very cartoony when it comes to cars. They just don't reflect shadows at all.
There's actually a reason for that.
Because of how old the game is?
No, it's that car uses matte paint, as that is racing.
Oh no,
so
I just mean cars in general.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough. No, I know what you mean. They do stick out. Although, this track in particular, some of the new camera angles and things are starting to look really nice. I think I've also noticed this actually in GPVWC. If you look at a lot of the new mod tracks for GPVWC, the cameras actually look almost lifelike in terms of the sort of depth of field. It looks very, very good.
I don't actually. Oh, that's a netcode model.
Yeah. And I think that's something we miss out on occasionally. Oh, that's not the line. Oh, dearie me, Ian. That's not the line. But he gets away with it.
I mean, I have a great amount of respect now.
But I've started to do disciplinary committee things for GPVWC, and I do really feel for Chris and Nick, who are working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that races like this do actually have some form of order to them. Because I think I got up at 1. Well, I didn't get up. I started at 1, and all the way up until my commentary stint, I was just looking through incidents, and it's very tiring. I find that you'll have these very borderline things, and you just don't know how to work with them. So I do really feel bad for Chris and Nick.
It's very difficult, especially when you're trying to figure out who is in the wrong, but you've also got to consider precedent that's happened in the past. Sort of. Obviously, we don't have a literal FIA system where there is full-on precedent. Like, you could cite a case from 10 years ago and be like, well, you said this then. That. However, you have to think, well, would Chris, like if I'm on stewarding, which I don't do very often, I don't like to do, you think, would Chris have given this? Because it's not necessarily fair to say to someone, oh, I'm a harsh steward, so I'm going to give you a penalty for this that I know Chris wouldn't. However, I also found they were very supportive of me when I made a almighty mistake, and I apologise still to Valet for this. But when Valet were racing, it was Silverstone 8 Hours last year, I believe, and I literally gave them the wrong penalty. Hands up, admit that. I gave them the wrong penalty. It was effectively a typo. I gave him a 20-second stop-go penalty, then a 10-second stop-go penalty. And they lost the race by 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So I was quite shocked. I thought, oh, that's a pretty massive mess up. But no, I was given a lot of support in the case that it's like, well, they could have appealed it, they should have appealed it, rather than serving it. And that sort of thing. It's like it just happens.
I mean, there's a difference between fair stewarding and strict stewarding. So you can't exactly just. You have to be very careful about how consistent you're being with reviewing incidents, right? Because you can't just say, okay, well, that's pretty clear cut, they went into the back of them. When in reality, you haven't really checked what's happened to the other car, something like that. So it's very difficult to stay consistent with how you treat incidents.
So 4 minutes to go in this race. That will be about 3 laps, I think, or 2 more laps when we cross the line. And, well, Ian Maycroft is under pressure right now from Matiev Treshkev, but it might not be for a while because a huge Constantina BMW third place car is caught up in that little skirmish, as is Matiev, and that makes it a 2.6 second gap. So perhaps now Ian Maycroft is going to hold on to that 8th position. Keeping an eye on this battle between our 2 leaders. Cyberlinks look like they have done enough at this stage in the race as they set out on what should be their penultimate lap of the race, depending on their pace in this one. In fact, it won't matter on their pace, will it? It matters on the pace of the leader when he crosses the line, heading up through Spoon for the moment. Looking through the field as well, that was the battle that was going on at the moment. I'm afraid to say. I looked throughout the rest of my my order here, and there's literally no one within anywhere of each other.
I currently on track with about 4 major groups through the S's, through the final sector on the main straight, and in sector 3. But we haven't really got any battles in terms of battles within classes. It's 242, now 4 seconds behind. It was right on the back of Ian Maycroft, so potentially he's holding on to that unless a big mistake in the 3 minutes. I mean, it still can happen. 3 minutes is quite a long time, at least that's what I've been told.
I don't think you have been told it though, have you, Alex?
I haven't, no. Anyway, the 162, I think he's comfortably second, but the 241, unless a major mistake comes on now, he magically loses 42 seconds. It looks pretty clear that he's going to win in GT3, and the same can be said for Korkmazer, and there's a yellow in sector 3. I can't exactly say who it's for. I think it might be from Jod, who was, I think he was stopped on track momentarily.
I think we're going to get one more lap in it after this. I think one more, possibly.
One more lap, yep. One more lap, because we don't do time plus 1, we just do time, don't we?
Yes, time plus 1 is absolutely stupid, and we do not do that.
Exactly. I don't get time plus 1, but it's about 1:35 race pace, or at least that is what the race leader, Norbert Trecker, is doing. In fact, no, I'm completely wrong. He's doing 47th.
He could slow down, or they've got to have a checker flag right now, but he'd have to do a minute and a half. It'd be very difficult.
Well, he's got the gap, that's for sure.
Yes, well, he has. That's the good thing. But here he goes. White flag will be taken by the number 50. And that is one more lap to go in the Suzuka 6 hour. Second time we visited Suzuka here in EERC. And there has been a major incident because Hugo Correa is out of the race on the final lap of the race. And that could give this podium to Marcus Crawford. It's all dependent.
In fact, it will.
Because this is his penultimate lap, is it not? This is not his final lap yet.
I believe so. No, he's going to finish on this lap because that is Precker behind him. And Precker's going to take the checkered flag, and that means that Marcus Crawford is going to have to take the checkered flag as well. So, unless something unforeseeable happens, the 306 is still going to get classified in third.
Well, it depends how the game likes to manage it. Because he's in the pits, how much of that lap will he have technically completed? That's the question. We'll wait and see what the timing screen says, but it's a nervous moment for the Boyd Transport team. And, well, Marcus Crawford's eyes will have lit up ever so slightly, you would imagine, at this point in the race. But, well, what a fantastic drive for this man, Norbert Precker, Full Throttle Racing Team at the top of the order. It's disappointing, Alex, that we've only seen 3 cars here in the hypercar class.
Could have been,
but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's still a fantastic drive.
And especially for, even though we got Norbert Precker, he's dominated the race so far with Roland Toff, second place, just behind him. He was, or at least Roland Toff was, 3 laps down at the start of this race. See Precker navigating the final chicane, coming around to take the checkered flag to win the 6 hours of Suzuka, but Roland Toff coming around in second. Very impressive drive, all the way from 3 laps down, now down to just literally 1 lap in a couple of seconds. And I can't tell if that was a side-by-side battle for the finish, but there's the 2 Sunset Racings, and got Korkmazer wins the LMP2, and watching now, Alexei Zagorodnev.
Engine failure for the 306.
Engine failure on the last lap, and Crawford,
the question is, will they get
seconds down? That's the thing.
Will they get classified in that spot? 62 behind. He's taken the checkered flag. So he has taken checkered. So 241 still has a little bit of time to go. So they run different laps. It was dependent on how they'd been passed by our race leader in the LMH car. So he actually, Crawford, is going to effectively lose a lap here. And that is why he stays in fourth rather than going into third. It's been a fantastic drive there as well for Cyberlinks to up in the air slightly whether they were going to take home the victory in this race in the GT3. They certainly had a challenge at one stage from that 162 car, 70 seconds behind the margin as we come up to the Casio Triangle for the final time, and they're going to do a formation finish, perhaps a little bit optimistic considering they haven't had they're not a lap ahead. He's just running his own LMP2 out wide, so it's not a formation finish. Something's happened to that Cyberlinks car, I think. Are they going for a formation finish? I think they are. And well, here we go. Oh, right, here we go then. It's the formation finish for Cyberlinks Racing, who take the victory in the GT3. 67 seconds, the winning margin. A fantastic drive for them. And, well, the 162 still got a little bit of a way to go. No, he's finished the race, hasn't he? He's taken the checker flag. And so there we go. That's all the action we have from Suzuka. We're not going to get any interviews in, unfortunately, today. I don't think. I've got to scurry off anyway, and I believe Alex, you'll be keen to scurry off as well. So I'm keen. Yes, let's take you through the session results then here from race 1. We'll start with the hypercars. And the overall classification, Norbert Precker takes the victory ahead of Roland Toth. Stan Peugeot finishes in third. It's a podium, but I'm sure they would have wanted more from today, finishing in effectively last spot. LMP2 is an entertaining battle. 2 cars on the lead lap. E for Court Mesa and Akos Forgax for Maria and Denzibank Sunset, respectively. Samir Arshad, Aither Racing Team, new to R Factor 2, I believe, either this year or last year. Either way, they're really solidifying themselves in this league now, with yet another podium spot in the 46. Long stays, Final Von Motorsport in 4th, with the 85 Sunset Motorsports rounding out the top 5. Then it's Andrei Yevalenko. Thomas Raschke finishes in a very good 7th spot for Reading Game, who have had a pretty poor run of form recently. Finally back on the points scoring, column. Andres Roldan for Optiminal in 8th. Then it's Roy Ton, and finally marching to the finish is Matthews Pishkan. We have had one disqualification. That's the Tyrese Contiguris not putting on his headlights at the correct time. It's 241 who wins in the GT3s ahead of the 162. Either way, that could have gone throughout the course of the day. Boy Transport Racing make up the rest of your podium in that 306 BMW, despite the fact that they had an engine failure on the penultimate lap. Marcus Crawford will be disappointed. Just 1 lap more he needed to get ahead of that 306, but it's 4th in the end. Victor Cabello for EP Lab rounds out your top 5. Then it's 36, the Hungarian hobby racers from Scuderia Mareia. Despite being on their final warning there, Thomas Savigny. It's then Ian Maycroft for Hunter Birch RGS in 8th. It's then the Cyberlinks and the Final Vond rounding out the top 10. Final Vond not finishing this race, the 444. Then it's Joshua Preuss also not finishing in the GT3. Alex, I'll ask you for your closing thoughts before we get off, because I know you're very, very keen. And then we'll round this one out.
Well, it's a fantastic race from everyone. I mean, Roland Toth, great comeback from him, and unfortunately for the third place position at LMH, they were on the lead lap and finished 7 laps down. But also congratulations to the Optimal LMP2 team for, despite being however many laps, I think it was 15 laps down from the LMP2 leader, for completing the race. And I also had to say for the Boyd Racing team that it's very lucky for them that they actually kept the position. But that's, in summary, all I have to say about this race. It's a great race from everyone. It's always great to see great racing around such a historic track such as Suzuka. But I think that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much for watching, everybody, over the course of the last 6 hours, 7 hours, if you include qualifying as well. We finished just around 8 here in the UK. Make sure you join us, as we've got one more round of this championship ready to go. I don't believe we've crowned a champion just yet this evening. I certainly haven't been keeping up to date with that. However, let's just take a quick look at the schedule as we go over to Daytona next. It won't let me show the schedule, so never mind. We'll round out this stream. So thank you all very much for watching. Make sure to join us for the Daytona 10 hours in just a month's time. Good night for now.
Yep.